Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Awakened the To-Remu Yajuuki. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Yugon Tamaru was nervous and worried. But you could hardly blame him for that, not with what was going on in Konoha tonight. He tensed as a figure dropped into the clearing with a sack over one shoulder, but relaxed when he recognized his teammate. She stood at about 5 feet 5 inches and was clad in standard Kumo Jounin attire, navy blue pants and shirt under a dark gray vest that was awarded to ninja upon the rank of Chunin. A Kumo hideout was attached to her belt, over the buckle. She had a slender, athletic build and a beautiful face framed by jaw-length blonde hair. Her eyes were bright green and darted across the clearing, taking in her surroundings. Akana, I trust your part of the mission was a success. The kunoichi pushed an errant strand of hair out of her face before replying. Of course, the caretaker was a retired chunin, but aside from that there was no one with shinobi training watching over the boy. It wasn't even a challenge. Then we just need to wait for the ambassador to get back. I still can't believe it was this easy. Quiet, it's best not to tempt fate. They settled down to wait. They spent half an hour in tense silence, jumping at every snapping twig they heard. Eventually, Akana glanced up at the sky. Taking note of the position of the moon in relation to the stars, she determined the time. Reaching her conclusion, she turned to Tamaru. We need to go. Raikage-sama won't be happy about not getting the Hyuga. He'll be even less happy if he doesn't get the boy as well. The ambassador's late and may have been caught. If that's the case, then we'll be compromised as well. It's time to go. Tamaru opened his mouth to argue, but ultimately decided against it. Both Kumonin took to the trees, leaving no sign of their presence behind. 3 days later, Sarutobi let out a sigh. The 3 days since Kumo's failed abduction of the Hyuga heiress had been the most hectic since the Third Shinobi War. Word of the ambassador's death had reached Kumo quickly, most likely due to a messenger bird. Despite the circumstances, they had claimed that his death was a violation of the ambassador's diplomatic immunity, which was technically true, and had threatened war if not recompensated. Of course, it wasn't as though Sarutobi could just hand over Hyuga Hayashi, the head of his clan, for protecting his own daughter. The crisis had been averted when Hayashi's twin brother had offered to be killed in his place. Sarutobi hadn't liked the result, but Hizashi was insistent, claiming that many lives could be saved. It was situations like this, Sarutobi mused, that truly made the office of Hokage such a taxing position. Now that the crisis had passed, Sarutobi decided to pay Naruto a visit. He made a point of spending time with the boy. But when he got to the boy's apartment, something seemed wrong. After a brief moment, he realized that he was sensing a genjutsu. That was when Sarutobi began to get worried. He sent out a pulse of his chakra, dispelling the genjutsu and revealing kindling where the door should have been. His worry rose as he entered the apartment and saw obvious signs of battle. Shuriken were embedded in the walls, furniture was destroyed, and burn marks were scattered everywhere. He hurried into the bedroom to see Rin sprawled unmoving upon the bed. He felt an initial moment of panic before examining her. Minato's student wasn't dead, merely incapacitated by a powerful genjutsu. He placed his hand on his forehead and dispelled it, causing Rin to bolt upright in bed. She wore a confused look on her face. Hokahama, where am I? I came to see Naruto. Instead I found a battle-scarred apartment. What happened here? Rin's confused frown only deepened. I don't know. I remember taking Naruto to see the parade at the celebration of our treaty with Kumo. Then I came back to put him to bed. Then my mind just goes blank. Sarutobi felt the weight of the world upon his shoulders as he closed his eyes and let out a sigh. 3 days ago, he said quietly, Kumogakure no Sato sent a delegation to sign a peace treaty with Konoha. Later that night, the ambassador was killed by Hyuga Hayashi while attempting to kidnap the clan's heir. We never found the 2 shinobi who accompanied him. One of them must have come here as well, for Naruto. I was too busy dealing with the repercussions of the attack to come visit, and I sent Kakashi out with the ANBU to secure the area immediately outside the village. We're the only 2 who have ever come to visit. They must have taken Naruto on the same night they attempted to take Hinata. And we were more concerned about making sure the other two Kumonin weren't in the village than sending out tracking parties to see if they had already fled back to Kumo. They have too much of a head start, there's nothing we can do for the boy now. One day later, Tamaru and Akana were glad to be close to Kumogakure no Sato. The early portion of their flight from Konoha had been tense as they expected ANBU pursuit. However, they never sensed any signs of pursuit. Not that they let that make them careless. They had kept up a frantic pace as they made their way back home. Rounding the last bend in the mountainside, they were shocked to see the Raikage waiting for them along with the usual Chunin guards. The Yondaime Raikage was an imposing figure, solidly built at standing 6 feet 2 inches tall. His intense blue scrutinized them from under the brim of his kage hat, and his black beard was flecked with gray. His voice was soft, but was so commanding that everyone always seemed to stop and listen when he spoke. I see the two of you have made it back safely. I've heard that the third of your number was not so lucky. Raikage-sama, he was 5 minutes late to the appointed meeting spot. We assumed that he had been caught and our position was compromised. We felt that returning to Kumo with the boy was our best option. I would have done the same in your place. The third member of your team was killed by Hyuga Hayashi as he tried to escape the clan's compound. I've been in contact with the Hokage and managed to make a small diplomatic issue out of it. They have pledged to send us the body of Hayashi as recompense. I find it more likely that we'll get his twin brother Hizashi, who has been branded by the caged bird seal. Luckily, however, the contingency plan succeeded. We may not get the Byakugan, but now we'll be able to create a new kekkai genkai. Tamaru, you may return home. Akana, follow me and bring the boy. It is time to begin the ceremony. He turned and strode urgently into the village, forcing the shorter Kunoichi to hurry to keep up. Raikage-sama, she asked as they navigated the streets, won't we have to worry about Konoha trying to take the boy back? I doubt it. As the container for the QB, he was hated by most of the village. Even though the Hokage seemed to like the boy, public sentiment will undoubtedly make it difficult for him to mount much of an effort to retrieve the boy, especially if it could lead to violence. He just won't have the support for it. Also, I managed to maneuver Konoha into making a concession to us. This leaves them in a rather poor position to try to demand custody of the boy even if the Hokage can get support for the move. He stopped outside of a building that was a simple stone dome. We're here. Wordlessly, the two stepped inside. The room was bare, without a single piece of decoration or furniture. The Raikage pressed a panel beside the door and a portion of the floor slid over, revealing a circular stairway that wound into the ground. The stairs opened into a large underground dome. A complex series of seals was engraved on the floor and a pair of pedestals rose from the floor in the center of the room. There were 16 shinobi waiting for them, 8 of the finest medicnin and fuinjutsu users that Kumogakure had to offer. One of them looked up as the two newcomers arrived. Is that him? He asked, pointing towards the bag cradled in Akana's arms. Wordlessly, she handed it over. The man set it on the ground and removed the child within. He was a boy of 2, with tan skin and unruly blonde hair. There were 3 whisker marks on each cheek. The shinobi had heard that his eyes were blue, but couldn't tell as they were shut due to the boy's genjutsu-induced slumber. He nodded in approval. Bring her out. Another shinobi stepped forward holding a young girl. She was also asleep, and was dressed in a simple white robe. Her long blonde hair hung down her back in a ponytail and her features had a distinct feline cast to them. The 2 shinobi brought the children to the center of the room, where they removed their clothes and placed them on the pedestal. Taking out brushes and ink, they proceeded to spend half an hour writing a complex series of seals on the children's skin. As they worked, they revealed another seal on the belly of each child, the seal that kept the bijou they held at bay. When they were done, they stepped back and formed a ring around the seals along with 6 other shinobi. As one, they raised their hands and began a long and complicated series of hand seals. The sequence was 172 seals long, and they all had to be performed in unison. It had taken hours of practice to get the timing down perfectly. 2 minutes later, the sequence done, the 8 shinobi kneeled down and slammed their hands onto the floor of the cavern. The seals instantly began to glow white. It started at the edges and worked its way inward, traveling up the pedestals and into the seals on the toddler's skin. The children began to glow as well. Yujito's glow was a violent purple while Naruto's was red. Slowly, their auras were leached by the seals. They were funneled down the podiums and ran through several seals on the floor, intermingling as they went. Eventually, they began making their way back to the two children. The colors had changed, that much was obvious as the auras crept back up the podium. Yujito's was now a vibrant yellow-orange while Naruto's was slate blue. The auras reached the children once more and began creeping over their skin. As the auras crept forward, all of the seals they touched disappeared. Eventually they completely encompassed the children, leaving them unmarked. Even the seals that had contained the bijou were gone. Then the auras began sinking into the skin, forming a complex series of tribal markings. At the conclusion of the ritual, the markings faded from sight. The ritualists collapsed in exhaustion, then signaled that they were finished. Immediately, the Medicnine rushed forward. After clothing the children in simple white robes, they began performing diagnostic jutsu. After several minutes of tests, they conversed quietly amongst themselves. When they were done, the Raikage walked over. Well, the ritual was a success, Raikage-sama. The bijou are gone, most likely sent back to the demon plane for now. And the kekkai genkai seems to have been formed successfully. The children are in fine health and there are no undue signs of strain on their chakra coils. The Raikage let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. And their chakra capacity? As you know, Yujito was chosen to contain the Nibi because she had naturally high chakra reserves. I suspect it was the same in the boys' case. The sealing of the bijou caused an increase in their reserves in order to allow them to contain the Yuki. Since then they have been growing at the same proportion as that of an average child and will likely continue do so. However, due to their higher chakra capacity, their growth will dwarf that of other children if measured on an absolute scale. Currently, they have low Jounin level reserves. Very well, he raised his voice so it echoed throughout the chamber. I would like to thank you all. You have performed admirably and the village will prosper from your actions. The surname of these children shall now be Araiki, and they will help found a clan that will strengthen our village. He handed Yujito to the Medicnine who had spoken to him. You will return Yujito to her home. The rest of you, except for Akana, are dismissed. The assembled shinobi bowed out of respect before filing up the stairs. Soon only the Raikage, Akana, and the young boy remained in the room. Raikage-sama, I assume you have another task for me. In truth, Akana wanted to go home and sleep. The mission had worn on her both mentally and physically. But she was determined not to show that in front of the Raikage. You are correct, he turned and held the boy out to her. I want you to raise the boy, his name is Naruto. Akana stood for a moment in mute shock. Are you sure? Wouldn't it be best to raise him with Yujito? No, I want them to grow close over time, of course. But I do not want them to view each other as siblings. I have had my ANBU observing the female Jounin of this village for the past few months. Based on their information, I have determined that you are best suited to raise the child. Besides, I have heard that you were considering adoption. Akana's hand unconsciously moved to the scar on her hip as she mulled over the Raikage statement. He was right. After that wound, she had been told that she would be unable to conceive her own child. She had been considering adoption, and now was as good a chance as any. She reached forward with trembling hands and gathered the young boy into her arms. I accept Raikage-sama. But you will receive a stipend to cover his living expenses, as well as any equipment he needs. He will begin his training at age 4 along with Yujito. Since they are the first to have their kekkai genkai, they will work with many Jounin of the village to unlock it and to discover a fighting style that suits it. And one more thing. If you see anyone attempt to harm him outside of training sessions or tests, even myself, you are authorized to use as much force as you deem necessary to protect him. Hi, Raikage-sama. Very well, you are dismissed. Akana bowed, then turned and ascended the stairwell. Once she had exited the building and its restricting seals, she raised one hand in a basic seal and returned to her home through a quick series of shunshin. Deciding to pick up baby supplies tomorrow, she tucked Naruto into the bed in her guest room. Touching a finger to his forehead, she dispelled the genjutsu and allowed him to sleep peacefully. She stared down at him tenderly. "Araiki Naruto, my son." She leaned down and kissed him lightly on the forehead. "Sleep well, little one." Akana was observing, spying on, Naruto and Yugito as they walked down the road. The pair drew approving glances and whispers from just about everybody they passed on the street. The village had been infatuated with them for the past 10 years. It was admirable that neither of them had let the attention go to their head, especially since most of it was due to the fact that they possessed a new kekkai genkai. Although, there were several people that they had impressed with simple hard work. The pair had gone through intense training during the past 8 years. With a bit of help, they had managed to unleash their bloodline. After that, its advancement became mainly instinctual. That instinct had helped Kumo's taijutsu master to develop a complementary taijutsu style with them, which had named Yasiken. They had also been trained extensively in other tactics and strategy. The mother in her was proud of them. The mother in her, a phrase that Akana never thought she'd be using to refer to herself just 10 years ago. She had had her doubts when she was given Naruto to adopt, but in the end was happy for the opportunity. Sure, the energetic little blonde could be a handful at times, and it had been especially rough when his origins had been revealed to him at the age of 5. He had refused to speak with her or the Raikage for a week afterwards. He had gotten over it eventually, and was even grateful when he settled down a bit. He had been freed from the life of a Jinchuriki after all. Most importantly, he still viewed Kumogakure as home. He had grown up fast though, already taking the Genin examination. She looked ahead almost wistfully, watching Naruto and Yugito walk down the road in front of her. Naruto wore standard navy blue shinobi pants, with slate blue stripes along the seams. He wore a short-sleeved shirt of steel mesh under a sleeveless GI. It was the same navy blue as his pants, with a tracery of tribal symbols in slate blue along the edges. Their design was derived from the pattern of the markings she had seen on him years ago, the hallmark of their bloodline. On the back, also in the same shade of blue, was the Araiki clan symbol that the Raikage had designed embroidered in raised thread. It was the slitted eye of some beast. Only instead of being outlined in smooth lines, they were composed of the same patterns as those markings. It looked powerful, majestic, and feral. The Raikage had said it was a perfect fit for the kekkai genkai, which he dubbed To-Remu Yajuuki. The GI, along with Yugito's top, had been a gift from the Raikage last year on the 9th anniversary of the creation of their kekkai genkai. Yugito was walking alongside him. Her outfit was also primarily navy blue, though there were a few key differences. Instead of pants, she wore a pair of shorts that cinched tight just below her knees, leaving the lower halves of her legs were wrapped in bandages. Her torso was covered by a garment resembling a sleeveless kimono top of navy blue. The traceries and clan symbol were evident on her shirt, though they were in a yellow-orange color. Her long blonde hair was done in a braid that reached to her lower back and was wrapped in bandages. Both kumonin had a shuriken holster wrapped to their thighs, and neither wore footwear of any kind. The two were talking animatedly about something as they walked hand in hand down the road. They had been dating for a few months now. The Raikage's efforts to push the two together had proven to be largely unnecessary. They had been close ever since they met each other at a young age. Naruto had been incredibly dense though. The boy hadn't even recognized the depth of his own feelings, let alone Yugito's. At least he not until she kissed him. Akana chuckled as she recalled that memory. The two young shinobi were lounging in the treetops of one of Kumogakure's parks, listening to the sounds of children playing beneath them. What they didn't know was that Akana was nearby. Occasionally she grew curious as to what they were doing and decided to take a peek. So long as they didn't have their bloodline active, she could avoid detection without too much difficulty. She spied less frequently as time went on and the two became better able to take care of themselves, but she had a feeling today would be too good to miss. She had noted Yugito's posture and tone of voice when she asked Naruto to accompany her to the park. Her interest was plain, at least to everybody but Naruto, and she seemed to have grown tired of being subtle. Yugito waited until Naruto looked over the side of the branch at the children before speaking. "Hey Naruto, have you ever thought about what it would be like to have children?" "No, not really. I know that the village will want children from the both of us to pass on To-Remu Yajuuki, but it'll be a while before we can consider that. True, you'd have to worry about a girlfriend first. Yeah, but too many of the girls in this village fawn over me just because of the bloodline. I'd want someone who wants me for who I am. You're the only one that does, but... But what? Naruto froze. The tone of her voice told him that something was out of the ordinary. He turned to see that she had climbed to her feet and was slowly walking towards him with a perfectly neutral expression on her face. He scrambled to his feet and began to slowly back away. But what, Naruto-kun? Am I not suitable dating material? Not pretty enough perhaps, or you don't like my personality? Naruto's back bumped into the trunk of the tree as Yugito continued forward. Well, what is it? It's just that way you never seem to see me that way and... Naruto's voice trailed off as Yugito's face broke into an amused grin. You really can be so dense sometimes. Naruto's eyes widened. You may a dash. Yugito made a small sound of impatience in the back of her throat. Sometimes you just talk too much. Before Naruto could respond, she pressed herself forward and kissed him. She savored the kiss for a few minutes, reveling in the feel of him, his taste, and his scent. She broke off the kiss reluctantly, turned and walked slowly to the end of the branch. Yugito-chan. You're picking me up at 5 tomorrow? What? For our first date, and it better be good. With a satisfied smirk on her face, Yugito leapt from the branch, quickly making her way back home. Naruto smiled widely as he entered the classroom. It was finally here, his last day in the academy. He and Yugito had been taught by private tutors for as long as they could remember. By the time they were allowed to enroll in the academy at the age of 8, they had already learned practically everything that the place taught. The pair had wanted to skip the academy altogether, but the Raikage and their parents had been adamant. It would do them good, they said, to interact more with their peers. That, and they didn't want to make it look like the duo was being shown favoritism just because of their bloodline. Soon after stepping through the doorway, he could feel the familiar sensation of having far too many females focusing on him at once. Though at least since he had started dating Yugito, or at least since she had knocked one of the more persistent ones into a state of semi-consciousness, they had stopped flirting with him so blatantly. The buzz of talking in the classroom died down as the Chunin instructor stepped to the front of the class. Satoru-sensei was slightly on the short side, standing at about 5 feet 6 inches. He was solidly built with a gruff voice and bald head. As usual, he was dressed in standard Chunin attire for Kumogakure. The class respected him greatly. Rumor had it that he could become a jounin easily if he didn't like teaching so much. He cleared his throat and projected his voice throughout the room. Listen up. The few students who had still been talking stopped immediately. Satoru smirked. Teaching his class discipline and respect had been worth it. It was just a shame that they'd be graduating so soon. Today myself and 2 other instructors will test you to see if you're worthy of becoming shinobi of Kumogakure. The test will have no written stage. If you didn't know the basic information required by the academy, you never could have made it this far. The first 3 segments of the exam will be outside. You'll be tested on stealth, accuracy with thrown weapons, and taijutsu. Then we'll come back inside for the ninjutsu portion of the exam. The results will be averaged, and you need at least a 70% to pass. If you get below 60 in 2 or more portions of the test, or below 50 in 1, you will fail. Are there any questions? The class remained perfectly still. After waiting several seconds, he spoke up again. Good, then follow me outside and we'll begin. The class followed their sensei to a wooded area behind the academy. The accuracy test was easy, almost no one got below an 80. The stealth test was more difficult. The taijutsu test was as well, and consisted of a spar against Satoru. Then the class was brought back inside and required to perform the kawarimi, henge, and bunshin. Though Yugito and Naruto instead used the Saitiki Bunshin no Jutsu because of their large chakra capacity. Overall, the vast majority of the class passed, with Naruto and Yugito at the top. The class now sat, with Hyderites tied around various body parts, as they awaited their team assignments. Yugito and Naruto were seated side by side, Hyderites around their foreheads. Satoru stood at the front of the class and began a speech. I would like to congratulate you all. By graduating from the academy, you have taken your first steps on the path of the shinobi. You're now Genin, official shinobi of Kumogakure. It's not the most glamorous rank, but you have to start somewhere. With perseverance and hard work, you should be able to reach the rank of Chunin and eventually Jounin. Your futures lie ahead of you, and it's up to you to steer them where you want them to go. Now for team assignments. Naruto and Yugito sat patiently, waiting for their names to be called. Eventually they heard, Team 4 will include Araiki Naruto, Araiki Yugito, and Gifu Maitoku. Your Jounin instructor is waiting in room 307. Naruto looked over towards his other teammate as they walked to meet their sensei. Maitoku stood about an inch and a half shorter than his own 5'2", making him about the same height as Yugito. The boy had already attached the metal plate of his hideite to a black bandana that he wore over his brown hair. He wore black shinobi pants and sandals, along with a steel gray jacket worn unzipped in the front. There was a yellow shirt under the jacket, along with a pair of straps that formed an X across his chest. His stormy gray eyes continuously swept the area. He wore a katana on his back, along with twin kodachi at his hips. There was a kunai holster attached to each thigh, and numerous extra packs of shuriken and sunban were at his belt. As one could guess from his appearance, Maitoku utilized weapons heavily. He preferred to use his projectiles from a distance, but was also skilled with his swords. To make him even more dangerous, he was proficient in Raitun Jutsu and frequently used them to charge his weapons. Blocking them would often prove painful. Overall, he was a nice fit. His ranged attacks could keep enemies engaged at a distance, while Naruto and Yugito could clean up anybody that got too close. The boy was sharp and by no means gregarious. Whenever he spoke, it was generally a good idea to listen. Naruto's musings were cut short as they arrived at the door to room. Well, he muttered, let's see who we've got. He pushed open the door, revealing Akana laying on the desk while absent-mindedly tossing a kunai into the air. She turned her head as she heard the door open, and the kunai stuck into the wood a fraction of an inch from her nose. Kusan, what are you doing here? Akana raised her legs, then flipped herself onto her feet as she replaced the kunai in her holster. I'm your Jounin sensei, of course. Why else would I be here? You were assigned as our Jounin sensei? But you raised me and dash. Just because I've raised you doesn't mean that I can't be your Jounin sensei. And I know more about your To-Remu Yajuuki than any Jounin in the village. It's a rather logical choice, actually. Now, meet me at training ground number 8 in 10 minutes. Normally, you'd receive another test to determine if you'd actually become Genin. However, I've spent enough time with Yugito and Naruto to know how it would turn out. So instead I'll be holding a skills evaluation to see how good your teamwork is. She shined away with a crackle of static electricity. Naruto buried his face in his hands. I can't believe this, Kahin, our Jounin sensei. What did I do to deserve this? Come on, Naruto-kun, it can't be that bad. Naruto raised his head and gave Yugito a very level look. Would you want your mom to know about every single little mistake you ever made on a mission? Keep in mind that she would then proceed to bring them up constantly around the house, never letting you forget them. Okay, point taken. But there's a good side to this too. You know you'll have a dedicated, hard-working sensei who'll do everything she can to keep us alive. That and she's normal. Imagine if you had that spandex guy from Konoha we've heard about. Naruto shuddered. The stories he'd heard about that man were awful. He did suspect they were exaggerated to some extent, but still, he never wanted to find out if his suspicions were correct or not. I guess. Well, let's get to the training ground and get this assessment over with. Moving across the rooftops, Team 4 made it to the training ground in about 6 minutes. Akana looked up as they arrived. Good, you're all here. Now let's see what you can do. She seemed to suddenly disappear from view as she sped towards her Genin team. Naruto cursed. He hadn't been caught by surprise and could tell that Yugito hadn't either. But Maitoku had not been expecting this, and Akana directed her first attack at him. Naruto leapt in front of the boy, bringing his arm around to parry his mother's kick. The move left him off balance and vulnerable, allowing Akana's second attack to send him flying away. Akana got to Yugito just as she was trying to pull Maitoku back. In short order, both genin were sent flying away. Akana stood calmly in the center of the clearing, while her team was scattered around the edges. Well, I'm waiting. Hey Yujin. Naruto lowered himself onto all fours as he spoke. It looks like it's time to activate To-Remu Yajuuki. Yeah, she muttered as she went down on all fours as well. Maitoku, stay back and wait for an opening. Naruto and Yugito brought up their chakra, and soon enough felt a familiar heady rush as their bloodline activated. They both grinned. It was time to fight. Half an hour later, Akana was casually standing in the middle of the clearing, appearing no worse for the wear, although that was partially due to a genjutsu. Her 3 students were scattered across the battle-scarred clearing in exhaustion. Akana herself was doing well to hide her own exhaustion. Sure, she was an elite jounin, but Naruto and Yugito were at least high chunin level and had excellent teamwork. Maitoku wasn't that bad either. I'm impressed. Naruto, Yugito, your teamwork together was as flawless as I've come to expect. Your timing was a bit off whenever Maitoku attacked, but your tactics were sound and the timing will come with time and experience. You're dismissed for now. Meet me back here at 8 tomorrow morning for training. Then after lunch you'll be introduced to the wonderful world of D-rank missions. 2 weeks later, Team 4 was absolutely sick of D-rank missions. Naruto thought Maitoku had phrased it perfectly when he called them menial tasks more befitting of servants than trained shinobi. Only one of the missions required any shinobi skills at all, trying to catch the falcon that belonged to the lightning daimyo's son. Why couldn't the man figure out how to tie that bird to its post? They had gone after it 6 times in 2 weeks. They were currently in the Raikage's office after just having returned the bird to its owner. He was ecstatic to have it back, though slightly curious as to why it seemed so twitchy. Team 4 decided not to mention that Maitoku had taken the thing out of the air with some electrified ninja wire. I must say I'm impressed. That was the fastest I've ever actually seen somebody catch that bird. The amused glint in the Raikage's eyes hinted that he had figured out their method. Now, he said as he pulled out a large folder of D-ranks, let's see what I can give you for your next mission. Oh hell no. The Raikage looked up at Naruto and his voice took on a bemused tone. You have something to say, Naruto? Yeah, Yugito-chan and I were bored out of our minds in the academy learning stuff we already knew because you wanted us to have more social interactions. Then when we finally graduate, all we get for missions are chores. Are we shinobi or errand boys? Come on, give us a real mission. You know we're ready for it. The Raikage straightened in his chair, sliding into his business mode. Very well. He reached down and retrieved a folder from the top drawer in his desk. A drag cartel has been expanding its influence in the capital city of Rai no Kuni. Recent intelligence has revealed that he will soon be taking a short vacation with roughly 12 Ronin guards. Your job is to neutralize him. The daimyo would prefer that you kill the Ronin guards, although it is acceptable to allow them to flee if you're forced to. Your primary objective is the drag lord. The daimyo would like him alive for interrogation. You do, however, have permission to kill him if necessary. Do you accept this mission? The 3 genin nodded enthusiastically, and Akana offered no objection. Very well, he said as he handed the folder to Akana. You'll be leaving tomorrow for the southwestern corner of Rai no Kuni. Your sensei will brief you on the mission details as you travel. Dismissed. Naruto started a countdown in his head. After the Raikage's door swung shut. 3, 2, 1, duck. He put his head down, barely avoiding Yugito's slap to the back of his head. You should show more respect for the Raikage, Naruto-kun. But Yugito-chan, he was expecting one of us to do that. She narrowed her eyes. What makes you say that? The Raikage doesn't keep mission assignments in the top drawer of his desk. Naruto allowed himself a smirk at the expression on Yugito's face. It wasn't often he could get her to realize that she was wrong, mainly because she never seemed to want to admit that he was right. Naruto, he was instantly on alert by the sickly sweet tone to his mother's voice. The Raikage may have been expecting you to try this, but if you ever do that again, I'm putting you through 4 hours of brand new hell drills. Naruto shuddered. Hell drills had been developed after Yasiken. They were a chained form of several hundred attacks and blocks that should take no more than a few minutes. He would then perform the form, and if he made a single mistake at any point of the form he'd have to start all over. And when you were learning a chain of moves that long, you tend to make quite a few mistakes. Yes, Ka-san. Good, you're all dismissed. So go home and start packing. The next day Naruto was really regretting having his mother as a jounin sensei. Naruto, did you remember to pack extra kunai and shuriken? Yes, Ka-san. Did you remember to pack your sleeping bag? Yes, Ka-san. Did you remember to pack a spare pair of sandals? Yujito-chan and I don't use footwear. Oh right. For a few seconds it seemed as though she'd actually leave him alone. Did you remember to pack your underwear? Ka-san, if you wanted to see if I packed everything, why didn't you go over this last night before we left? Because it's a mother's sacred right to embarrass their child, especially in front of their romantic interests. Yujito's sudden fit of giggles didn't help Naruto's mood much either. He slowed his stride, dropping behind Akana and grumbling under his breath. It was going to be a long trip. Overall, the trip was enjoyable. Akana eventually stopped embarrassing Naruto, leaving him in peace to observe the scenery. Rai no Kuni was a ruggedly beautiful country. Much like Tsuchi no Kuni, it was covered in mountains. But where Tsuchi no Kuni was dry and barren, Rai no Kuni received much more rain and was covered in lush forests. Their journey brought them alongside deep gorges, took them under the shade of century-old trees, and gave them views of thousand-foot waterfalls. It was said that Rai no Kuni was the most beautiful place in the elemental countries, and none of the Kumo shinobi had seen anything to dispute that. Roughly 3 days later, Team 4 had pulled within sight of their target. Seeing that the small caravan was moving at a civilian pace, they decided to pull ahead a bit and set up camp. Once that task was finished, Akana gathered her genin together to discuss their strategy. Okay, I know that this is a fairly simple assignment that shouldn't give us much difficulty. But what you have to keep in mind is that nothing is necessarily as easy as it seems. So while we probably could just rush in and kill everybody, we're going to be more careful about this. During the day Naruto and Yujito will sleep. When twilight starts, the two of you will move out and gather information about our target. I'm choosing you two because your bloodline will be of assistance in reconnaissance, which probably also means you'll be doing it a lot in the future. Maitoku and I will sleep during the night, which leaves a PRD of time during the morning and evening when we're all awake. During that time we'll continue moving our camp forward along our target's path. Additionally, during the morning you'll tell me what you found out about our target the previous night. Now, let's get the tents pitched so our scouts can get some sleep. The shinobi got to work, each pitching a small one-man pup tent. After the tents were pitched, Naruto and Yujito crawled into theirs before promptly falling asleep. Sometime later Naruto found himself shaken gently awake. Opening his eyes, he saw Akana staring down at him. Time for you two to go, I already got Yujito up. She handed him a slip of paper. This is a tracking seal. I have the other half of it, so by focusing your chakra into it you'll be able to find our camp after we move. There's also an alarm seal on the other side. If you focus your chakra into it I'll know and I'll be coming at a dead run. Naruto took the slip and tucked it into a pouch on his belt. Thanks, Akana-sensei. Well, Yujito looks like she's ready, so we should probably get going. See you in the morning. Naruto, he stopped. Akana's voice had been softer, more worried. For the moment she was speaking to him as his mother, not his sensei. I know you have the skills of an accomplished shinobi. I've spent the last 8 years drilling them into your head. And I know you have your bloodline to help you. But what you don't have is experience. Life or death situations are always hard the first time, no matter what the skill difference is between opponents. On this scouting mission you and Yujito might face one, and I won't be there to help you. So be careful and remember, if it does come down to a life and death situation, just remember that it's your or them. At that moment, it's all that matters. There's no time to worry about their death, about morals, or about innocence lost. An instant of hesitation is all it could take for either of you to lose your life, and I don't know what I'd do if I lost you. So please be careful. The two spent a moment in silence. Akana was usually an upbeat and jovial person. It had been a while since even Naruto, as close to her as he was, had seen this side of her. Don't worry, cousin, I won't put any of my precious people through the pain of losing me if I can help it. That's a promise, and you know I never go back on my word. Akana cracked a smile. Her son always seemed capable of cheering her up. Good luck then and stay safe. She watched as Naruto flashed her his trademark grin before running off to join Yujito. The two conversed quickly before leaping into the trees and disappearing from sight. Translations. Saitiki Bunshin, Static Bunshin. The shinobi forms a solid clone out of static forces. The clone discharges a slight burst of electricity upon being dispelled. If enough of them are dispelled in rapid succession, the buildup of shocks can cause temporary numbness. To-Remu Yajuuki, I'll tell you next time. Naruto and Yujito had been tailing the Drag Lord and his guards for about an hour now. The pattern was fairly simple. 3 guards took point. Another 4 hung back by 3 wagons which contained the Drag Lord and, probably, supplies. 3 more of the Ronin formed the rear guard while the remaining pairs scouted the area. Eventually they pitched camp for the day. The wagons were drawn in close and the horses picketed. A pair of Ronin stood watch while the others unloaded supplies from the wagon. The first tent they pitched was enormous, obviously belonging to their target. They proceeded to pitch 6 more tents, all a great deal more practical than the first. Once camp was set up, they started a fire and cooked dinner. Afterwards, they unloaded some bokken and sparred with each other. Naruto and Yujito watched the spars closely, gauging the Ronin's skill. They quickly surmised that although they were quite skilled for regular humans, they'd be no match for trained shinobi. Eventually, the camp settled down for the night. 8 of the Ronin went to sleep. The other 4 stood watch, 2 at the perimeter of the camp and 2 beside their leader's tent. It had been over 2 hours since the camp had gone to sleep, and nothing of interest had happened. Naruto was sitting cross-legged on a tree branch. Yujito was sprawled out in front of him, head resting on his lap. Naruto-kun, have you thought much about our mission? Her voice was soft, hesitant. It was a far cry from the usual tough, self-assured face she presented to the world. You mean about killing for the first time? She shifted a bit, snuggling deeper into his comforting presence. Yeah. Naruto started stroking Yujito's hair. He had learned years ago that it was one of the best ways to calm her down and comfort her. She was a lot like a cat at times, not that he should find that too surprising. It's like cousin told me, I guess. Kill or be killed, no time to think about anything else. But I somehow doubt it'll actually be that easy. I've been told it gets easier, so we just have to get used to it, I guess. That's the part that worries me. I don't want to grow cold or callous. I don't want to be jaded. And I don't want you to change like that either. Naruto leaned back and thought a bit before replying. Does Kasan seem jaded to you? What kind of question is that? She's one of the most light-hearted people I know. Yeah, and she can kill without blinking. It's something we'll get used to, something we'll adapt to. But it won't change who we are. Yujito grinned up at him. Promise? I promise, and you know I always keep my word. Yeah, you always do. She wiggled into him a little closer, then just allowed herself to relax and take comfort in his familiar presence. It was times like this that always made her grateful she had gotten him to date her. The rest of the night was fairly uneventful. Watch was changed every 3.5 hours, giving each guard 7 hours of sleep. The camp woke in the morning and cooked breakfast before hitching pack animals to the wagons and moving out. They took up the same travel pattern as before. Satisfied that they had seen enough, Naruto took out the tag Akana had given him and concentrated briefly. Then the pair leapt off through the trees to give their report, get some food, and catch some welcome shut-eye. The following night found the two trailing the miniature caravan once more. At first, everything was the same as it was the night before. They used the same travel pattern, set up camp the same, cooked dinner. There were no noticeable differences, at least not until after dinner. A few guards climbed into the rearmost wagon. They emerged a few minutes later, each with a scantily clad, bound woman over their shoulder. Naruto crushed his initial urge to charge into the camp, and placed a restraining hand on Yujito's shoulder to make sure she didn't make a similarly rash action. Naruto pulled the tag from his pocket and channeled chakra into both sides. Yujito leaned over and whispered into his ear, "How long? If they move at my Toku's speed, which would be my guess, about 5 minutes. Yugito glanced down at the men in the camp, who seemed to be working themselves into some sort of frenzy. What if that's not fast enough? Naruto's eyes hardened, and his face took on as frightening of an expression as she had ever seen from him. Then we go in anyways. The next few minutes were the most trying of either of their lives. They crept closer so they could arrive sooner if necessary, and could hear the men's drunken laughter. Naruto finally had enough when he saw a few guards pull a woman to the ground and hold her spread-eagled. That's it, Megurushi no To-Remu. He felt a sudden rush as he tapped into a familiar power. Slate blue tribal markings appeared on his skin, spreading outwards from his tenketsu. There were few of them on his face, but the ones present accentuated his whisker marks and give him a more fox-like appearance. He could feel the transformation in his hands and feet. Nails lengthened and sharpened, turning into deadly weapons. Power surged through him as his bloodline granted him speed and strength, but not quite as much speed as he wanted. He called out again, hearing Yugito's voice along with his. Shirtai no To-Remu. The markings on his arms and legs pulsed, and his limbs began emitting shimmering slate blue energy. Beside him, Yugito had gone through similar transformations. The only differences were that her markings and aura were a yellow-orange, and that they made her seem more cat-like. Naruto's shout served its purpose, distracting the Ronin from the women. They turned to see Naruto and Yugito streak out of the woods, moving faster than anything they had ever seen. Naruto burst through the startled ring of Ronin before they even had a chance to react. He didn't even slow down as he picked up the woman on the ground, tearing her from the grip of her captors. Yugito followed a beat. Later, grabbing the two remaining women. Both shinobi made straight for the other side of the circle, intent on bringing the women to safety before dealing with the Ronin. Only one Ronin managed to react in time, dropping his left foot back and drawing his sword in a Batajutsu attack. Naruto grimaced as he saw it. The man had timed it well. He couldn't avoid it without exposing the women he was holding to the hit. He jumped and twisted, meanwhile growling out the name of his next state. Mentor no To-Remu. Naruto's visible markings pulsed again, and more of the slate blue chakra poured out of them. It surrounded him in a layer about half an inch thick on average, and formed the outline of a fox. Once formed, the mantle of chakra seemed to solidify. Unlike most displays of chakra impressive enough to be visible, there was no constant movement. It stayed relatively still, moving only as Naruto did. The Ronin's katana came down towards Naruto's back when the chakra suddenly moved, sliding off to one side. The chakra mantle, combined with the oblique angle Naruto had shifted into, deflected most of the force from the katana strike. Instead of cutting deeply into his back, it served only to carve a long but shallow gash in his back. He felt a flash of blinding pain at the cut. But he didn't even flinch, didn't let it ruin his concentration. He completed his spin, and see the woman on the ground while still in midair. He landed in a crouch, leaning forward. His left hand was planted on the ground while his right was ped back, claws spread. No sooner had he landed than he leapt forward again, springing at the Ronin with the bloody sword. The doomed man launched another slash, but to no avail. Naruto's arm, still protected by his Mentor no To-Remu, swept around in a circular parry and knocked the blade harmlessly aside. For a second, Naruto's world seemed to slow to a crawl. He was aware of the shrinking distance between him and the Ronin, was aware of his claws poised to strike. He could hear his mother's voice again, telling him that it was him or the enemy, telling him there was no time to hesitate. He almost did anyway. But then he remembered the battered woman behind him. While he may have found it hard to kill when it was only his life in danger, adding the life of an innocent woman into the equation erased all doubt. There was a spray of blood as the man's throat was torn out. Naruto's first kill fell to the ground. He felt Yugito, her own Mentor no To-Remu activated in the form of a yellow-orange cat, press her back to his. Their minds fell back to the hundreds of hours of taijutsu training that they had been through together. Their minds synchronized as they prepared to battle together once more. The Ronin never had a chance. Naruto caught a descending katana between his hands. He spun to the side, ripping the katana out of the man's hand and leaving him defenseless. Yujito's claws flashed in Naruto's wake and ripped open the man's abdomen. He collapsed, his viscera spreading over the ground. Still holding the blade by the tip, Naruto swung it at the next Ronin in line. He was able to raise his own blade to block easily. But Naruto hadn't been trying to score a hit. He had let go of the weapon and reversed his spin before the blades ever made contact. But now the man's sword was high and far to one side. He had no defense as Yujito's kick smashed into his temple and cracked his skull. Naruto leapt over a low slash from the next Ronin. He twisted as he jumped, sending his body into a flat spin. He hooked his arms around the man's head in midair and let the momentum of his spin break the Ronin's neck with a sharp crack. He landed in perfect balance in front of his next foe. The Ronin had already begun an attack, but it would never have the chance to land. Naruto's left hand shot out with frightening speed, hitting the man on the chin with a palm strike that snapped his head up. The claws of Naruto's feet dug into the ground, increasing traction as his body pivoted. He drove his right fist into the man's exposed throat and felt the windpipe collapse under the force of the blow. Naruto looked behind him to see Yujito's third kill drop to the ground. The rest of the Ronin were running, along with the Drag Lord. At least they started to run. Two of them collapsed to the ground, screaming as arcs of electricity crackled across their bodies. The remaining enemies stopped as they saw Maitoku standing 50 feet in front of them, with Akana right behind him. The remaining 4 Ronin made their decision quickly, despite the protests of their leader. For Katana dropped to the ground as the Ronin raised their hands in surrender. "Well, what do you know?" Akana's voice rang out over the camp. "It seems like you guys are smarter than you look. Maitoku, move their weapons away from them. Naruto, bind them with ninja wire. Wrists get tied together behind their back and either ankle gets tied to their neighbors. Yujito, come with me to check on their prisoners." Naruto released his Mantoru no To-Remu as he walked over to the prisoners, but kept the first stage of his bloodline active until they were all securely bound. Not that he thought he'd need it against them, but it did add to intimidation and would help deter any rash actions. He felt his body return to normal as he released the transformation and stretched a bit. It always took a little bit to get used to his standard form after using Megurushi no To-Remu. While he was stretching, Maitoku got a good look at his back. "You're injured." "Not anymore, that healing factor comes in handy. I'm going to have to get this shirt patched up though." Naruto noticed Akana walking over as he finished speaking. The cold fury in her gaze caused the bound prisoners to squirm uncomfortably. "Naruto, Maitoku, follow me. We need to discuss our present situation. And you." The men visibly cringed as her attention was refocused on them. She flashed through a quick series of hand seals and formed a bunshin. "I'll be watching over you. And if you so much as think about trying to escape, you'll wish I had let my students finish you off. Do I make myself clear?" The captive men nodded dumbly. Satisfied, Akana spun on her heel and walked away, followed closely by her 2 students. Akana waited until they were out of earshot of their captives before turning to face her students. The fury was gone from her gaze as he faced them, replaced with gentle concern. "How are you feeling?" That's when it all came back to Naruto. At the time he had buried it behind the needs of the moment, ignored it while he concentrated on the fight at hand. Even afterwards he had been able to push it out of his mind as he secured the prisoners. But now, in his mind's eye, he could see the face of his first victim as the Ronin realized he was about to die. He could still feel the second man's neck snap and the third man vainly gasping for air. He found himself staring at his right hand, still stained with blood. "I killed them, 3 of them," his voice came out. As a whisper, "It was just like you said. No time to think, no time to worry about morals. They were just obstacles, things I needed to get out of my way. But then, when I killed them, I felt vindicated. I was happy when they died." His voice started trailing off. "Why was I happy?" "Because they were wretched, evil men." Akana's voice was clear, without a hint of hesitation. They had kidnapped those women and beaten them. They hadn't violated them yet, but you could see easily enough what would have happened if you hadn't interfered. In killing the Ronin, you protected those innocent women. That's something to be proud of. Even so, you killed for the first time today. Don't expect it to be easy, it never is. Just give it time, and you'll come to accept it. If any of you find yourselves having trouble coming to terms with what you did, come find me. It's one of the things I'm here for. NarutoxYugito, I'm impressed with the restraint you showed today. Many genin confronted with a situation they felt so strongly about would have jumped straight in, especially if they believed their opponent to be weaker than them. Instead, you waited for backup to arrive, which is never a bad idea in the shinobi world. I can't blame you for going in when you did either. Just remember, if you ever find yourself facing significantly talented opposition while you're on Team 4, wait for me no matter what. For now though, we need to cook some dinner and get those women fed. After that we'll rest for the night. We'll rest for 8 hours. Yujito has first watch, Naruto second, I'll take third, and my Toku will have fourth. Tomorrow morning we'll hitch the wagons and turn them around. If we go down the path for 2 hours we'll reach an intersection that'll take us to the closest town. We should be able to reach it by sundown. Once we get there we'll drop off the women and the Ronin we captured, then we take our target back to Kumogakure. Oh, and I got the name of our drag lord. He's called Ryuzairo. How will the former captives get back to their homes? Akana allowed herself a wry grin. My Toku seemed to be as pragmatic as ever. We'll be arriving at a fairly large town, so quite a bit of trade goes through it. Money won't be an issue, there's enough of it in those wagons to buy them passage. They should even have enough left over to get some decent clothing. Naruto shuddered a bit at the cold tone in his mother's voice. She had absolutely no tolerance for any source of abuse directed at women. The kidnappers were lucky she was handing them over to the authorities. If she had decided to deal with them personally, their fate would have been much more unpleasant. The group moved out early the next morning. Akana was driving the lead wagon, which also contained the women they had rescued. Yujito had told my Toku, who really hadn't wanted to argue the point, that he was driving the middle wagon. She, of course, rode in the last wagon, which was driven by Naruto. However, this left her with nothing to occupy herself with. Inevitably, she got bored. After a brief search of the wagon's contents revealed nothing to amuse herself with, she decided to use Naruto. She spent the next half hour taxing his concentration. She ran her fingers through his hair, nibbled on his earlobe, leaned in close. In other words, decided to be just as appealing and distracting as possible. Naruto was, understandably, having significant difficulties concentrating on the task at hand. Yujito-chan. Yes. I'm, trying to concentrate on driving the wagon here. Any particular reason you're telling me this? Well, you're being kind of distracting. How so? Naruto made a soft growling sound from the back of his throat before speaking in a tone that clearly betrayed his impatience. Yujito. Well, it just so happens that I'm bored, and there's nothing else of interest in this wagon. So you're just going to have to deal with it. Like hell I will. Naruto performed a few quick hand seals, then moved the reins into the hands of a startled Saitiki Bunshin. Yujito let out a small squeak of surprise and anticipation as Naruto's tackle carried the couple into the back of the wagon. Team 4 made it to the city Akana had mentioned during the early evening hours. After the wagons had been driven up to the station kept by local authorities, she had given them a voucher stamped with the seal of Kumogakure and told them to find a hotel for the night. The 3 genin had promptly found a 4-room suite, designed with ninja teams in mind, and settled down to wait for Akana's arrival. She made it 4 hours later, with a distinctly disgruntled expression on her face. I hate dealing with administrators. I swear, the more I work with them the more I'm convinced they're all idiots, with the possible exception of Raikage-sama. What happened? Mainly it's just that they draw everything out. I should have been able to have everything sorted out in about half an hour. But no, I was there for 3 hours. Now come on. We're getting dinner, I'll tell you what we're doing from there. They scoured the city briefly, before finding a barbecue restaurant. Once there, Akana decided to elaborate. Well, the law enforcement agencies of this town are going to take care of the Ronin we caught. They're also going to sort through the wagons and their contents, so that's one less thing we'll have to worry about. They did try to pass off the responsibility of getting those women home on us, but I put my foot down on that. They were rather shocked to find out how adamant I could be. A spark jumped from Akana's fingertips to the table during her last sentence. "Kusan, didn't you tell us not to assault civilian authorities, ever?" "Yes, but they were getting on my nerves. And I still expect you to abide by that rule." She ignored Naruto's subsequent mutterings about hypocrisy. "Anyways, since I've arranged for law enforcement to take care of that, we'll be leaving tomorrow for Kumogakure with the Ryuzairo. I'll carry him, which means our travel speed shouldn't suffer. So we should be back home 4 days from now." As an afterthought she threw in, "Naruto, keep your elbows off the table. I taught you better manners than that." This, of course, caused Naruto to spout another diatribe about how much it sekidi to have his mother as a jounin sensei. Akana just grinned and ignored him. "Embarrassing your child," she concluded, "could just be so much fun." The team hit the road early next morning, with the Ryuzairo trussed like a pig and slung over Akana's shoulder. He spent the entire time throwing insults at them, the girls especially. At lunch, Naruto took note of the less than amused expressions on both females' faces and decided to give the man fair warning. "You know, I'd watch my mouth if I were you. While it is considered unbecoming for a shinobi to strike a prisoner, many kunoichi have rather short tempers. After seeing your captives, Yugito-chan and Akana-sensei are already on a short fuse." Naruto flicked his head aside to avoid the glob of spit Ryuzairo launched his way. "Shut your mouth, brat. I don't need any advice from a snot-nosed kid like you. Suit yourself, but don't say I didn't give you fair warning." Later that night, Naruto was shaken awake by Yugito to begin second watch. Emerging from his tent, he wasn't at all surprised to see Ryuzairo sporting a black eye and a split lip. "I do recall advising you to shut up." He expected another quick, angry, blunt, unimaginative and coarse retort. Instead he heard his captive speak in a low, calm voice. "You brats disgust me." Naruto sat down on a tree branch before replying in a cheerful voice, "What was that?" "I said you disgust me, all of you. All full of your cheerful optimism. So sure that you're in the right, that your pure morals are absolute. Do you think we're idiots? We know the world isn't that simple. Right and wrong is subjective, so are morals and ethics. A person's actions will align themselves with that person's own take on morality. That's why the elemental nations war. Power, however, is absolute. That's why the elemental nations exist. Individuals are left to find a way to balance their morals with those of the greater powers in the world. That's what I've done. Sure, I'll be forced to do things that I may not like. But I'll be doing far more things that I do approve of, and I'll eventually be in a position of power, able to use my influence to exert my morals on the world. I've found a place where I can do more good than bad. You, however, have openly flouted authority and brought harm to countless innocent people. Morality may just be shades of gray, but you're close corrupt enough that I'm not conflicted about stopping you in the least. Now, if you'll shut up, I have to keep watch." The man opened his mouth, but Naruto cut him off. "I said to shut up. Can you do it yourself, or do I have to do it for you?" The man wisely decided to shut up. Naruto was relieved from his watch by Mitoku, who seemed just as fed up with their prisoner as Naruto was. He did hide it much better though, but Naruto figured that if Ryuzairo pushed Mitoku too far he'd regret it. Akana had the final watch, and was still upset over the captive females he had kept. Needless to say, Ryuzairo was much less outspoken for the rest of the journey. Nevertheless, Team 4 was excited when they finally pulled into view of Kumo. Once they got there, they could drop their prisoner off and wouldn't have to worry about him again. What they weren't expecting was to find a sealed letter waiting for them at the gate. "Orders from Raikage-sama," one of the guards explained. "Leave your captive here, someone will be along to pick him up soon. You're supposed to report directly to Raikage-sama's office to give your report." The Raikage wants an ORL report about a C-rank mission. The skepticism was apparent in Akana's voice. He almost never personally debriefs shinobi about anything less than A rank. The Chunin shrugged. "Hey, I just read the orders. I didn't give them." Akana shrugged, then dropped her captive unceremoniously to the dirt. "Better see what he wants then. Team 4, follow me." She ran into the village before leaping to the rooftops and making her way toward the Raikage's tower. They arrived shortly, Then Akana gave a full and detailed report of their mission. When she finished, Team 4 stood at attention, awaiting the Raikage's response. Very good, you handled yourselves admirably. Now, I'm sure you're wondering why I called your team here for a personal debriefing. He paused for a moment to examine the team, finding the expected looks of curiosity on all of their faces. The truth is, I didn't call you here for a debriefing. You have another C rank. Now I know it's unusual for a rookie genin team to be given 2 of them in a row, but Akana has had the most experience with this guy out of all our shinobi here. She leaned forward slightly. Who? In response, the Raikage tossed her a folder. She snatched it out of the air and flipped it open, glancing at the photo. A look of resignation crossed her face as she glared at the Raikage. Sometimes I hate you. The Raikage just grinned. Akana gave a full and detailed report of their mission. When she finished, Team 4 stood at attention, awaiting the Raikage's response. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his desk before speaking. Very good, you handled yourselves admirably. Now, I'm sure you're wondering why I called your team here for a personal debriefing. He paused for a moment to examine the team, finding the expected looks of curiosity on all of their faces. The truth is, I didn't call you here for a debriefing. You have another C rank. Now I know it's unusual for a rookie genin team to be given 2 of them in a row, but Akana has had the most experience with this guy out of all our shinobi here. She leaned forward slightly. What guy? In response, the Raikage tossed her a folder. She snatched it out of the air and flipped it open, glancing at the photo. A look of resignation crossed her face as she glared at the Raikage. Sometimes I hate you. He just grinned. Naruto tried to keep quiet, but didn't quite manage it. Hey, 3 days ago you threatened me if I didn't show Raikage-sama more respect. He was my jounin sensei, I'm entitled. Yeah, of course you'd get the exception. What's so bad about this guy we need to catch anyways? She groaned again. We're going after Kazuhiko Izanagi. He's the most two-faced, smooth-talking, treacherous BSRD I've ever met. He's probably the most aggravating and soulless person I've ever met as well. She turned to face the Raikage again. Why do I have to go find him? He stole a document that was en route to the Lightning Daimyo, who wants it back. Izanagi specializes in stealth and infiltration, so his combat skills are severely lacking. This makes the mission a C rank. You're going because you've had more experience dealing with and finding him than anyone else in the village. Lucky me. The Raikage continued as if he hadn't heard her. Intelligence suggests that he's in Nagunta City, and that folder contains just about anything that could be of help to you. You'll have 2 days to relax a bit and brief your team, then you head out. Are there any questions? Can't Nagao do it instead? The Raikage fixed Akana with a level stare. He could, but I gave the mission to you. Did I mention earlier that I hate you sometimes? The Raikage rolled his eyes and leaned back in his chair. Dismissed. As Team 4 walked through the streets, Akana's irritation was plain to see. They moved in silence for several seconds before Maitoka finally spoke. Raikage-sama mentioned that you've had dealings with the man before? Yeah, I've worked with and against him. The man has no morals, and no sense of loyalty to anybody except himself and anyone he happens to be working with at the moment. Like the Raikage said, he's a pushover when it comes to combat. But that doesn't mean he's not dangerous. The man is a genius when it comes to stealth and infiltration, easily better than most ANBU. He uses that ability to steal secrets and documents of all kinds. You said you've worked against him, Maitoku interjected. Does that mean he actively works against Rai no Kuni? Yes and no, he's worked against our nation. But does so less than he works against everyone else, which is why he's tolerated. His actions hurt our enemies more than they hurt us. Balancing his pros against his cons, I suppose. It's a smart move on his part though, give him one place that'll tolerate him. It's rather typical of his way of thinking. So you know a lot about him then. More than just about anybody else in this village, and I've got a day to fill you in. True to her word, Akana spent the next 2 days drilling everything she knew about Izanagi into their heads. They learned about his looks, mannerisms, speech patterns, about the minor genjutsus he could use to great effect when evading pursuit, and much more. Her genin began to feel as though they knew the man, despite never having been anywhere near him. The team left in the early morning as soon after the 2 days given to them by the Raikage were up. They covered ground quickly, moving to the southwest corner of Rai no Kuni. Moving at full speed, they arrived in about 2.5 days. They barely even slowed as they entered the city, moving straight for the hotel that had been booked for them. They arrived panting, slightly out of breath. Akana-sensei, Yujito's voice broke the silence. Was it really wise to enter like that? Izanagi's sure to know there are ninja about now. That's the point. The man is extremely inquisitive. He won't be able to resist trying to figure out why we're here. And if we have him sniffing around trying to find us instead of trying to lay low, it'll be a lot easier to find him. I see. But now, he's likely to come snooping around later tonight, so we have to be paying attention. In other words, stay alert for nearby chakra signatures. NarutoxYugito, I'm going to have one of you waiting on the roof since you two are better able to suppress your chakra signature. With luck, we can find him tonight. But for now, let's eat. Naruto ended up drawing the short straw and was stuck waiting outside. He was crouched on a slightly taller building that overlooked his hotel. He had a black bandana tied over his bright yellow hair, but it did little to stop the rain that had started about an hour after he got outside. He was wet, cold, and in a very bad mood. Izanagi, he decided, had better show up soon. He didn't, and Naruto spent 5 hours crouched outside with no sign of his quarry. Then, at about 3 o'clock in the morning, he sensed something. There was a chakra signature slowly approaching from the north. Naruto crushed the sudden surge of elation. He couldn't afford to let his emotions ruin his concentration and cause his chakra to spike. He slowly shifted position, changing his field of view and spotting a shadowy figure moving slowly across the rooftops. He moved quickly yet stealthily to the roof of the hotel. No sooner had he touched down than Akana appeared on the roof with a crackle of electricity. Naruto also saw Yujito and Mitoku burst out the window and sprint up the side of the building. Izanagi, Akana's voice rang out clearly, "We need to talk." Akana, it's been a while, hasn't it? Izanagi's voice was smooth and dripped with charm, sincerity, and charisma. He completely ignored Yujito and Mitoku as they arrived on the roof alongside Akana. Let's see, 5 years. Yes, back when we stole that trade information from the water daimyo. I'm not here to talk about the past. You never seem to be, always so serious and full of business. You need to learn to relax a little. I'd help, but unfortunately I must be going. He broke to his right suddenly, sprinting towards the edge of the roof. Mitoku didn't even seem to notice him moving. Naruto picked up on his other teammates' reactions as well. Yujito stared at his former position for about a second before shrugging something off and sprinting after him while Akana quickly brought her hands up in the ram sign before giving chase. The man had obviously used a genjutsu. Izanagi was fast and was gone from the rooftop in the blink of an eye. Luckily, however, he was moving towards Naruto. The aforementioned genin was still hard-pressed to catch him though. He landed on the far corner of the building and leapt off almost immediately. Naruto had sprinted across the building as soon as he saw Izanagi move, and just managed to catch the older man's ankle. He whirled, and tossed the infiltrator back towards the center of the roof. Izanagi was caught by surprise, and hit the roof in an undignified heap. He was back on his feet quickly though, and Naruto got his first good look at their quarry. The man was completely unremarkable in appearance. He was of standard height, standard weight, plain face, brown eyes, black hair. Even his clothes were unremarkable, made of drab-colored cloth and in a plain cut. Only by observing his eyes closely could one tell that there was anything special about the man. They had a shifty intelligence, and spoke of a lifetime of experience. Naruto noted how they were darting around the rooftop, obviously looking for an escape route. So the fourth member of the team makes his appearance. I was wondering when you'd show up. The grin soon faded from his face though, and Naruto knew why. He had felt the chakra lacing Izanagi's words, a sound-based genjutsu. It never quite caught a firm hold on Naruto however, and he was able to shrug it off with minimal effort. I'm sorry, you'll find that won't work too well on me. Didn't work too well on your Kunoichi teammate either. You're them, aren't you? the wielders of this To-Remu Yajuuki bloodline I keep hearing about. Naruto grinned as the rest of his team arrived. That's right, so if you just cooperate for a second. Izanagi flashed a grim smile. Sorry kid, but it's not like genjutsu is the only thing I've got up my sleeve. He shifted his weight slightly, and the area was suddenly enveloped in smoke. When it cleared, Izanagi was gone. Yugito and Naruto were both moving in slow circles. Their Megurishi no To-Remu was active and they had enacted another stage as well. They now had slitted pupils, and their irises had adopted the color of their markings. There was also chakra surrounding their ears, taking on a form suggestive of those of a cat or fox. Well, asked Akana, anything? Naruto growled in frustration. No, not even with Ishiki no To-Remu. We can catch his scent where he was standing, but then it's like he just disappeared. We'll split up then. Naruto and Yugito will pair up, Mitoku's with me. Search the area in concentric circles. He has to have left some trace of where he went. The four shinobi leapt off the roof in a blur. Izanagi was standing on the top floor of the building, and let out a sigh of relief as he felt them leave. He had phased through the roof to escape his pursuers. It was a useful escape jutsu that he had just learned. It was nigh impossible to sense it being used. There was no sound and no chakra surge like what would be felt with a shunshin. He was lucky to have it. Akana was highly gifted in genjutsu. And however To-Remu Yajuuki helped its bearers, it seemed to make them highly resistant to genjutsu. He'd have to lay low for the rest of the night, and leave tomorrow. The following morning a team of very disgruntled shinobi met back at their hotel room. They had spent all night running around the city, and not seen hide nor hair of Izanagi. Demon, Naruto muttered, I've never seen anybody just disappear like that. Not even Raikage-sama. That's because Izanagi has trained exclusively in stealth and infiltration. I don't even know how he pulled that escape off, and I've worked alongside him before. Even when you're allied with him, he hides his abilities. He'll use genjutsu to cover up many of the things he does, and always insists on splitting up. I get the picture. Got any idea as to what he'll do next? Oh, that's easy, he's going to leave. Wait, all that talk about how unpredictable and secretive he is. And you can just predict his next move that easily? Oh, I can't predict his next move. But you just said he's going to leave. I can predict the purpose of his next move. I know he'll want to get out of here. What I don't know is how. He could climb the walls, leave under disguise, hide in a wagon, leave under a genjutsu. There's no way to tell. So how are we supposed to catch him? We're going to patrol the city and try to sense his chakra signature. Wonderful. The sarcasm was evident in Naruto's voice. When do we start? Now. Naruto groaned. He had barely gotten a few hours of sleep before he had gone out to watch for Izanagi the previous night. Then he spent half the night crouched on a rooftop, in the rain. He proceeded to spend the rest of the night running around the entire city, also in the rain. Now he was going to run all around the edges of the city, and the kami-forsaken rain still hadn't stopped. He sighed. It was shaping up to be a crappy day. He bit back his complaint, though, and leapt after Yugito as the pair took off to continue scouring the city. 2 hours later Naruto was really starting to get annoyed, and a bit fatigued. He had spent 2.5 days of hard travel, a night spent running around in the rain, followed by a day spent running around in the rain. If it wasn't for his inhuman stamina, he doubted he'd even be aware of his surroundings. Stamina or no, his fatigue got the better of him, and he stumbled as he landed on the next roof. Yugito placed a steadying hand on his shoulder. You okay? Yeah, just starting to get a bit tired is all. I didn't get to sleep in shifts like the rest of you. Then you shouldn't draw the short straw next time. If I'd have known it was the short straw, do you really think I'd have drawn it? Whatever, just settle down and get a little bit of rest. Then we can keep going. Naruto nodded and leaned back against a cooling unit on the roof. As he let himself relax, he found his mind drifting back to his brief encounter with Izanagi last night. Something was bothering him, but he couldn't quite place it. Wait, that was it? He had been fleeing to the east. They had already been fairly close to the eastern edge of the city, and there were no more gates in the walls any further in that direction. In fact, the walls themselves stopped where they met a massive series of cliffs. Izanagi couldn't have been planning on climbing them, they were made of shale. Loose, slippery shale that would crash down and slice apart anyone that was foolish enough to climb it. It made that section of the town very dangerous. The only things there were heavily reinforced warehouses that contained cargo from boats moving along the river. That's it, he shot to his feet, all fatigue forgotten. The river. What do you mean the river? Last night, when he was fleeing from the rooftop, he was headed east. There's nothing east of there except warehouses and the docks. He was heading to the river, it was his first instinct. He's going to use it to get out of the city. Come on. Wait, Naruto, are you sure? But Naruto was already gone, leaping along the rooftops as he headed towards the river. Yugito bit back a curse and leapt after him, thumbing the radio on her belt so she could tell Akana where they were going. Naruto didn't stop until he reached the last tall building that overlooked the docks. Upon arrival, he stood at the edge and stared down at the streets below. Yugito landed next to him. River, huh? I don't see him. I don't know when he's leaving, Yugito-chan, only where he's doing it from. Wait there. Yugito followed Naruto's pointing finger and, sure enough, a figure could be seen running down the street between rows of warehouses. Yugito opened her mouth to give him a plan of pursuit, but Naruto was already gone. He can be so impulsive at times, she grumbled. Then she hit the switch on her radio. Akana-sensei, we have visual contact among the warehouses by the river. We're initiating pursuit. Akana's voice came back, garbled slightly by static. Understood, Maitoku and I are on our way. Yugito switched the radio back to standby mode and leapt off after Naruto. The aforementioned blonde was making good time. He had guessed Izanagi's route correctly and put on all speed. He landed in the middle of an alley about 15 seconds before Izanagi came sprinting around the corner. He pulled up short as he saw Naruto waiting for him. Oh, you too. My day keeps getting better and better. This doesn't have to be so difficult. If you just be willing to surrender the S-ear dash. Naruto was cut off as another cloud of smoke obscured the man. This time, however, he was able to notice Izanagi's chakra signature slipping into a warehouse. With a grin of triumph, he ran up the wall and through a window, throwing himself headlong inside. He landed on a stack of crates, and just glimpsed a shadowy figure run by underneath him. He gave chase, but Izanagi managed to lose him in the warehouse. He was, however, forced to give himself away while opening a door to get out. Naruto arrived at a dead sprint and almost bowled over Yugito as he ran outside. About time I found you, start thinking before you run off. Naruto grinned sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. Heh, sorry Yugito-chan. Guess I just got carried away. Obviously. Anyways, Akana-sensei should be here soon. Then we should be able to get him. Naruto's expression went from sheepish to serious in the blink of an eye. Wait, you mean she's not already here? No, she's on the far side of the city with Maitoku. Why? He said you too. When Izanagi saw me he said, oh, you too. He had someone else chasing him as well, and if it's not Akana-sensei, then we've got competition. Yeah, the familiar markings of Megurushi no To-Remu appeared on Naruto's skin, and he activated Ishiki no To-Remu soon after. He gave a brief sigh, still amazed at how greatly his senses were enhanced. He twisted his head slightly, catching Izanagi's scent. This way, come on. The two shinobi took off at a dead run. Now they really needed to catch their quarry quickly. Izanagi was fast though, and was able to lead them on quite a chase. He was also able to work his way back to more populated areas. Naruto found that out the hard way, turning a corner and nearly trampling a purple-clad girl. He grabbed her by the shoulders briefly as he ran by, steadying her. Then he ran on with her cries of anger ringing in his ears. Their chase came to an abrupt, though hopefully temporary end, as they charged into a building only to find it empty. It was at that moment that Akana landed behind them. Where is he? Good question, Naruto snarled, angry at himself for letting the man get away. He's just so dim and slippery, we can't keep track of him. He has to be close though, we saw him run into this building and we aren't under a genjutsu. Oh, he also alluded to someone else trying to chase him down. Did he give you any clue as to who they are? Nope, not at all. All I know is that we're probably not the only ones trying to catch this guy. Nothing ever seems to go well that involves this guy. Okay, from now on we move as a unit. Let's see if we can sense his chakra. We need to catch him fast. Before the genin could voice their agreement, an explosion rumbled throughout the district, likely from a large explosive tag. The four of them exchanged glances, then raced off. They arrived at the smoking crater about a minute later. Naruto and Yugito immediately took a few sniffs and conferred with each other, then turned to address their teammates. There were 4 people here. Izanagi was one, along with another male in his 20s. There were also 3 people about our age, 2 male and 1 female. Akana looked up from where she was analyzing the crater. Must have been another genin team. Did anybody get caught in the blast? Doubtful, there's no blood. Okay then, start trying to find chakra signatures. See if you can pick out a group of 3 that have reserves around genin level. The other team searching for Izanagi saw him last, so they'll have a better idea of where he is now than we do. They're also going to be a lot easier to sense than he is. Hell, the jounin with them might be easier to sense than Izanagi. Got them. Naruto and Yugito spoke simultaneously, both having picked up on the chakra signatures of the 3 genin almost instantly. Akana nodded, having picked up on the signatures as well. Okay, let's go. Team 4 set off and Akana soon noticed something. They're moving towards us. Naruto grinned. Hopefully that means they're herding Izanagi in our direction. Mitoku briefly adjusted the kodachi at his hip before speaking. That is a distinct possibility, and a most welcome one at that. I've grown weary of chasing this one. Yugito quirked an eyebrow. Wow, Mitoku, that has to be the most words I've ever heard you speak at once. Akana cut in before Mitoku could reply. Quiet, if Izanagi is coming towards us, we don't want to alert him of our presence before he arrives. Talk if you have to, otherwise keep your mouths closed. The 4 shinobi hurtled forward in the tense silence, each of them hoping that their chase was finally at its end. They rounded a corner to see Izanagi sprinting towards them. He skidded to an abrupt stop and spun around, only to see 4 more shinobi turn that corner. They all bore Konoha highlights. A bearded jounin met Akana's gaze as he removed a cigarette from his mouth and stomped it out beneath his heel. You were one of Kumo's diplomats. It's been what now, 10 years? Yeah, 10 years. She turned to regard her team. It should go without saying, but we can't let them get that scroll. The jounin turned to his team as well. Well, looks like you'll get a bit of a fight after all. It was the dark-haired boy standing behind his sensei that, in Akana's opinion, summed up the situation quite nicely. How troublesome. Izanagi looked back and forth at the teams standing at both ends of the alley. Well, I certainly seem to be popular today. Why don't you just duke it out and the winner can come find me? Izanagi suddenly found himself on the receiving end of 8 incredulous stares. What? I thought it was at least worth a shot. The alley lapsed into a tense silence as all 3 sides prepared for fight, or flight. It was broken rather suddenly. Hey, you're the guy who almost ran me over earlier. A start, Naruto realized that he did indeed recognize the purple-clad girl who had just stepped out from behind her sensei. You should be more careful. That street was all muddy, and you almost knocked me down. Ino, this isn't the time. But, Asuma-sensei. I said this isn't the time. Right now we have a real problem. There was a slight emphasis put on the word real. We need to get that scroll off of him. I'll take Akana, the jounin with them. The 3 of you are going to have to get that scroll off of Izanagi. Shikamaru, do you think the 3 of you can handle that? We'll have to see. I don't know anything about their capabilities yet. Well, try anyways. Shikamaru sighed. How troublesome. Akana turned to look at her team. The jounin with them is Sarutobi Asuma, the Sandame's son. You're not ready to face him yet, so I'll have to deal with him. His genin team looks like they're related to the Ino Shikacho trio from the 3rd Great Ninja War, probably their children, so be careful. Just remember, we need to make sure that Izanagi doesn't get away too. The Ino Shikacho trio have significant political influence in Konoha, and they have significant influence in Konoha. We're already on shaky terms with that village, so no killing unless you have no choice. This is just a mess, isn't it? Naruto reactivated his Megurishi no To-Remu as he spoke, flexing his claws before closing his hands into fists. Asuma's eyes narrowed at the far side of the alley. Huh, I've never seen anything like that before, and to not use any hand signs. It's their bloodline, To-Remu Yajuuki. It was created 10 years ago by some sort of sealing incident. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he turned to regard Izanagi, his limbs becoming outlined in chakra as he activated Shirtai no To-Remu. You really need to learn how to shut up sometimes. He sprang forward with eye-blurring speed. Asuma cursed and leapt forward as well, prompting a similar reaction from Akana. Izanagi looked at the foes charging from both sides, and quickly decided that discretion was the better part of valor. Sticking to the walls, he scaled them and got out of harm's way. Naruto and Asuma were left bearing down on each other. Naruto remembered Akana's warning, and his thoughts went along much the same lines as Izanagi's. He slowed his pace slightly, allowing Akana to catch up to him. Then just before he reached Asuma, he stopped suddenly, racing off to one side. Asuma had his trench knives out to the sides of his body, preparing to fend off the wide, sweeping blows that were invariably used with claws. Akana took full advantage of this, driving a punch through his defenses that sent him reeling. He reacted on instinct, swiping across with his trench knives as he stumbled back. Akana pulled back, her instincts warning her about something. Her caution paid off as she saw a deep gash appear in the wall of the alley, a full foot away from Asuma's knife. That was all Naruto saw of their fight as he raced up the wall after Izanagi. With the speed boost he gained from Shirtai no To-Remu, he caught the man fairly quickly, and Yugito soon pulled up on the other side of him. Seeing that running wasn't going to get him anywhere, Izanagi went to ground, well, figuratively at least. He landed on a roof and spun to face his pursuers. They stood staring at each other briefly before Naruto broke the silence. So, you've finally given up on running away, have you? Of course not, I'm just waiting for the rest of them to catch up. Most genin can't move as quickly as we can, you know. Naruto spun around, just in time to see a giant green ball rolling towards him. He recognized the Akimichi clan's Nikatanku no Jutsu, and knew he didn't want to get hit by it. Unfortunately, even with Shirtai no To-Remu, he didn't have time to move out of the way. Instead, the chakra around his limbs changed, appearing more intense and compact as he tapped into another aspect of his bloodline. He dug his feet in and met the attack as he growled out the name of the latest aspect of his bloodline. Chikara no To-Remu. He brought his hands forward, halting the hurtling ball of Akimichi when it was about half a foot away. The stop was only temporary, however. The Akimichi kept rolling, and Naruto felt himself being slowly pushed backwards. He growled again as he looked behind him. There wasn't much real estate between him and the edge of the roof. If he didn't do something soon, he was going to get pushed off. He grinned as an idea crossed his mind. If it didn't work, he was going to be hurting a lot. Oh well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. He threw himself backwards, landing flat on his back and letting the Akimichi roll forward. Naruto acted quickly. He had little choice if he wanted to avoid being run over. He slid his feet under the Akimichi's leading edge and heaved upwards, lifting the Akimichi's bulk into the air. His knees and elbows bent, allowing the rolling attack to get dangerously close. Even with the strength provided by this aspect of his bloodline, he couldn't hold this much weight for long, but he didn't have to. With a cry of effort, he moved his limbs straight upwards while rocking back on his shoulder blades. He hurled the Akimichi off of him, sending the Konohinin skipping across an adjacent rooftop before crashing down into an alley. Naruto flipped to his feet, and let an amused smile creep onto his face at the look of shocked amazement worn on Ino's face. Yugito's voice snapped him out of his brief reverie. Naruto, watch the shadow. He snapped his gaze down to the roof, and saw a shadow snaking his way towards him from the pineapple-haired boy standing on the corner of the roof. He leapt backwards, leaping nimbly across the roof just ahead of the shadow. Naruto shot his gaze over to Izanagi as he leapt back from the shadow. Yugito, he's using this as a distraction to get away. Yugito growled, and moved to block off Izanagi's escape. Unfortunately, the Akimichi picked that moment to hop back onto the rooftop. His arrival forced Yugito to skid to a stop, allowing Izanagi an open escape route. But he was soon forced to stop as well. 3 kunai that embedded themselves in the roof ahead of him, announcing Mitoku's presence. This is so troublesome. What do you mean, Shikamaru? Naruto turned to look at Ino, who had asked the question. Sure, it's a fight, but they're just genin like us. It's not just a fight, Ino, we need to keep track of Izanagi too. We also have to worry about their bloodline, which we know very little about. Oh. Shikamaru turned to look at his other teammate. Chuji, how are you feeling? He answered between bites of potato chips. A little sore. That throw was impressive. I've never even heard of that happening to anyone in my clan. Yeah, he's pretty good. And we haven't even seen what his teammates are capable of yet. But since Izanagi mentioned that the girl shares a bloodline with him, it's likely that they have similar capabilities. The other one seems to be a weapons specialist, but aside from that we know little about them. We don't really even know too much about the guy who tossed you. Our capabilities, however, are more well known due to the fame of our fathers. He sighed. How troublesome. Naruto scanned the rooftop quickly, assessing the situation. Yugito, try to get that scroll from Izanagi. Mitoku, you're with me. We need to keep the Konohanin off of her back. Mitoku nodded in agreement. Okay then, Naruto let his Chikara no To-Remu fade. Let's go. Akana twirled backwards, gracefully avoiding a slash of Asuma's knife. She had learned rather quickly that blocking those knives with her kunai only led to holding kunai halves. She stumbled with his next attack, allowing the knife to carve a deep gash across her abdomen. Asuma frowned as she disappeared, swirling away into nothingness. Asuma just continued the sweep of his blade, drawing a superficial cut across his forearm and using the pain to break the genjutsu more easily. Akana was revealed standing at the entrance of the alley, arms crossed in front of her. Are the knives really necessary? Neither of us wants to create an incident by killing the other during a C-rank. Asuma straightened, ignoring her previous comment as he asked his own question. It's him, isn't it, Uzumaki Naruto? Akana's eyes narrowed, and she did well to keep any traces of surprise or alarm from her face. He's an Araiki, not an Uzumaki. Besides, he's not a Jinchuriki and he has a bloodline. Neither of which were true for Uzumaki Naruto. I never said I had it all figured out, but there are too many coincidences. He's the right age, he's got blonde hair and blue eyes. Let's not forget that his Jounin-sensei is the one who kidnapped Naruto. It's him. Akana grimaced. There was obviously nothing that she'd be able to say to dissuade him from his idea. You're not taking him. Diplomatic relations med, I'll kill you before I let him go. Asuma was briefly taken aback by the ferocity in her voice. I'm not trying to kidnap him, don't want to put my team in any more danger. Right now I'm just worried about Izanagi. Keep it that way. Naruto leapt aside, dodging Chuji's oversized hand as it smashed down onto the roof. He turned his leap into a handspring, avoiding Shikamaru's questing shadow. Chuji had abandoned his Nikatanku no Jutsu after he found that it made him an easy target for Mitoku. Unfortunately, the weapons specialist had misjudged the added toughness Chuji gained from his increased size. The boy had taken a nasty shock, but hadn't been knocked unconscious like Mitoku had intended. Now Chuji was occupying Naruto up close, with Shikamaru giving him support with his Kagemain no Jutsu. He was also using his throwing weapons in conjunction with Ino to deflect Mitoku's attacks. Naruto had to admit, they were pretty good for genin. It was time to step it up a notch. He grinned, feeling a familiar lightness in his legs as they became limbed in chakra. Shirtai no To-Remu. He surged forward with a sudden burst of speed. Chuji swept an oversized arm at him, but didn't fully comprehend Naruto's new speed. Naruto waited until the last second before reacting, simply hopping over the arm and speeding forward. He sprinted the rest of the distance. Chuji dropped back, frantically trying to keep a bit of separation. As Naruto closed in, Chuji took a sidelong swipe at him. Naruto threw himself violently to one side, placing a hand on the ground to maintain his balance. He flipped up onto his hands, freeing his legs. Had he wanted to, he could have used the claws on his feet to open Chuji's throat, but he had been told that casualties were to be specifically avoided, so he opted to just knock him out of the fight for a while. His first foot smashed into the side of Chuji's head, dazing him. Naruto's second foot hit the throat, causing Chuji to clutch his throat and reel back. Naruto's eyes flicked between his other two opponents as his feet touched the ground, and he rushed Ino. He knew that Shikamaru would grow progressively more dangerous the closer he got to him. The shorter the distance between the two, the less time Naruto would have to react to Shikamaru's shadow. He'd deal with Ino first, and hopefully still have time to get to the shadow user before Chuji got back in the fight. Naruto, it's a trap. Naruto gave the area another glance as he heard Mitoku's warning, taking note of several details that had previously seemed innocuous. Due to Shikamaru's location, his shadow naturally merged with another shadow cast by a taller building off to the side. Ino was standing in that same patch of shadow. Furthermore, Shikamaru's back was turned and he had both hands held in front of him. Naruto had previously thought they held kunai to deflect Mitoku's own projectiles, but was now willing to bet that they were held in the final hand sign for the Kagemain no Jutsu. Naruto suddenly realized that even if he didn't know the exact method, Shikamaru had predicted Naruto's general plan of attack with perfect accuracy. He knew where Naruto was going to go as soon as the Kumonin did, and had set his trap accordingly. The blonde tried to swerve to the side, but it was too late. A tendril of shadow shot out from the larger patch and latched onto his own. He felt his body freeze as he heard the shadow user's lazy drawl. Kagemain no Jutsu success. Ino turned to take advantage of the situation, but Mitoku was already in motion. He threw a pair of kunai, attached by wires. The improvised bolos whirled through the air, crackling with electricity and forcing her back. He followed up with a stream of Sinbon that kept her dodging and moving steadily away from Naruto. Shikamaru sighed, watching Plan A go up in smoke as Ino was driven steadily away from Naruto. Troublesome, but he still had Plan B. He lifted his foot to begin repositioning Naruto, or at least he tried to. No matter how hard he tried to pull his foot up, Naruto didn't budge, and by extension neither did Shikamaru. Incredible, he gasped, to resist my Kagemain this much with just brute strength. I'm not using brute strength yet. It was true, he was just using his chakra to keep his feet stuck to the roof. It wasn't that different than tree walking. But that does seem to be my best course of action. The chakra surrounding Naruto's limbs compressed and intensified as he activated his Chikara no To-Remu. He wasted no time testing his improved strength, pushing his foot outwards into a wider stance. Sweat beaded on Shikamaru's brow as he fought to keep Naruto still. But the blonde's strength was relentless, and Shikamaru felt his foot sliding along the ground. As I suspected, your Kagemain links our movements together. Not only are your movements forced upon me, but mine are forced upon you as well. The jutsu just gives you an advantage in the resulting competition of strength. Shikamaru gritted his teeth. He'd never had this happen before. He was being completely overpowered by his own jutsu. Still, he could slow Naruto down. He should be able to buy enough time for Chuji to get an attack in. Then he felt himself bending at the knees and felt a sudden flood of disbelief. Naruto couldn't have figured it out, could he? Naruto jumped, bringing Shikamaru with him. It was only a short hop, taking both boys off the ground for just an instant. But in that instant, both boys lost contact with their shadow. In that instant, Shikamaru's shadow snapped back to its normal length. In that instant, the Kagemain no Jutsu was broken. Freed from Shikamaru's restricting influence, Naruto was moving as soon as he hit the ground. He turned to face Chuji's enormous fist descending in a hammer fist strike, and caught it with one hand. He turned to calmly gaze at Chuji, who was red-faced with effort as he tried to pull his hand free. I'd have thought, Naruto intoned calmly, that you'd have known better than to try that on me. He would have said more, but he could already see Shikamaru's shadow extending out of the corner of his eye. So instead he spun, and used his momentum combined with leverage to throw Chuji again. Shikamaru's eyes had a fraction of a second to widen before he was knocked off the roof by his teammate's bulk. Utilizing his Shurtai no To-Remu, Naruto actually made it to the edge of the roof before either of his airborne opponents. As he looked down into the alley, he could see Asuma and Akana locked together in combat. Apparently their fight had taken them in the same direction of their students. Akana had her back turned to him and didn't see the two airborne Konohinin. Asuma did. He performed an awkward disengage that had both combatants stumbling backwards and off balance. Akana had a split second to wonder about his choice before she went down as Shikamaru and Chuji flew into her. Naruto was already moving. He bore down on Asuma, switching to Mentor no To-Remu as he descended into the alley. Asuma turned and met Naruto's advance with a slash of his trench knife. Naruto responded by pitching himself violently to the side, placing a hand flat on the ground for support. He could have completely avoided the slash, but that would have taken him out of position for his own counter. Instead he moved just far enough, knowing his Mentor no To-Remu would be able to handle the rest of the attack. He was wrong. His eyes widened as he felt the blade shred his protective mantle of chakra like tissue paper. Aborting his attack, he threw himself backwards, nursing a gash on his arm. He flexed it experimentally, relieved to find that it still had its full range of movement. He returned his attention to Asuma as he felt his wound mend. Wind chakra channeled along the blade to increase its length and sharpness. Never actually seen somebody do that before. It appears my Mentor no To-Remu won't be as much help as I had hoped. He let it fade as he spoke, bringing up Chikara no To-Remu instead. Interesting, commented Asuma as the two traded as series of experimental attacks. I would have expected you to use your bloodline to increase your speed. Naruto ducked another knife slash and threw a punch as he snarled his reply. You know why I didn't? Naruto was correct, and Asuma's respect for the genin went up a few notches. Just about any green opponent would have opted for the speed boost in an attempt to erase or even eclipse the gap between the two of them. But Asuma had been paying attention when he saw Naruto use it before. Shirtai no To-Remu did provide an amazing increase in speed, but it only sped its user's limbs. While under its effect, the torso and head would be unable to keep up with the hands and feet. While it had its uses, Shirtai no To-Remu was ill-suited for use in taijutsu between skilled combatants. For a brief second, Asuma felt as if he was in a shugi game as he thought through various scenarios and tactics. Deciding upon his course of action, he pressed forward with a series of vicious strokes. Naruto gritted his teeth in frustration. None of Asuma's recent attacks were particularly difficult to dodge. Nonetheless, they were well set up and limited Naruto's options. He was being herded, and there wasn't much he could do about it. Then Asuma saw his chance. Both of his blades rolled to the outside, then snapped towards Naruto's neck from either side. His knives had already proved capable of cutting through the boy's defenses, and the wall at his back left Naruto with no place to run. Put a blade on either side of the boy's neck, Asuma reasoned, and you could force a surrender. But Naruto wasn't done yet. He threw both sets of claws out to intercept the trench knives. And, much to Asuma's surprise, stopped them. I thought you said you'd never seen that done before. I lied. Naruto injected plenty of bravado into that statement, but felt none of it. He was proficient with his wind manipulation, but not as good as Asuma. He could see the wind surrounding Asuma's trench knives gradually slicing through the wind he had around his claws, and he really didn't want to see if his healing factor could regrow fingers. Instead he dropped straight down, feeling the wind of the blades passing ruffle his hair as they passed harmlessly over his head. He planted a hand on the ground for support and kicked straight up, wreathing his foot in water chakra. Asuma's eyes widened as he snapped his head back, avoiding the kick by millimeters. He winced as his right cheek erupted into a bruise anyway. Asuma leapt back, giving himself a bit of space. He noted that Naruto carefully avoided bringing his foot close to any part of his body until the water chakra had died out. He settled back into a basic guard stance with his knives. His mind was racing. Channeling pure elemental chakra into a weapon was practically impossible unless certain alloys were used. Asuma himself used trench knives made of a chakra-conductive alloy. To channel elemental chakra along bare hands and feet like that was impressive to say the least. He vowed to take the young blonde even more seriously. Yugito, meanwhile, was moving patiently through near impenetrable darkness. She had followed Izanagi into a warehouse. With the lights off, The only illumination came from small slit-like windows situated high on the walls. They provided a little less illumination than one would expect on a starry night. There were only two means of entry and exit. One was the door that led to the roof, which they had used to enter the building. Its edges still glowed a dull red from where Yugito had used her fiery claws to weld it shut. The other was a large bay door made of sheet metal. There was no way it could be opened without catching Yugito's attention, which was why they found themselves in their current situation. Unwilling to let Yugito catch him off guard while opening the large door, Izanagi had disappeared into the depths of the warehouse. He was trying to find some way to disable her so he'd get a free shot outside. She was still trying to capture him. Yugito was actually enjoying herself. Leaping across piles of crates with her bloodline active, she realized that she felt like a hunting cat stalking its prey. She found the experience to be quite invigorating. She was currently crouched on top of a large pile of crates. Her Ishiki no To-Remu was activated in order to help her see through the gloom. Even so, her shadowy target was difficult to make out. She managed though, and shadowed her target as he moved closer to the large bay door. Suddenly there was a screech of protesting metal. A circular section of the door fell away, and Naruto tumbled in after it. Izanagi was caught by surprise as Naruto caught him under the knees, appending him. The blonde kept his wits about him, ripping a pouch off Izanagi's belt that spilled scrolls all over the floor. Naruto tumbled across the floor, snatching a scroll edged in gold and silver as he went. He scrambled to his feet as Yugito landed beside him. Naruto glanced over at her as Asuma leapt through the hole he had made in the door. "Got the scroll, Yugito-chan, let's get out of here." "Oh, you need that scroll?" Asuma walked over to a crimson scroll, slid his foot under it, and flipped it into his hand. "We were sent for this one." "Wait," said Naruto, "you mean to tell me that this entire fight was all for nothing?" Asuma lit a cigarette before replying. "I guess so. I hate this mission." The two teams met up outside of the warehouse. Izanagi had left soon after the recovery of the scrolls, no longer seeing any reason to stick around. The shinobi had sustained a few minor injuries. Akana had been a bit dazed after taking a hard hit to the head during her fall, but recovered soon enough. Shikamaru had twisted his knee and was leaning against Asuma for support. Chuji held an unconscious Ino. She had been brought in by Maitoku, wrapped in ninja wire. "Well," Asuma said as he looked over his battered team, "there's no permanent harm done. So no hard feelings, I guess." He looked over at Naruto. "Tell me, does the name Uzumaki mean anything to you?" The name struck a chord with Naruto, who only allowed a brief flash of uncertainty cross his face. Why would it? Asuma hid a grin of satisfaction at Naruto's phrasing. It was a question as much as it was a statement. "Just wondering." "Well, we should get going then. I have a feeling we'll meet again." The Konoha team leapt to the rooftops and was soon lost to sight. Akana sighed as they disappeared. "Well, I'm glad that this is over. Let's get back to the hotel. I don't know about you three, but I'm exhausted." Izanagi was whistling to himself as he walked along the path leading out of the city. He hadn't expected Konoha's Team 10 to catch him there. But other than that, he was pleased with how things had turned out. He'd never held any interest in the scroll. It was merely bait to draw out the Araikis and give him an idea of their capabilities. There was a brief rustling in the bushes, and a hunched-over figure suddenly appeared next to Izanagi. "Akasuna no Sasori, so you decided to track me down after all." The figure, now identified as Sasori, spoke in a raspy voice. "You're late. I wasn't trying to keep you waiting." Sasori clearly didn't believe the claim, but decided to ignore it for now. "You faced them?" "Of course." Izanagi continued to walk forward, not even looking at Sasori. "I'm waiting." He was tempted to mention how much he hated waiting, but decided to avoid antagonizing the informant. "For what?" Sasori shot him a dark look. "You said you'd steal that scroll in order to draw them out. And that you'd tell me what you learned." "No, I said I'd draw them out so I could learn about them. I never said I'd share any of the information with you." "You implied it." Anger was evident in the puppet master's tone. "It's not my fault if you read too deeply into my words. Now if you don't mind, I have better things to do than trade words with you. A heavy metal tail shot out from under Sasori's robes, its needle-like tip stopping a hair's breadth from Izanagi's throat. You forget who you're dealing with. Izanagi was forced to pull up short to avoid impaling himself on the tail's needle-like point. He shot Sasori a look of contempt, and his voice turned ugly. No, I've remembered exactly who I'm dealing with. Can you say the same? I may not stand a chance against you in combat, but don't think I haven't made arrangements in the event of my death. You kill me here and the leader of every ninja village worthy of the name will learn about Akatsuki. Your members may be powerful, but can you take on the whole world? Sasori's response was both a concession and a warning. Not yet. Then leave me the hell alone. Sasori came to a halt as Izanagi continued forward, disappearing around a bend in the path. He didn't even glance to the side as a figure rose from the ground. The new arrival was wearing a black cloak embroidered with red clouds, a match to Sasori's. A pair of what seemed to be leaves rose from his shoulders, partially obscuring his black and white face. Only after the figure fully rose from the ground did Sasori turn to face him. Zetsu, the name was spoken as a greeting. I was not expecting Izanagi to be so difficult. Zetsu replied in an odd dual-toned voice. His unwillingness to cooperate was not unanticipated by Pain-sama. I will get information on them personally. Why does Pain care so much about these two? They're not even Jinchuriki. He believes that their bloodline may be capable of controlling Bijou, much like Mokutan or the Sharingan. Even if that's not the case, he thinks that they may be able to act as a conduit for returning the Kyuubi and Nibi to this world. Rumor has it that they once housed the two. Rumors you uncovered, I presume. Zetsu didn't respond, but Sasori hadn't expected him to. Akatsuki's spy melted back into the ground while Sasori moved off to meet up with his partner. He was mildly impressed. Pain hadn't taken a personal interest in recruitment since he sought Deidara to replace Orochimaru. The Araikis were impressive already, but too much so, it seemed, for their own good. The Sandaime Hokage was sitting behind his desk as he listened to his son give a report on his team's latest mission. Quite frankly, he couldn't figure out why Asuma had insisted on giving this report in person. Sure, they had encountered and fought a foreign genin team. But such things were not unheard of and there had been no significant injuries as a result. There was something that Asuma wasn't telling him yet, which meant he didn't want to say it in front of his genin. He leaned forward in his chair and waited for the report to be finished, then dismissed the genin. Once they left, he fixed his attention on his son. So tell me, what's so important that you needed to give this report to me in person? Sharp as ever, Pops. Asuma chuckled slightly, but his expression turned serious soon enough. One of the genin we encountered went by the name of Araiki Naruto. But that wasn't his given name. The kid was born as Uzumaki Naruto. That got Sarutobi's attention. You're sure? Yeah. He's the right age, blonde hair, blue eyes, and his Jounin sensei was Naruto's kidnapper. Does him I know it? There are a few things I don't have figured out yet though. He paused a second before continuing. Naruto no longer holds the Kyuubi. There was no trace of demonic aura throughout the entire fight. He also had a kekkai genkai called To-Remu Yajuuki. The Sandaime leaned back in his chair, puffing on his pipe and thinking for a long moment. Asuma fidgeted a bit, then lit a cigarette. Smoke mingled in the air and the Sandaime broke the silence. Tell me, Asuma, do you know how kekkai genkai are formed? Not a clue. But I have a feeling that you're about to tell me. Not many people know about this, but Bijou have an obscure and complex honor system. Even I know very little about it, but I do know this. Bijou hold themselves responsible for the misery their Jinchuriki experience. The honor code I mentioned compels them to compensate the Jinchuriki for that misery. Most of the time, the Bijou decides to bestow a kekkai genkai. How come I've never heard of this before? And if it's true, why aren't Jinchuriki viewed as a blessing instead of a curse? This village loves bloodlines so much that they all but kiss the ground where Uchiha Sasuke walks. The process of creating a bloodline, even for something as powerful as a Bijou, is a rather slow process. It involves altering the host's very DNA. No small feat. Once the DNA is altered, it can take a long time for the bloodline to manifest. Tsunade told me it had something to do about cell replication. Whatever the reason, it is rare for the Jinchuriki himself to ever manifest the bloodline. The first person to use it would usually be his or her child. However, since Jinchuriki are so hated, many of them don't have children and their kekkai genkai dies out before the world even knows of it. If they do have children, well, the bloodline is usually assumed to have been developed by the child or passed down by the other parent. People are foolish enough to fabricate their own reality if they so choose. But from what you told me, Naruto probably wouldn't have exhibited his bloodline for years. He's using it now, and so is that girl with him. Yujito, I think her name was. That is curious. You mentioned that their bloodline was created by a sealing incident, and that Naruto no longer held the Kyuubi. A little over 10 years ago, Jiraiya was gathering information on a young Jinchuriki in Kumogakure, but the Jinchuriki seemed to vanish. It was soon thereafter that we began to hear whispers of a new bloodline in Kumogakure. They may have used some sort of Fuinjutsu ceremony to tap further into the Biju's powers and form the bloodline more quickly. Is that even possible? I don't know. Fuinjutsu has never been my greatest strength, and such a ritual would be extremely complex. I would not even dare to attempt such a thing. I'll have to speak with Jiraiya about it next time he comes to the village. But the important thing is that the son of Namikaze Minato has managed to purge himself of the Kyuubi and develop a kekkai genkai. Asuma's cigarette fell to the floor as he stared in open-mouthed shock. The Sandaime allowed himself a small grin as he swiveled his chair around to peer through the window that overlooked Konoha. I wonder how the village will react to the news. Rai no Kuni. Naruto was hunched over a bowl of cereal, trying to clear the fog of sleep from his head. He wasn't having much success. That only caused him to become even more annoyed as Akana seemed to literally bounce across the room with a cheerful smile on her face. Someone seems to be having a good day. Of course, I'm finished dealing with Izanagi. That never fails to cheer me up. You'll probably have to deal with him again sometime. But not now. If you say so, I just can't wait to get back to Kumogakure. We're not going back to Kumo, at least not right away. What, why not? We've completed our mission. We're personally delivering the scroll to the daimyo. Messenger Hawk came in this morning with the request. How long is it going to take us to make it to the capital from here? About a day and a half, then 2 to make it back to Kumo. We'll leave at noon. Naruto sighed and went back to his breakfast. The trip to the capital was uneventful. None of the bandits that inhabited Rai no Kuni were stupid enough to attack a team of shinobi, so they made it to their destination without trouble. The team gained the summit of a small hill, earning their first view of the city. Took the genin's breath away. All 3 of them had spent most of their lives in Kumogakure. While it was a wealthy and prosperous village, it was also designed for militaristic purposes. To that end, there was very little in the way of fancy architecture and the like. The city was designed to be practical, meant to give every advantage to its own shinobi while hindering any invaders that managed to breach the walls. Sure, there were a few exceptions to this rule. Clan estates tended to be a bit more extravagant, but as a whole Kumogakure was not designed with aesthetics as a priority. The capital city of Rai no Kuni was different. It was also a city of great wealth. But unlike Kumogakure, they weren't afraid to flaunt it. Towers moved their way into the sky, covered with intricate carvings. Statues dotted the landscape, memorials of the nation's past heroes, both civilian and shinobi alike. Even from a distance, it was an awe-inspiring sight. One unlike any of the genin had previously seen. Akana gave a bemused glance in the direction of her genin team, all of whom were staring in awe at the vista before them. Impressive sight, isn't it? She continued on before they had a chance to respond. Well, come on. I'm sure the daimyo would like that scroll back soon. She walked down the slope towards the city, her genin falling in line behind her. They joined the throng of people moving through the gates and entered easily enough. Then they proceeded to walk through the streets at a civilian pace, much to the displeasure of Naruto and Yujito. It took them about half an hour to get close to the daimyo's stronghold. It was an impressive edifice, constructed entirely of gold and white marble. Glistening towers rose into the air, the gold along their sides creating the illusions of lightning bolts reaching towards the ground. Towards the center of the compound was an enormous building where the daimyo resided. It was the seat of power in Rai no Kuni, politically at least. They were stopped at the gate encircling the compound as a pair of guards crossed their halberds across the entry. Please state your names and the reason for your visit. I am Yurika Akana. This is my genin team, composed of Gifu Maitoku, Araiki Yujito, and Araiki Naruto. We have come at the daimyo's request to return a scroll stolen by Kazuhiko Izanagi. You've been expected. The daimyo has requested that you report to the secondary waiting room for his audience chamber. The two guards stepped smartly to the side and thumped the butt of their pikes into the ground in unison. It would have been missed by a casual observer, but the trained eyes of the shinobi caught the slight depression as pressure plates were forced downwards. A triggering device, they realized as the gates slid aside. Akana took the lead, guiding her team through the compound's chaotic interior and arriving quickly at their destination. It was a small room, at least by the standards of the palace. The walls were covered in mosaics depicting prominent shinobi from Rai no Kuni's history. There were even a few predating Kumogakure. They drew the genin's attention the most as they had heard relatively little about them in the ninja academy. They were interrupted from their examinations by the sound of soft footfalls approaching from behind them. They spun around to see the lightning daimyo. He was a short man, not quite 5.5 feet tall. He was rail thin as well. But what he lacked in physical size he made up for in sheer presence. The man wore power around him like a cloak, impressing even the shinobi of Kumogakure who spent so much of their time around some of the deadliest individuals in the elemental nations. Team 4 fell to one knee and murmured respectfully, "Daimyo-sama." He chuckled, a rich sound that rolled through the chamber. There's no need for that. His voice was full and melodic, at odds with his thin build. Rarely do I have the opportunity to meet with such distinguished shinobi aside from the Raikage himself, one of Kumogakure's most feared jounin, along with the two young bearers of To-Remu Yajuuki. Certainly this is a pleasant opportunity. Not to mention that you four have done me a great service. Ah, of course. Akana reached behind her as she spoke, unsnapping a pouch belted at the small of her back. She withdrew the scroll and offered it to the daimyo. I should have remembered to offer it sooner, daimyo-sama. Nonsense, I only just arrived. There's no need for the honorific either, call me Daichi. As you wish, Daichi-san. Daichi stepped forward and took the scroll from Akana. I trust the four of you could stay for a bit? I would be delighted if you could attend a banquet I'm holding tonight. Of course. Wonderful. He stepped back and rapped sharply on the doorframe. A moment later it slid open, revealing a servant who had apparently been standing in wait. Please escort these shinobi to the rooms I had prepared for them. The servant bowed, of course, daimyo-sama. He then turned to face Team 4, if you would follow me please. The servant led them out of the reception area and into the palace proper. Eventually, reached an elaborate building and slid the door open for them. The rooms the daimyo had prepared are at the end of the hall. There is one for each of you. He straightened from his bow and left, leaving the shinobi to their own devices. After entering his room, Naruto was delighted to find that it contained a small, private onsen. He wasted no time in stripping out of his clothes and diving in, luxuriating in the feel of the warm water on his tired muscles. He had been immersed for about 10 minutes when he felt a brief surge of chakra along with a disturbance in the water. He nearly leapt out of the onsen in surprise when he saw Yujito sitting at the other side. What are you doing in here? Sitting in the onsen, of course. Why aren't you using yours? There's no one to talk to in there. He sighed in resignation. You realize I wasn't expecting you in here, right? I'm not wearing anything. She grinned wickedly and pointedly adjusted one of the straps of her swimsuit. You should have planned ahead then. Naruto sighed and sunk lower into the water. No one could say that dating Yujito got boring. So, what do you think about the daimyo? He seems nice enough. But I have to wonder how much of it's genuine and how much is driven by politics. What do you mean? He's in charge of all of Rai no Kuni, with the exception of Kumogakure. More than any place else in this country, he needs to use diplomacy to remain on good terms with the village. He was right when he said Kasan is one of the strongest ninja our village has. Her name may even be up for Raikage one day. Then you have to look at us. We're the wielders of To-Remu Yajuuki, and will almost certainly form a clan and gain a seat on the council. That will hold a great deal of influence in Kumogakure is almost a foregone conclusion. The daimyo will certainly want to ensure that he's on our good side. Are you sure you're just not reading too deeply into things? Do I have a choice? We are ninja after all. She slid around the edge of the onsen, stopping next to Naruto and resting her head on his shoulder. True enough. Naruto turned his head to gaze down at her. She had freed her hair from its usual ponytail for her dip in the onsen. Now it cascaded around her face, softening her features. He always enjoyed seeing her hair like this, rare opportunity that it was. He brushed aside a few of the bangs that were hanging in front of her eyes. Do I ever tell you how beautiful you look with your hair down? She snuggled in closer to him, a grin on her face. Not as much as I'd like. Naruto chuckled as he wrapped his arm around her. There's no pleasing you, is there? Of course there is, you just have to work for it. He tightened his arm, pulling her close. For you, Yugito-chan, I don't mind one bit. She squirmed a bit, getting comfortable. Then the couple just relaxed and enjoyed the other's presence. It was quite a while later that Yugito reluctantly wriggled her way free of Naruto's grip. The onsen's been nice, but I need to get ready for our banquet tonight. She brought her hands up and disappeared with a quick shunshin. After taking a moment to make sure she was gone, Naruto heaved himself out of the onsen as well. He had been close to Yugito for years, even before they started dating. But seeing each other naked, that was a line neither of them were ready to cross quite yet. Which was why he had been so surprised that she popped into the onsen to join him. He made a mental note to put a bathing suit on before he jumped into the next supposedly private onsen. He walked over to his pack and flipped it open. He hadn't brought any formal clothing with him, so his standard ninja attire would have to do. Though he could at least change into a fresh set. He dressed quickly and slid open the door of his room whilst tightening the knot for his hydorite. Maitoku was already outside waiting for him, but neither of the kunoichi were present. I suppose you can always trust women to make you wait. Indeed. Naruto grinned ruefully as he leaned back against the wall. He never could seem to manage to get Maitoku to say any more than what the boy considered necessary or polite. Ah well, his teammate had his heart in the right place at least. He may seem emotionless to the casual onlooker, but that was hardly the case. He was fiercely loyal to his friends and comrades, and Naruto knew he counted his teammates as both. His musings were interrupted by the sound of another door sliding open. He turned to see Akana emerge from her room. Yugito emerged shortly thereafter and the team exited the compound they were being housed at. A servant met them outside and motioned for them to follow him. They were led quickly through the compound and into the central building. A few quick turns through the corridors of the place and they entered the dining hall. The room was enormous, bigger than some of the smaller houses Naruto had seen. It wasn't until Akana prodded him lightly in the back that Naruto realized he had stopped dead in his tracks. He quickly moved forward, catching up to their guide again. They were led up to the main table and seated at the side of the daimyo himself. Naruto grinned ruefully. That was definitely motivated by politics, and he'd likely spend a long dinner's worth of discussions on the subject. Ah well, at least the food looked good. Konohagakure. Konoha was in an uproar. Word has spread through the streets like wildfire, and while the story had been convoluted, everybody seemed to know one thing. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki had been Namake's Minato's son, and he was a Jinchuriki no more. The boy had finished what his father had started and vanquished the demon fox, gaining a kekkai genkai in the process. That was news that filled the village with joy. The news that the boy had been kidnapped by and raised in Kumogakure was decidedly less welcome. The village had immediately begun clamoring for the boy's return, although the reasons varied. There were many who assumed that the boy had to be a powerful shinobi if he had managed to vanquish the Kyuubi. Who wouldn't want an asset like that? The majority of the village were excited because they heard that he had a bloodline. Many of Konoha's citizens practically worshipped kekkai genkai and would seize any chance to add a new one to the village. Their desire was only increased by the loss they still felt from the Uchiha massacre a few years back. Finally, There were the villagers who wanted the boy back because of his parentage. The Yondaime was Konoha's greatest hero, and many of the villagers viewed his son as more a symbol than anything else. Whatever their reason, essentially all of Kumogakure desired Naruto's return. Some of the less intelligent citizens wanted to start a war over the boy. There were also many who favored the idea of kidnapping him, the same as Kumo had done 10 years ago. Sarutobi knew better than to try either of those methods. The boy had been raised in Kumogakure, and likely didn't even remember Konoha. Naruto's knowledge of his home village was probably limited to what he had been told by the people of Kumogakure, and Sarutobi didn't doubt for a second that the Konoha's mistreatment of the boy had been brought up. Force wouldn't do, Naruto would have to be persuaded to return to Konoha. The upcoming Chunin exams would be a good opportunity to speak to him. He'd have to be sure to request Naruto's participation. Even with the exams, convincing Naruto to return to his homeland would be difficult. Although Kumogakure's reaction to the news that Naruto was the Yondaime's son might help. The Yondaime wasn't well liked in Kumogakure due to his actions in the Third Great Shinobi War, so there was no telling how that village would react to the news. It would become clear soon enough, Sarutobi supposed. A caravan had left to Kumogakure from a nearby trading village 2 days after the news broke. No doubt they would carry the news of Naruto's parentage to Kumo. The only question was how the village would react. Rai no Kuni. Naruto was getting bored. As he had expected from the beginning, the focus of the dinner was political talk. It was not a subject he enjoyed. He wasn't looking forward to the day when he'd have to deal with such subjects in Kumogakure. He leaned back, deciding to see if he could sense of the presence of the daimyo's guards. He started picking up chakra signatures and frowned. Daichi-san, how many of you 12 shinobi of lightning do you have posted nearby as guards? 4. There are another 4 patrolling the edges of the compound and 4 are off duty. Do you have any other shinobi visiting you here? No, why do you ask? You need to get out of here. All traces of mirth disappeared from the daimyo's face as he turned to face Naruto. Is there something wrong, Naruto-san? I sense 13 chakra signatures strong enough to belong to trained shinobi nearby. 3 are from the rest of my team, and the guards you have nearby accounts for 4 more of them. That leaves 6 chakra signatures we can't explain. I don't think they're here to pay a friendly visit. Surely my guards would have noticed such a threat. Not necessarily. Our chakra sensing skills surpass just about anybody's. It's one of the side effects, so to speak, of our bloodline. Akana leaned forward in her seat. He's correct, Daichi-san. All shinobi unconsciously emit chakra, a diffusion effect of sorts. The chakra they release into the air is an interference whenever they try to sense other chakra signatures. Naruto and Yugito emit much smaller amounts of chakra. If they concentrate, they can suppress it down to practically nothing. If they say that there are 6 unexplained chakra signatures nearby, I believe them. Very well. He climbed to his feet and turned to address the dining hall. Dinner with you all has been delightful this evening. Unfortunately, urgent business dictates that I must be elsewhere at this time. Please feel free to enjoy yourselves and remain until you are finished eating. He began walking away from the table, Team 4 falling in step behind him just in case. It wasn't long before a pair of shinobi landed in front of them. They were both dressed as Kumo Jounin, and Naruto noted the swath of cloth on their belts that denoted their position as one of the 12 shinobi of lightning. Daichi-sen, we were unaware that you had any appointments tonight. I did not, but young Naruto-san has sensed some mysterious chakra signatures nearby. I thought it would be wise to err on the side of caution. Seeing the doubt written on the guards' faces, Akana decided to cut in. To-Remu Yajuuki increases their ability to sense chakra. Their skills in that regard exceed my own. Very well, we shall escort you to the bunker where we will be better able to protect the daimyo from threats. Our 2 nearby comrades will go to alert the rest of the guards. He spun on his heel and marched off. The other guard fell back a bit, bringing up the rear of the group. Naruto found himself walking to one side of the daimyo, alongside of Maitoku, while Akana and Yugito held down the other side. He quickly activated Ishiki no To-Remu, allowing his enhanced senses to scan the area. They held their distance for a while, waiting until they had made their way outside. Then the gap began to close. Naruto and Yujito exchanged quick glances. "They're coming." The lead guard turned around, a grimace on their face. "Smart of them, I suppose, attacking before the rest of the guards can get here. You four ready for a fight?" Naruto flashed a feral grin, one that sent shivers down the spines of even the hardened guards. A good shinobi always is. The guard drew a kunai. "Demon Kid, I'm glad you're on my side." Mantoro no To-Remu sprang to life around Naruto, and you haven't even seen anything yet. He jumped, intercepting a pair of shuriken that whizzed through the air. A quick spin had the shuriken glancing harmlessly off of his protective mantle of chakra. Naruto landed lightly on his feet. A fraction of a second later, 6 cloaked and hooded shinobi also landed, surrounding the daimyo and his guards. Akana shifted forward a half step. "It's 6-on-6 right now. I'd like to keep a defensive perimeter around the daimyo, but that would leave at least one of us outnumbered. We're going to have to take them one-on-one. Try to end things quickly, but don't get careless. You can't let your opponent get past you." None of the shinobi around her so much as blinked at her proclamation. They had all reached the same conclusion. For a long moment, nobody moved. Then Maitoku shifted slightly, sliding a foot forward and loosening his kodachi in their sheaths. It was as if it were an unspoken signal. All 6 of the shinobi blurred from sight as they sped towards each other. Naruto's opponent opened with a brutal punch to the face. It was blocked easily enough, but the man twisted his hand around to get a grip on Naruto's forearm. He gave a short spin and attempted to toss Naruto away, a mistake on his part. Naruto countered by simply digging his claws into the assassin's arm. The increased drag stole the momentum from the throw, and he landed upright a few feet from his opponent. Then there was the added benefit of slicing the assassin's arm open to the bone in 5 separate places. "You're too careless, trying to grapple with me like that. Didn't you even notice that I had claws?" The assassin grimaced. The kid was better than he had thought. Thankfully, he still had a few tricks of his own left to play. He charged once more. Naruto surged forward to meet him. At the last second, the assassin skipped to one side, then swept his foot out in a circular motion. A weight shot out from the man's ankle. It abruptly arced into a curve, its flight arrested by the ninja wire attached to it. Naruto didn't have time to react. The wire caught him around the ankles, entangling him and dropping him to the ground. The assassin grinned as he released the chakra he used to keep the other end of the wire fastened to his ankle. Then he sprinted towards the daimyo, drawing a kunai as he went. Naruto knew that the assassin had a clear shot at the daimyo. Everyone else was occupied. The kunai would need to be stopped cold too. He didn't have enough time to set up a parry, and if he tackled the man from behind, it would only drive him towards the daimyo. Naruto had no doubt that it was all the opportunity the assassin would need to kill his target. He only had one option. Even as he fell, Mantoro no To-Remu faded as Shirtai no To-Remu rose to take its place. His claws severed the ninja wire before he even hit the ground, and he regained his feet in a fraction of a second. He had no choice as he rushed past the assassin on all fours. No choice as he rose to his feet in front of the man. No choice but to grit his teeth against the pain of the kunai that was now stabbing through his lung. Naruto knew that the assassin had a clear shot at the daimyo. Everyone else was occupied. He only had one option. Mantoro no To-Remu faded as Shirtai no To-Remu rose to take its place. He had no choice as he rushed past the assassin. No choice as he rose in front of him. No choice but to grit his teeth against the pain of the kunai meant for the daimyo that was now stabbing through his lung. The assassin pulled his knife free with a sharp JRK, splattering Naruto with his own blood. He fell to his knees, gasping vainly for breath through his collapsed lung. The assassin grinned and brought his knife down for the killing strike, only to be stopped by a swirling wall of wind. He strained against it, but had the kunai torn out of his hands. The wind rushed towards him, sweeping him off his feet and suspending him in a whirling cyclone. He closed his eyes and laughed. "Nice try, Akana, but your use of genjutsu is well known." A chakra pulse swept across the battleground, and the assassin found himself standing on the ground again. Naruto, however, was lying at the feet of his mother 15 feet away. "You're not about to catch me in a mind trick." I already have, and not the one you broke. After all, the first step to making an effective trap is to make your victim feel safe. She smirked. I can feel it. You're fluctuating your chakra, trying to see if you're still in a genjutsu. But I wouldn't be alerting you to it if you had a chance of escaping. Sure, you may be able to break it if I gave you a few more seconds. But your time is up. The assassin gave a small jump of surprise as he noticed his fingers start to twitch. Looking around, he noticed that the same thing was happening to all of his comrades. You're finished. The 6 assassins suddenly collapsed to the ground, finding themselves in full-blown seizures. The only reason they weren't screaming was because their throat and jaw muscles were clenched tight. Now die. The assassins gave one last JRK before falling still. The remaining shinobi of lightning landed just in time to see the smoke begin to drift out of the assassin's ears. Gifu stared with ill-concealed awe. Was that? I think so, muttered Yujito. Ninpo, Seishi Kenran no Rei Henkin. One of the daimyo's guards turned to look at them. What? Ninpu, Seishi Kenran no Rei Henkin, Akana interjected, my strongest genjutsu. Most people think that genjutsu is a ninja art that affects the sensory perception of the victim. They are mistaken. That definition classifies genjutsu via its end instead of its mean. Genjutsu is better defined as a technique in which the user controls the chakra in his or her target's mind. It is usually used to create false sensory perceptions, but I've figured out how to do more than that. The amount of time it takes for me to pull off the technique varies. These opponents were a bit subpar, so it didn't take me long. Didn't take long to do what? To elementally recompose the chakra in their brain. That's impossible. She turned to fix the guard with an incredulous stare. Impossible, it just happened right in front of you. I recomposed the chakra in their brain into lightning chakra. It started by affecting their nervous system. Gradually at first, a slight twitching of the extremities. But it expanded quickly enough, causing seizures. Then it fried their brains to a crisp, hence the smoke. It's the technique that made me a legend. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to get some medical attention for my son. She knelt down and gently scooped Naruto into her arms. I've already been there, so you won't need to show me the way. She disappeared with a crackle of electricity, taking Naruto with her. The 12 shinobi of lightning glanced amongst each other. Well then, I guess we should get back to our posts. Oh hell no. The closest guard found himself pulled down until he was at eye level with Yujito. My boyfriend's in the hospital, and unlike Akana-sensei, I don't know where it is. You're going to take me there now. The shinobi of lightning Yujito had a hold of was a powerful ninja. He had been in life and death battles with more opponents than he cared to remember, some of them more powerful than Yujito was. But he got the feeling that he'd rather face down all of his past foes at once than experience the wrath of the kunoichi in front of him should he deny her demand. The daimyo's guard gulped. Yes, ma'am. The first thing Naruto noticed when he awoke was a throbbing, stabbing pain in the side of his chest. In some corner of his mind he dimly recalled getting stabbed there, so he supposed that the pain made sense. As his awareness began to return to him, he also noticed a tightness around his chest that seemed to indicate he was bandaged. He shifted slightly, causing his wound to throb sharply, which in turn caused a slight groan of pain. He heard a rustling of cloth as someone rushed over to his side. It was soon followed by a crushing hug that carefully avoided pressuring the wound on his chest. He cracked open his eyes in curiosity. It was impossible to make out the facial features of the person above him due to the silhouette against the ceiling lights, but the blonde ponytail hanging down gave him a pretty good clue. Yujito-chan. Yeah, her grip on him tightened a bit. How are you feeling? I was worried. I'm in a bit of pain, but overall I'm fine. It was just a stab to the lung. Just a stab to the lung? Her tone was incredulous. Just a stab to the lung. You idiot. That could have killed most people? We're not most people, Yujito-chan. We still have a healing factor left over from when we were Jinchuriki. The daimyo doesn't. Her gaze softened. I know, I understand why you did it. But that doesn't make it any less nerve-wracking. Heh, sorry Yujito-chan. Of course you are. She grinned and leaned in for a kiss. Ah, what a cute moment. Akana had to admit that she was impressed by the results of her entrance. She'd never seen somebody jump as high into the air from a prone position as Yujito just did. After landing, Yujito spun around, blushing furiously. Akana, don't sneak up on us like that. But then I'd miss out on all the fun. My life would be so dull. Is there a reason you came here, Kasen, or did you just feel like annoying me? Akana's grin softened. Of course there's a reason. You had me worried too. That and I came to give you the doctor's report. So how long until they release me? 1 day to a week. What? A week? My healing factor would have me up and moving by then without medical help. What possible reason could they have for keeping me here for a week? The Medicnine here have never encountered anyone with a healing factor like yours before. They want to keep you under observation just in case. You've got to be kidding me. I'll be fine by tomorrow, I'm certain of it. You know how well you heal, I'll give you that. But you haven't had the years of medical training that those Medicnine have. I'm trusting their judgment on this. So if they say you have to stay under observation for a week, you're staying here for a week. Naruto opened his mouth to argue, but Akana cut him off. I'm not going to argue with you about this, Naruto. I'm telling you as both your mother and your Jounin-sensei, you're staying here for a week. Naruto groaned and flopped backwards into the bed. He recognized when there was no arguing with her. Yes, Ka-san. It's nice to see that you're not being stubborn for a change. Well, I have some business to attend to after yesterday's mess. So I'll leave you two to continue enjoying each other's company. There was a crackle of electricity as Akana vanished, leaving the young Araikis alone once more. Yujito looked down at Naruto as though the entire thing had been his fault. You know, I really hate it when she does that. Well, what do you expect me to do about it? Think of something, she said as she climbed back onto the bed. As demanding as ever, I see. What was that? Nothing, Yujito-chan. She gave a contented sigh as she snuggled into him, then mumbled something that he was just barely able to make out. I thought so. Naruto soon got sick of his bed rest. His team visited him often enough, particularly Yujito, but remaining still for such an extended period of time was difficult for someone who was as energetic as he was. He was awake early on the 7th day, already dressed and stretching his muscles. He'd only been going a few minutes when the door cracked open and Yujito walked in. Figured you'd be up early today. You never were much for lying around. Naruto grunted a bit as he twisted his shoulders, stretching his back. Yeah, I still think that rest was unnecessary. I'm just glad that they're letting me get out of bed now. Kana-sensei says we're leaving at 10 in the morning. So you have a bit of time to stretch your legs and get some breakfast. It's going to be nice to finally get back to Kumo, isn't it? A wistful smile crept onto her face as she remembered the wild beauty of the untamed lands surrounding her home village. Yeah, it sure is. It seemed that the entirety of Team 4 was anxious to return home. They traveled hard and fast, closing in on their home village half a day earlier than Akana had predicted. Soon enough they found themselves among a small stream of people making their way through the village gates. As was usual in Kumo, Naruto and Yujito found themselves to be the center of attention with countless glances in their direction and conversations pitched too low for them to hear. But there was something different this time. The looks usually contained a mixture of awe, confidence, hope, and similar feelings. They were reflections of the villagers' desire of the strength that To-Remu Yajuuki would give Kumogakure. But now Naruto could pick up new emotions behind those guarded glances. Some of the stares now contained anger, fear, resentment, emotions that hadn't been directed against the boy in 10 years. It was mildly unnerving. The oddities didn't end there either. They had barely been in the line for 2 minutes when a 4-man ANBU squad landed around them. One of the ANBU, supposedly the leader, turned to address Akana. Kuraichi Akana, we have been ordered to escort you and your team to the Raikage's office upon your arrival. She frowned. Why would we need an escort? It's not like we don't know our way around the village. Is there an assassin hiding somewhere in there? We are not at liberty to discuss the situation with you. Raikage-sama wishes to inform you of it personally. Okay then, lead on, I guess. Naruto and Yujito exchanged puzzled and nervous glances. Something was definitely out of the ordinary here. And neither blonde could shake the feeling that what they learned today was going to shape their lives for years to come. Doing their best to shake off the feeling, they leapt off to follow their ANBU escort. The ANBU set their pace to Mitoku's maximum speed, and they reached the Raikage tower quickly. Their Team 4 was surprised once again. The usual practice was to enter through the lobby. Instead, the ANBU team led them straight through the open window. The Raikage didn't even look up as the 8 people landed in his office. I see the ANBU is as efficient as ever. You have my thanks and are dismissed. Hi Raikage-sama. There were 4 blurs as the ANBU squad left the room. The Raikage turned to look at a specific patch of wall. You guys too. A half-dozen ANBU emerged from various places of concealment and left the room as well. Once the last of them had left, the Raikage raised his head to face the team. A caravan arrived from Ho-no-Kuni yesterday. They carried some rather interesting news. He studied their faces for a moment. It was Naruto who seemed to be the most anxious, most curious. It appeared that the boy had figured out that this was concerning him. There are rumors going around in Kumogakure. Rumors that the caravan brought to Kumogakure yesterday, and they've been spreading like wildfire. Apparently, the citizens of Konoha are saying that their Yandame Hokage's son has vanquished the Kyuubi and gained a kekkai genkai in the process. Naruto stared in mute shock. You mean? Yes, according to Konoha you are the son of their Yandame Hokage. It's certainly feasible, if unexpected. You look remarkably similar to him, and it could explain why he chose to seal the Kyuubi inside of you. You think he sealed the Kyuubi into me because I was his son? If the Raikage was surprised by Naruto's outburst, he didn't show it. He did lean back in his chair and sigh. The Yandame Hokage was a great enemy of Kumogakure, but there's no denying that he was a noble man who would do anything to save his village. Bijou are powerful beasts who can't be defeated by normal means, and the Kyuubi is the most powerful of them all. When the Kyuubi attacked, the Yandame would have had no choice but to seal him away. I know all of that already. The Raikage continued on as though he hadn't heard Naruto's outburst. As I said earlier, the Yandame was a noble man. He likely felt that he couldn't ask any parent to sacrifice their child when he was unwilling to do so himself. I can't imagine how hard of a decision that must have been for him. How has the village reacted to this news? Cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Not that I'd expect anything else from you, Akana. Reactions have been mixed. There are some citizens who could care less about Naruto's parentage. They only see him as a bearer of To-Remu Yajuuki and a great asset of this village. There are some who are excited, believing it to be further proof that Naruto will be an excellent shinobi. The majority of the village has taken one of those 2 stances. However, there are also a few who are less trusting of Naruto now. They tend to be those who lost loved ones to the Yandame during the Third Great Shinobi War, or the shinobi who have more of an isolationist stance regarding foreign policy. Finally, there appears to be a very few people who now wish harm upon Naruto. So far we've encountered 2, and they've both been arrested and detained. So overall, most of the village views him either the same or more favorably than before. There are some, though, who are distrustful of you now, and a very few who might try to attack you. So just remember to be careful. Thank you for the information, Raikage-sama. Naruto's voice was quiet, subdued. I'll take my leave. Naruto, concern was evident in his mother's voice. Where are you going? Someplace, to reflect on things. There was a crackle of electricity as Naruto disappeared from the room. The Raikage turned to look at his former student. How do you think he's going to take it? Akana sighed as she plopped down on a couch at the far end of the room. It'll be an adjustment for him. He was an orphan in Konoha, and he's been raised solely by me since I brought him to Kumogakure. He's never known a father figure before. I can't really predict how he's going to react. Both of the adults in the room turned to look at Yugito as they heard her open the office's door. Where are you going, Yugito? To talk to Naruto. He never told us where he went. I've been close to him for years, and spent more time with him when he's away from home than anybody. I don't need him to tell me where he went. Every major shinobi village has a memorial of sorts to their former kages. In Kumogakure, their faces were carved in the side of the cliff that overlooked the village. The other villages had methods that were more indicative of their respective elements. In Kirigakure, shinobi would use powerful long-lasting jutsu to create lifelike water sculptures of the Mizukages that were adorned with their swords after their death. Iwagakure created massive tombs topped with the effigies of their past leaders. Sunigakure used tall, fluted columns engraved with images of the Kazekages. The ever-present wind was always blowing through them, and they were constructed so as to give off a mournful whistling sound. It was a fitting tribute for the leaders of their past. Kumogakure's memorial stood in a large park located near the center of the village. 8 massive columns rose 800 feet into the air, each engraved with the names of shinobi who died in service to their village. It was capped by an enormous dome of stained glass, reinforced with seals so as to allow it to survive the brutal weather that swept through the area. The past Raikages were depicted in the stained glass, backdropped against the stormy clouds that gave the village its name and looking down over the home they had sworn to protect with their lives. It was the first place Yujito went to look for him. Knowing that it was one of his favorite spots to think, and believing it to be especially fitting under the circumstances, she climbed towards a wide ledge situated 3/4 of the way up one of the columns. Her intuition was proved correct as she heard Naruto's voice float down towards her. "I should have known that you'd find me, Yujito-chan. So how does it make you feel, knowing that the guy you're dating is the son of one of our village's greatest enemies?" She clambered over the lip of the ledge, not really surprised that he had sensed her approach. It wasn't easy to hide your chakra signature while walking up a vertical surface. She glared down at him, reclining on the hard marble of the pillar. He looked about as deflated, as bereft of energy as she had ever seen him. "You know, sometimes you're just an idiot." He continued to just lie there, seemingly oblivious to her harsh tone. "You should know by now that I wouldn't see you as the son of the Yondaime Hokage, just like I never saw you as the bearer of To-Remu Yajuuki." Her tone softened. "You should know by now that I see you for who you are, not what you are. I always have." He sat up and turned to face her, showing the haunted look in his eyes. "But what about the rest of the village? I'm going to be hated by some of the people again, for something out of my control. I can't even remember my time in Kumogakure, but it sounds as though it was horrible. I don't want to have to go through that now. Weren't you listening? The Raikage said that those who are judging you negative because of the news are in the minority. Besides, people in this village have been judging you based off of what you are for years, and you've never let it go to your head. Why let it start now?" He gave a small smile at that as she sat down in front of him. "I guess you're right, Yujito-chan. You always seem to know what to say." She smirked as he wrapped his arms around her, pulling her in close and resting his head on her shoulder. "Of course I do." Naruto took a deep breath, inhaling Yujito's scent and steeling himself. "Yujito-chan." "Yeah." Naruto paused a bit, hesitating. He could feel the raging torrent of emotions swirling within him. Today had already seen one major change happen in his life, one that he had no control over. And now he was about to cause another one. He couldn't help feeling quite a bit of trepidation. But at the same time, it just felt right. "Yujito-chan." He said softly, "I love you." He felt her stiffen, and for an instant worried about how she'd respond. But only for an instant. This was Yujito, and even if they'd only been dating for a few months, they'd known each other for as long as either of them could remember. He knew her almost as well as he knew himself, and he knew he had nothing to be worried about. She squirmed in his lap, turning around to face him. Their faces were only inches apart, and he could see the deep contentment that she felt. "Naruto-kun," there was no uncertainty in her voice, not after she had just heard his confession. There was only calm, caring confidence. "I love you too." "Yujin-kun." She felt herself tumble backwards as Naruto bore her to the ground beneath him. They spent a long moment in each other's embrace, kissing, reveling in each other's presence and the declaration they had just shared. Afterwards they continued to lie there in each other's arms. Naruto was smiling as he traced the symbols at the edge of Yujito's shirt. His earlier uncertainty was forgotten. "A pity," Yujito murmured, "that we aren't a few years older." She gave a playful grin as she moved her head to whisper in his ear, Then we could have really had some fun. Naruto blushed a deep red as he thought of the implications of her statement. She smirked again as she climbed to her feet, and offered a hand to pull Naruto to his. Come on, we should get back. Akana has to be worried about you, my Toku as well. Naruto grabbed the offered hand and let her pull him to his feet. Yeah, let's go. The couple leapt off the column, heading towards the city proper. They spent a little bit of time combing through Akana's usual haunts. She wasn't at any of them, and it wasn't until they checked back at the Raikage's office that they found her. He was mildly surprised. You're still here? I wasn't done yet. There was another important piece of information for me to tell you. Akana and I have been reminiscing while awaiting your return. Their stories are most impressive. So you're still here too, my Toku? The news concerned our entire team. Of course I was going to say. Besides, hearing about Raikage-sama's exploits from his own mouth is quite an opportunity. I wouldn't want to waste it. Anyways, said the Raikage as he took a scroll from the top drawer of his desk. Your heritage isn't the only thing we heard about from Kumogakure. This is a letter from their Sandaime Hokage. He's requesting Naruto's participation in Konoha's upcoming Chunin exams. Akana slammed both hands down on the desk. Absolutely not. The Raikage sighed. Akana, I've decided to enroll Team 4 in the exams. Are you insane? This is obviously just some attempt to try to convince my son to stay in that village of theirs. Do you really have so little faith in me as to believe that I hadn't realized that? Your concern for Naruto is commendable. He should be a priority for you, both as his mother and his Jounin sensei. Unfortunately, I don't have the liberty of basing my decisions off of what is best for an individual shinobi. I need to worry about our village as a whole. Regardless of Konoha's reasons, this is the first step towards a friendly diplomatic relationship they've offered in 10 years. I cannot in good conscience turn it down. But they're just rookies. They could die or... She paused for a second, and everyone in the room could sense the sheer desperation in her voice, or he could stay. Akana, I can understand your anxiety, but you're letting your emotions get in the way of your better judgment here. Team 4 is no ordinary Genin team. Both Yugito and Naruto could take almost any of our Chunin in a one-on-one fight. When they fight side by side, they could probably take on most Jounin. My Toku is impressive as well. He's extremely talented for a Genin, and I believe him to be ready for these exams. No political situation could convince me to enter your team if I thought otherwise. As for Naruto defecting, you should know even better than I that we don't have to worry about that. He's never been fond of the hero worship he's received here. I doubt he'd be able to stand it if it wasn't for those of you who've actually gotten to know him. He wouldn't have any of that in Konoha. There's no way he'd stay there. He's right, Kasen. They'd never convince me to stay in Konoha. I may have been born there, but Kumogakure is my home. Besides, this is my chance to show Konoha what they missed out on. I wouldn't miss it for the word. Walking the streets of Kumogakure became a new experience for Naruto. The Raikage had been right, and many of the people still viewed him in a positive light. There were those, however, who did not. And they cast a bit of a pall over the streets that Naruto walked. He seemed to bear up under it well enough though. He had long ago perfected the trick of tuning out those who would judge him superficially. One of the more annoying consequences of his revealed heritage was an increase in fangirls, with whom he was forcibly polite. Some girls seemed starstruck by his revealed parentage, while others grew attracted to the aura of danger that they now imagined around him. Thankfully, Yugito kept them at arm's length, physically if necessary. Still, Naruto mused as he walked down the street one night after a solo training session, it would be nice if something could get rid of his fangirl problem. He stopped suddenly, his instincts picking up something out of the ordinary. His eyes widened as he recognized the feel of the chakra being built up. Megurushi no To-Remu activated as Naruto dove to the side, avoiding the lightning bolt that blasted a crater into the street where he had been standing. It seemed that the Raikage had not yet caught everybody who wished him harm. Naruto flipped over to the side, avoiding a blur that shot down at him from the rooftops. The assaulting shinobi wore one of the gray vests Kumo awarded to its shinobi upon achieving the rank of Chunin, meaning he was fighting either a Chunin or Jounin. Naruto skidded to a stop on all fours, and studied his assailant's body language carefully. Naruto predicted his opponent's next attack easily, and the strike before it was even thrown. The man was easy to read, likely a chunin, but that didn't mean he wasn't dangerous. He was attacking with no regards for his own safety, and he seemed intent on killing or maiming the young Araiki. Naruto was reluctant to harm his attacker, as it would just encourage those who now looked down on him. Unfortunately, Naruto mused as he dodged another blow that left him at a severe disadvantage, as attacking with a non-lethal blow would open him up to a lethal counterattack. So taijutsu was out. His wind-based attacks weren't an option either. They were either highly lethal or attacks that covered a wide area. Water jutsus weren't an option either, since there was no significant source of water around. Naruto made a note to remember to figure out a way to bypass that problem in the future. The final stage of his bloodline, however, that could work. Then Naruto stepped on a piece of fruit that had been knocked from a produce stall as the civilians had rushed to clear the area. His foot slid out from under him, forcing Naruto down onto one knee. He was able to avoid a kunai by twisting desperately to the side, but that left him open to what promised to be a rather brutal kick. He braced himself for the impact, but it never came. There was a blur to either side of Naruto, and his assailant suddenly found his arms pinned against a nearby wall by a pair of kumonin. A third stood over Naruto and offered a hand to help him to his feet. "Are you all right, Naruto-san?" "Yeah." Naruto grabbed the proffered hand and let the shinobi pull him to his feet. "Thanks for the help, I didn't want to have to hurt him." "Who are you, by the way?" "Oh, that's not important. We're just a few concerned citizens who don't like to see young shinobi get assaulted in the streets, whether they have a bloodline or not. You won't have to worry about him anymore, we'll bring him to the detention center for you." "Thanks, that's rather considerate of you. It's good to know that we still have some shinobi with their heads screwed on straight. I'm just hoping that people settle down while I'm away for the Chunin exams. I wasn't aware that we were sending any teams to Konoha. I just found out about it a few days ago, and I'm a participant. It doesn't surprise me that you haven't heard about it." Naruto glanced at a clock on a nearby building. "Huh, looks like it's starting to get late. Kasen should have dinner ready, so I should get going." "Very well, Naruto-san, I wouldn't want to make you late. Good luck at the Chunin exams." "Luck?" said Naruto as he started jogging down the streets. "I won't need it." Outside of Kumogakure, Akasuna no Sasori was standing in a clearing a few miles from Kumogakure. A few days ago he had defeated a trio of Chunin and placed a seal on the survivor. That seal was one of his best works. It would leave its bearer unaffected until a certain amount of data was gathered on a given subject, the lone exception being that it would erase the victim's memories of Sasori. Once sufficient information was gained, the seal activated, suppressing the person's consciousness and causing them to report the information to him. He had felt the seal break and came to the clearing to await the Chunin's arrival. A few minutes later, two figures landed in the clearing. One of them was one of the shinobi who had come to Naruto's aid. The other was the unconscious body of his assailant. "It looks as though you have much to report," Sasori said. "You may begin." 3 days later, outside of Konohagakure. A few days later, Team 4 rounded a bend in a path that led through the deep forest, finally bringing them in view of Konohagakure's massive wooden gates. "Well," Akane said, "there you are. Konohagakure, Naruto's first place of residence." It didn't escape the notice of any of her genin that she had stopped short of calling the village Naruto's home. Not that any of them minded. Naruto didn't consider his original village to have ever been a home. And from what they had heard of his treatment for the first 2 years of his life, the village wouldn't be worthy of the name anyway. Naruto adjusted how the straps of his pack rode on his shoulders as he regarded his birthplace. "Well, we may as well keep moving. I'm going to have to face the place sooner or later." Yugito was standing at his side and gave his hand a reassuring squeeze as they started moving again. It was her way of reminding him that she was there supporting him, and he was grateful for it. The nice thing about the Chunin exams, mused the Chunin on gate duty, was that greeting genin teams was slightly more interesting than greeting the random merchants that tended to drift in and out of the village. His thoughts were seemingly proved correct as another team walked into view, wearing Kumogakure highlights. "Hey, Kotetsu, is that?" "Yeah, The other Chunin on guard duty cut Izumo off. I think so. It looks like the Yandame's son has returned. The two Chunin waited rather anxiously for the team to draw close to the gate before addressing them. Please provide your names and reason for visiting Kumogakure. I'm Karaichi Akana, Jounin-sensei of Team 4. My Genin team consists of Gifumaitoku, Araiki Yujito, and Araiki Naruto. We are here because my team will be participating in the upcoming Chunin exams. Kotetsu took the papers Akana offered, giving them a cursory glance before waving the team through. No sooner had Team 4 passed the guard table than they heard excited murmurs begin behind them. Naruto sighed. It was going to be a long month. The first impression the Genin had of Kumogakure was that it was remarkably similar to Kumogakure. Many of the buildings had similar outward appearances and there was a familiar mix of civilian and shinobi in the streets. As they walked through the streets, the Genin concluded that there were two main differences between the villages, at least appearance-wise. Business areas, residential districts, and training areas were shifted around. And whereas Kumogakure was constructed primarily of wood, the buildings in Kumogakure were built of stone to withstand the ever-present storms that swept the area. There was also a constant muttering from the people around them, as well as a constant stream of whispered namake-samus that seemed to flow from the lips of everyone around them. Naruto was used to this treatment from his time in Kumogakure, but it was much more blatant than it was back home. They had been walking the streets for less than 10 minutes in search of their hotel when a member of Konoha's NBU landed in front of them. Pardon the intrusion, Namake-san. Araiki, Naruto interrupted. Excuse me? My name is Araiki Naruto, not Namake's Naruto. The ANBU had no visible reaction to that statement, but a change of expression could have easily gone unnoticed behind his mask. Very well, Araiki-san. Hoka-sama has requested that you come to his office to speak to him as soon as is possible. Akana sighed. Fine, I guess we can go talk to the Hokage and then find our hotel. Hoka-sama would like to speak to Naruto-san alone. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly. The switch from surname to first name hadn't gone unnoticed. It appeared that the ANBU was perfectly content to emphasize Naruto's paternal connection to the village and inclined to overlook anything that distanced him from Konoha. Anything the Hokage has to say to me likely applies to my team as well. Especially since my connection with them is more than just professional. Akana has adopted me as her son. Not to mention that Yujito-chan not only shares my bloodline but is my girlfriend as well. The Hokage has Reku dash. I don't care if the Hokage wants to talk to me alone. He should be happy that I've agreed to talk to him in the first place. In case you've forgotten, I'm a shinobi of Kumogakure, not Kumogakure. I owe no allegiance to the Kage of your village, or of any village besides Kumo. So I'll say this one last time, I'll talk to the Hokage with my team or not at all. Itenbu hesitated for a moment. Hoka-sama won't like this. We've been over this before, I don't care whether he likes it or not. A sigh could be heard from behind the mask. Fine, follow me. The ANBU spent the next 15 minutes trying to ignore Naruto's satisfied smirk as he led Team 4 to the Hokage's tower. The ANBU walked them into the lobby of the Hokage tower and went to speak to the secretary. I've brought Team 4 of Kumogakure to speak with Hoka-sama. Didn't he just want to speak with Namake-san? Don't remind me. Whatever, there's nobody in the office now, so feel free to send them in. Very well. The ANBU motioned for Team 4 to follow him as he climbed a set of stairs. He got off at the top floor and walked open to a set of double doors. Hoka-sama, he called, I have brought Naruto-san here to talk to you. He insisted on bringing his team with him. They waited for a few seconds before the Hokage's reply came. Thank you, please send them in. The ANBU pushed the door open before stepping aside, leaving the way clear for Team 4 to pass through. Naruto paused for a second, a bit nervous at the prospect of meeting one of the world's most powerful shinobi. Yujito sensed his hesitation and took his hand in hers while stepping in close, lending him her support and earning a smile of gratitude from the young blonde. It prompted a smile from Akana as well. The two would walk through fire for each other, and she was happy beyond belief that Naruto had a girlfriend who was so supportive. Taking a deep breath, Naruto steeled himself and walked into the room to meet Kumogakakure's legendary professor. Sarutobi had sent an ANBU member out to find Naruto as soon as he learned that the boy had entered the village, which didn't take long. Then he had waited anxiously, looking forward to seeing the boy for the first time in 10 years. He had calmed down when the door creaked open. Bringing his excitement under control, he was soon rewarded with the sight of Naruto entering his office walking hand in hand with a young blonde kunoichi. The pair was soon followed by the rest of their team, the blonde-haired female jounin who had kidnapped Naruto and a somber-looking boy who appeared to be the final member of the Genin team. Hokano, I was told that you wished to speak to me. Sarutobi winced inwardly at the formal tone that Naruto used. There was no excitement, no warmth. The boy didn't seem happy to be back in Kumogakure in the least. Naruto, you have no idea how happy it makes me to see you in Kumogakure once more. I wasn't exactly left with much choice in the matter. It's interesting though, how I didn't hear from Konoha for 10 years. Even more so since the timing coincided almost perfectly with the village finding out that I no longer held the QB and that I now possess a bloodline. Not to mention the details of my heritage. One might find ulterior motives behind this sudden interest. Sarutobi did well to hide his growing worry. This was not going as well as he had hoped. Naruto, I've been part of a small group of people who've been trying to bring you back ever since you went missing. Unfortunately, we haven't had enough support from the rest of the village. But the situation has changed. You mean you learned that I had a kekkai genkai instead of a demon? And how the villagers learned that I was the Yondaime Hokage's son? Sarutobi had to hide another wince. Yes, but that isn't the reason I want to bring you back. But it is the reason that the rest of Kumogakure does. You were banking on that, it's why you gave them all that information. Did you even stop to think about the consequences? Stop to think about how Kumogakure would react? I've been attacked because of your lack of discretion, assaulted on the streets of Kumogakure. They may have been judging me superficially, but they still viewed me in a positive light. Thankfully they still do, but you could have demonized me. That did cause Sarutobi to sigh. It appeared that his gamble to let Kumogakure know of Naruto's heritage had backfired. I'm sorry for that, Naruto, I truly am. I didn't know that you were being treated so well in Kumogakure. I thought that they would have been more regulatory, more strict. He turned to glare at Akana. I know well the lengths that Kumogakure would go to in order to obtain a bloodline. Insulting my mother doesn't help your cause, Hokage. Nor does insulting the village where I was raised. Forgive me, the past animosity between our Kumogakure and Kumogakure is not something I should have brought up. That's not what's important here. The important thing is that Konoha will accept you now. Naruto, you can come home. I will be coming home. In 5 weeks when the exams are done I'll be going back to Kumogakure. I have a mother there, a girlfriend, a team, and several instructors. There are people in Kumogakure who actually know me. No one in Konoha has seen me in 10 years. They only know what I am, and all they can do is judge me based off of superficial qualities. I get plenty of that at home. I won't have anybody who actually knows me here. I'm staying in Kumogakure, and there's nothing you can do to convince me otherwise. Don't you think it's a little too early to make that decision? Not at all. But that doesn't mean we don't have anything to talk about. Inheritance. You live up to your reputation as the professor, Hokage. A shinobi doesn't get as old as I am without being able to read people, remember that. On to your inheritance, the Yondaime left a lot of money behind. He earned plenty with all of the S and SS class missions he took. He also left behind a fairly luxurious house in the village for you. But that's not what you're interested in, is it? No, it's not. What about the Hiration? I'm afraid that technique might be lost. What do you mean lost? The Hokage sighed as he climbed to his feet. He walked over and removed the Yondaime's portrait from the wall, revealing a plain section of wall marred only by a seal drawn in blood. The Yondaime was perhaps the greatest seal master the world has ever known. He had foreknowledge of the QB's arrival and prepared accordingly. He sealed everything he left behind for you with blood seals, but the levels of security he used varied. For the money and the house, he used some of the more basic blood seals that could be released by anybody who was of blood relation to him. But he was considerably more worried about the jutsus he left behind. He took a sample of your blood when he made this seal, and keyed it to your DNA. Variance due to the QB wasn't unanticipated, but he intended for you to claim your inheritance no later than your 16th birthday. Under normal circumstances, your DNA never would have changed this much. You can try, but I don't think your blood will be able to release the seal anymore. Naruto didn't comment as Megurashii no To-Remu flared briefly upon his skin. He raised a claw to his fingertip, drawing a line of blood. He brought the bloodied finger down diagonally across the seal. It glowed slightly, but then reverted back to its original state. Sarutobi sighed. It appears that the Hiraishin is lost to this world. A pity. It's always unfortunate when such valuable knowledge is lost. Well, Hokkaido, I'm afraid we must be going. We're still weary from several days of travel to get here and are looking forward to checking into our hotel and relaxing for a bit. Sarutobi sighed again. Very well, I won't keep you here any longer then. Though I do hope that you'll take a bit more time to consider your options. It's not too late to change your mind. No, it's not. But it's too late for you to change my mind. Goodbye, Hokage-dano. Naruto opened the door and turned to hold it for the rest of his team. He waited until they were all out of the room to close the door and turn around. That was when he noticed the new arrival. There was a man leaning against the wall opposite of the door. He was tall and thin. His height and mask covered most of his face, leaving only one eye and a bit of the face around it revealed. That combined with the man's silver hair allowed Naruto to recognize him at once. Itachi Kakashi, one of Konoha's most feared shinobi. Naruto was so preoccupied with Kakashi's sudden appearance that he almost missed another presence off to his side. He turned just in time to catch a glimpse of a brown-haired woman before he was enveloped in a crushing hug. Naruto, it's really you. It's been so long. I still haven't forgiven myself for failing you that day. Hi. Naruto was understandably a bit confused. Who are you? She stepped back, holding him at arm's length to get a look at him. Naruto was somewhat surprised to see traces of tears in her eyes. It seemed that she really was happy to see him. My name is Rin. I was your caretaker for 2 years. Then came that night. I didn't remember it at first, but Yamanaka Inoichi was able to help me regain my memories. I had taken you to see the parade as Kumogakure's ambassador entered Konoha to sign a peace treaty. I must have been followed back to the apartment. We weren't even there for 5 minutes before I was attacked. I couldn't stop her, I lost. And then she took you away. It's all my fault. You know, commented Yugito dryly, not everybody is upset that Naruto went to Kumogakure, including Naruto. That earned her a rather dirty look from Rin. A look that morphed into one of hatred, and was accompanied by a flare of killing intent, as she saw Akana standing behind her student. You, Rin spat as her hand inched towards her kunai holster. How dare you show your face here? She tensed her legs, preparing to spring when Naruto moved. He appeared suddenly behind the two kunoichi, with both his Megurashii and Shurtai no To-Remu activated. Kakashi moved as well, appearing behind Rin and placing a restraining hand on her shoulder. You seem to be angry, Rin, but I would not take kindly to you attacking the woman that is both my mother and sensei. Besides, added Kakashi, our relation with Kumogakure are already strained. We can't afford to create an incident here. He turned to give an eye smile to Naruto and his team. You'll have to forgive Rin here. Yugito opened his mouth to retort, but decided against it when Akana elbowed her in the but she's never quite forgiven herself for failing Naruto all those years ago. He fixed his stare on Akana. You've placed quite a burden on her. You're one to talk, Kakashi. How many widows lie alone at night because of Konoha's most feared assassin? True enough, I fulfill the missions I'm assigned just as you do. I've never kidnapped anybody though. Enough of this. We could spend all day sniping back and forth at each other. I assume that it's no coincidence that you met up with us here. No, it's not. The yondaime was our Jounin sensei. Rin has already mentioned that she was the boy's caretaker, and I visited him frequently before you took him to Kumo. We've been wondering how he's been doing all these years, and didn't want to miss the opportunity to see him. Your concern is appreciated, Kakashi-san. Unfortunately, this isn't the best time. As I've already told the Hokage, my team and I are weary from our journey. We'd really like to make it to our hotel. We can talk some other time maybe. If Kakashi felt any disappointment, he didn't show it. Very well, I look forward to meeting you later. Until then, I suppose. Kakashi and Rin stayed still as Team 4 left. And Akana could feel Rin's eyes boring into her back until they turned the corner and were lost to her sight. Trying to avoid further incidents, Team 4 took to the rooftops as they traveled to their hotel. Thankfully, they didn't encounter anybody else and were able to make it to their hotel in a matter of minutes. They checked in without incident, and it was with great relief that they finally entered their room. No one could ever accuse Kumogakure of being frugal when it came to the Araikis, or their elite jounin like Akana. The room Team 4 found itself with was no exception. They were in a luxury hotel, one that was obviously meant to house important foreign dignitaries. It was also built with shinobi teams in mind. Team 4 found themselves in a 4-bedroom suite. There was a small kitchenette, which they discovered was stocked with basic foodstuffs. The common room was comfortably furnished and decorated with scenes from famous shinobi conflicts. The Kumonin were pleasantly surprised to see that the pictures seemed to focus on the exploits of all the shinobi villages instead of just emphasizing Konoha as one might expect. Of course, that was probably because the hotel housed foreign, not domestic, dignitaries. The bedrooms were nice too, and they dropped their bags off in their respective rooms before meeting in the common room. Well, said Akana, at least the trip hasn't been dull so far. That would have been the preferable alternative, Naruto growled. He was sitting in the corner of a couch. Yugito was sprawled across the rest of the couch, resting her head on his lap. It's even worse here than it is back home. I'm not sure I'd say that, said Yugito. They've been leaving me alone. Your concern is touching. I try. Akana decided to put an end to their bickering. They could keep going for quite a while if they wanted to. Back to the matter at hand, the Chunin exams don't start for 2 days. That means you're going to have another day in this village without anything to do. I won't try to confine you to the hotel or anything, but I don't think I have to remind you of the delicacy of the situation. So don't do anything stupid. Hey, why are you staring at us when you say that? Because Maitoku's a lot more level-headed than you are. Your faith is touching. Akana grinned before mimicking Yugito's earlier words. I try. Naruto groaned. I'm going to bed. There was a crackle of electricity as he disappeared with a shunshin. Yugito's head plopped down onto the couch, and she turned to fix Akana with an annoyed stare. Hey, you scared my pillow away. Akana grinned as she too headed for her room. You've got a bunch more on your bed. Get some sleep. Yugito stuck her tongue out and disappeared in another swirl of electricity, using a shunshin just like Naruto had. Akana and Maitoku just shook their heads and went to their room via more conventional methods. Akana stopped dead when she opened her door though, suddenly understanding why Yugito had opted to use the shunshin. There wasn't a pillow left on Akana's bed, and she had a sneaking suspicion that she knew where to find them. Team 4's Jounin Sensei sighed. It was going to be a long month. Naruto and Yugito were up early the next morning. Not content to sit around the hotel doing nothing, they decided to wander around Konoha, from the rooftops of course. Naruto didn't feel like dealing with the villagers of Konoha at the moment. They did learn a few things. There were very few teams from the other major shinobi villages. They knew they were the only team from Kumo, and didn't see anybody from Kiri. They only managed to spot one team from IWA and had yet to see anybody from Suna. The couple came to as stop as they felt something. It was a strange chakra. They had only ever felt something similar to it once. That was the last time they had seen the Raikage's brother, a Jinchuriki. The man, whose name they couldn't quite remember, was impressed that they were able to sense the demonic chakra on him. Their bloodline appeared to help them there. Naruto turned towards Yugito. Konoha's not supposed to have a Jinchuriki, are they? No, they're not. So either Kumo's intelligence is wrong, or one of the genin we're competing against has a bijou. Think we should take a look? Of course. The two shinobi took a moment to ascertain the direction of the chakra signature, then leapt off. They were almost there when Naruto stopped, looking down to the streets. Yugito followed his gaze, noticing a young boy being threatened by a Suna shinobi wearing a pair of cat-like pajamas. There was a purple-clad kunoichi standing next to him with a fan on her back. She seemed disinterested, along with a pale Konoha shinobi dressed in black who was standing nearby. As if in contrast, there was a pink-haired kunoichi who seemed to be pleading for the boy's release. There was one other Konoha shinobi nearby, a raven-haired boy in a blue shirt standing on the limb of a nearby tree. Naruto smirked. It was time for a little fun. Kankuro, the Suna kunoichi was saying, just put the kid down. You know Gaara wouldn't approve of this. The little brat ran into me, Temari. I think I need to teach him some manners. He turned to face the kid again, only to find that the scarf he was holding was now wrapped around a log. You know, said Naruto, who was now standing on the branch above Sasuke with the kid next to him. It's kind of disgraceful for a shinobi to be picking on a little kid like that. What's the matter? Too scared to take on any of the ninja here? Unnoticed by most of the shinobi present, there was a brief surge of demonic chakra as another presence arrived on the scene. Naruto noticed it, but carefully kept his expression unchanged. Yugito narrowed her eyes from her place of concealment, studying the red-haired newcomer with the large gourd. Kankuro was fuming. You talk awfully big from a distance. Why don't you get down here and say that to my face? Because you don't seem to want to turn around. Everyone, except Gaara and Yugito, were shocked to notice that there was another Naruto standing a few feet behind Kankuro. That's a bunshin up in the tree. You guys need to be a bit more perceptive. Why, you little? Kankuro's hand began inching towards the bandaged bundle on his back, but stopped when a raspy voice interrupted him. Kankuro, stop it. Most of the shinobi present gave another jump of surprise, just noticing Gaara hanging upside down from a branch. But Gaara, he started it. You're a disgrace. Do this again and I'll kill you. Why yes, Gaara. There was a swirl of sand, and Gaara appeared in front of Naruto. What's your name? Araiki, Naruto, though one should first offer their own name before asking another's. I am Sabaku no Gaara. You were the only one who noticed my arrival. And mother reacts strangely to your presence. I look forward to facing you. Soon. Hey, don't forget about me. Naruto turned to regard the boy sitting in the tree. We didn't forget about you, we were ignoring you. There's a difference. How dare you speak to me like that? I'm Uchiha Sasuke. Do you randomly proclaim your name to everybody you meet? Or just the people who look like they don't give a DMN? Why you? Sasuke jumped down from the branch, preparing to charge towards the two foreign genin. Before he could move towards them, the other male Konohinin appeared in front of them. Sai, get out of the way. Sai turned his head to glare at his teammate. Calm down, Dickless. We can't afford to start a diplomatic incident over your pride. He turned to face Naruto and Gaara, giving them a smile that came across as somewhat insincere. You'll have to forgive my teammate, he can be a bit rash at times. Naruto relaxed, easing out of the taijutsu stance he had assumed. That's okay, no harm done. It's nice to see that he has somebody with a bit of common sense to keep him in line. Sasuke bristled at that comment. But in a rare moment where his discretion overruled his pride, he stayed put. I must say, though, there seems to be more to you than meets the eye. I don't know what you're talking about, Naruto-san. Of course you don't. Gaara turned to face Naruto once more. I look forward to facing you again, Araiki, Naruto. Then he turned to face his team. We're leaving. They followed him away without a word of complaint. Naruto was about to walk away as well when he heard a feminine squeal. Spinning around, he just managed to sidestep as a pink and red blur flew past him. The Konoha kunoichi seemed unfazed, bouncing on the ball of her feet. It's you, isn't it? You're Namikaze-sama. I just told you, my name is Araiki, Naruto. Yeah, I heard that's the name those BSTRD kidnappers in Kumo gave you, but you're the Yondaime son, aren't you? Yes, Konoha sent word that your Yondaime Hokage is my father. I'm Haruno Sakura. Would you like me to show you around the village? I know a bunch of good restaurants. Naruto hoped that Yugito wasn't listening as she didn't take kindly to other girls hitting on him. But he found that to be doubtful, so he hoped even more fervently that she'd exercise restraint. I'm sorry, but I need to get going so I can meet up with my teammate. But I'm sure they'd understand. Sakura trailed off as she felt another presence appear behind her. Sasuke couldn't believe it. A third shinobi, this one a blonde-haired Kunoichi, had gotten within a few feet of him without him noticing. This was unacceptable. How would he surpass Itachi Fi? So many kids his age could sneak up on him like that. Naruto made eye contact with Yujito, silently asking her not to do anything too rash. He said no, so back off. Sakura only turned partway around, just far enough to catch a glimpse of a golden ponytail. This led her to come to the mistaken conclusion that it was Ino standing behind her. Hey, I saw him first, Ino pig. So you're just going to have to deal with me taking him out on a date. To punctuate her statement, she spun around to poke Ino in the sternum. But it wasn't Ino standing behind her. Instead, she found herself facing a rather angry-looking Kunoichi. Yujito's scowl only grew deeper as she looked at Sakura's finger, which was poking her in the beak. The next thing Sakura knew, she was face down on the ground. Yujito had one of her arms twisted behind her and a knee resting in the small of her back, effectively pinning Sakura in place. I have a few lessons for you, Haruno. If a guy says no to you, listen to him. Secondly, my boyfriend is not some piece of meat to be claimed by anybody, you especially. Third, don't hit on my boyfriend. Finally, watch where you put your DMN fingers. Unlike you, some of us actually have something there. Oh, and a word of warning before I forget. Don't ever refer to anybody from my village as one of those BSTRD kidnappers, again. You have no idea what their motives were. Naruto was rubbing the back of his head sheepishly as he looked at the scene in front of him. Well, you seem to have met my girlfriend Yujito-chan. Do you think you could let Sakura-san up maybe? So long as she can show a little more discretion. She got up and walked over to Naruto, grabbing him by the hand. We should get going. Akane-sensei mentioned that she wanted to meet us for lunch. Right. Well, see you guys at the Chunin exams. The two Kumonin leapt away, leaving Konoha's Team 7 behind. Wait, said Sakura, no one ever told us about the Chunin exams. The rest of the day passed with no further incident and Team 4 settled down to sleep for the night. Akane woke them up early the next day, after preparing breakfast for them. They ate quickly and she sent them off to Konoha's Ninja Academy with a bit of advice. The Chunin exams can be dangerous, but as the Raikage said, the three of you should be more than ready for it. So just remember to be careful, trust your instincts, trust your judgment, and watch each other's backs. And remember, in these exams you're representing Kumogakure. Do our village proud. Don't worry, Ka-san. Next time you see us we'll be Chunin. I'll see you between stages of the exam. Oh, we'll be one step closer to it then. I'm sure you will. Good luck. Naruto stuck his head back through the open door. Thanks, Ka-san, but we aren't going to need luck. Akane chuckled as the door swung shut. As confident as ever, I see. He'll need that for the first exam. Maitoku managed to convince Naruto and Yujito that it would be best to walk to the academy in a civilian manner. He reasoned that they didn't know what the exams would entail, so it would be best to conserve as much of their chakra as possible. His teammates reluctantly agreed. Naruto was relieved when they finally entered the academy. The stares and whispers here were worse than they were back home. They probably thought it would help convince him to stay in Konoha. In reality, it just made him all the more anxious to leave. Hopefully, the Chunin exams could keep him out of the public eye throughout most of his stay. They entered the academy through a side doorway, leading them to a flight of stairs. Naruto and Yujito slowed a bit as they neared the top of the first flight of stairs. Maitoku, standing a few steps above them, shot them a puzzled glance. Something wrong? There's a genjutsu in the area. But I don't want to dispel it before I figure out what it is. Might be a part of the exam. I'd assume. It is. The door signs on this level indicate that it's the academy's third floor. However, that's impossible since we entered at ground level and have only climbed one flight of stairs. The rest of the team climbed to the landing just in time to hear Sasuke announce the genjutsu's presence to the entire floor. What an idiot, muttered Naruto. This was obviously a pretest of sorts. They wanted to weed out the less perceptive genin. Yujito was shaking her head. Sai did mention that Sasuke often let his pride get the better of his common sense. Oh well, nothing we can do about it now. Let's just get to the exam room. They climbed the stairs, not noticing that a Hyuga was eyeing them with a subtle and hateful glare. He was snapped out of his reverie as he heard his teammates start shouting about how he was going to go have a youthful spar with the young Uchiha. Their other teammate, a bun-haired Kunoichi, didn't seem so thrilled with that idea. Lee, this is crazy. The exams are going to start in a couple minutes. Niji, talk some sense into him. No, let him go 10-10. There's something I wish to take care of as well. He disappeared in a swirl of leaves, with Lee bounding off immediately afterwards. A puzzled 10-10 was left behind. It was unusual for Niji to seek unnecessary fights. What in the world could get him so riled up? Team 4 had discovered that the third floor of the academy seemed to contain training rooms, a lot of them. They were walking through the fourth one when they felt a surge of chakra. They stopped and saw a swirl of leaves and smoke as a figure appeared between them and the door. The smoke cleared to reveal the figure of a young male Hyuga standing there. Naruto bit back a curse. As well as most of Konoha viewed him, he somehow doubted that he'd be viewed very favorably by the Hyuga clan. Not considering the circumstances surrounding his departure from the village. He stepped forward, warily edging in front of Yugito and Maitoku. Hyuga-san, what are you doing here? 10 years ago, my father was sacrificed to appease your village after you were kidnapped. A result of political maneuvering to ensure that you stayed in Kumogakure. His death is your fault, and fate has decreed that you will die for that. I was 2 years old. He trailed off, staring at the boy expectantly. You're waiting for my name? Just as perceptive as I'd expect from a Hyuga. Niji. I was 2 years old, Niji. I didn't ask for them to kidnap me, didn't do anything to facilitate it. I had no control over what happened that night. Blaming me for it is madness. Not to mention that it was 10 years ago. Stop living in the past. Besides, we don't want to start another incident between our villages. Kumogakure hasn't shown much concern for that in the past. Enough, Niji, you're not thinking straight. But know this, if you attack us now we'll respond in kind. The boy's eyes narrowed. You're right, now is not the time. But I will kill you, Araiki Naruto. Fate has decreed it. Then, he was gone in another swirl of leaves. Naruto sighed as he ran his fingers through his hair. This place just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it? Juken shouldn't work too well on us. And besides, you only have to put up with it for a month. Naruto shook his head as he headed towards the door. Longest month of my life. They exited the training area, and finally found themselves in a regular hallway. They saw the room they had to report to at the end of the hallway, with Kakashi standing in front of it. Is there something wrong, Kakashi-san? I wasn't aware that any Jounin-sensei were present. I'm just making sure that my team passed their test. He stepped to the side. Don't let me stop you. Why are they here if you're not sure they should be taking the exams? I do believe they should be taking it, but I need to ensure that they feel the same. Okay then. Well, we should get going. Naruto walked through the door, only to pull up short in order to avoid walking into a dark-haired girl. Sensing his presence, she turned around. Naruto cursed inwardly as he found himself facing another Hyuga. Thankfully, however, she was decidedly less aggressive than Niji had been. She blushed. Tgomin, excuse me. Don't worry about it. He walked past her, grateful that she was far more level-headed than her relative. He walked past her along with this team and found a seat further forward in the classroom. They were already scanning the room as they went, taking note of the people around them and remembering their sensei's advice from the previous day. Team 4 was sitting in the common room of their suite, the genin listening as Akana gave them advice. When you get to the exams, there are going to be a lot of genin there. Many of them will be significantly older than you are, and most will look highly intimidating. Those are the ones you don't have to worry about. The ones who look intimidating are usually lacking in skill, so they try to use their appearance to throw their opponent off their guard. When you think about it, many of the most powerful shinobi look rather unassuming. Myself, Madogai, the Yondaime Hokage. If you saw them walking down the street you'd think nothing of them, unless you knew of them, of course. Those with true power can wear it like a cloak. They don't need piercings or any of that crap to try to intimidate people. You don't have to worry about the older kids too much either. The Chunin exams are highly selective. Most shinobi who become Chunin are promoted through other means. There are two types of shinobi who take the Chunin exams. The first type are genin like yourselves who are particularly talented. Their village enters them in the exams to display their strength and bring missions to the village. Political reasons can also play a role in the entrance of these genin. The other type of genin you'll find in these exams are those who are unable to get promoted through other means. They take the exam because it's their last chance to get past the rank of genin. So remember to watch out for the younger, unassuming genin. They're the ones that you'll be competing against at the end. As he took note of the various genin assembled in the small room, Naruto felt his confidence growing. Most of the genin were the ones who Akana had told him not to worry about. It was a distinct possibility some of the genin present were exceptions to the norms Akana had described. But in general, Naruto was more than willing to trust in her experience and advice. A surge of chakra drew his attention. He turned to see a group of genin bearing Hydarites from Otogakure charging towards the back of the room. They were heading towards a group of 9 Konoha genin who were about the same age as him, including the Hyuga girl and the genin team he had encountered yesterday. There was also an older, silver-haired genin present. The bulky, bandage-wrapped Otonin took a swing at the older Konohanin present. He leaned back and avoided the strike, but collapsed to the ground anyways as his glasses shattered. Naruto's eyes narrowed. There was more to that punch than met the eye. Naruto decided that he'd have to keep an eye on that genin, even if he was stupid enough to tip his hand this early. There was another surge of chakra, much larger than the first. Naruto turned his attention to the front of the room. A large group of Konohanin had appeared. One stood in the front, appearing to be the leader of the group. He was a scarred man with a trench coat and bandana. Naruto recognized his description from the crash course Akana had given them about Konoha and its forces. This was Marino Ibiki, head of Konoha's torture and interrogation department. The first test was shaping up to be interesting. You, Sound Genin, what the hell do you think you're doing? There's no unauthorized fighting in these exams. If I catch anybody pulling anything like that again, I'll fail you on the spot. Is that clear? No one in the room responded. Very few would have even dared. Good, now pay attention to my Chunin assistants. They're going to show you to your seats and I want you seated as soon as possible. I'm Marino Ibiki, and the first stage of the Chunin exams is just beginning. A few minutes later, all the genin in the room had been sorted into an assigned seating arrangement. Ibiki was standing at the front of the room, commanding the attention of everybody present. Okay, Gaki, listen up, because I'm only going to say this once. The first stage of these exams is a written test that you have 1 hour to complete. The test is composed of 10 questions. You'll find 9 of them on the test that will be passed out. The 10th will be given to you with 15 minutes left. Your team scores will be averaged to see if you pass, and if anybody on your team gets a 0, you all fail. The only thing left to cover is cheating. Look around the room. All of the Konoha shinobi you see sitting at the edges are Chunin that I have personally handpicked. They all have sharp eyes, and will be watching you carefully. If you're caught cheating, you lose 2 points. If you're caught 5 times, it means you've lost all 10 of your points and fail along with the rest of your team. As he was speaking, a few Chunin were distributing tests throughout the room. Ibiki waited for them to finish. You have 1 hour to complete the test, beginning now. Naruto flipped his test over and scanned through the questions. To his surprise, he found that there were only 3 of them he'd be able to answer, which meant that it would be practically impossible for most genin and even lower-level Chunin. It appeared that the written test wasn't the purpose of this part of the exam. Naruto replayed Ibiki's instructions in his head, and it didn't take him long to discern the exam's true purpose. Usually, cheating was enough to disqualify you immediately. But here it was allowed, to an extent, that, combined with the difficulty of the questions, would cause almost all of the genin present to cheat in order to pass. They'd have to be careful, though, for the Chunin sitting at the edge of the room were watching them like hawks. The guards were another indication that they were supposed to cheat. If Ibiki really wanted to catch all cheaters, he could have brought in the Hyuga clan and there be a Kugen. By not using the all-seeing eye, he was giving the genin a chance to get away with it. Not that it would be easy though, the chunin that were present were watching carefully. Even so, they'd be hard-pressed to spot what he had planned without the Byakugan. A tiny bit of blue-gray chakra emerged from between the bandages around his ankle. It wasn't the flashiest display of his bloodline's final stage, but it was enough to get the job done. He wondered how his team would do though. Yujito would be able to use the same method as he did and should be fine. The question was whether Maitoku would be able to get the answers or not. He'd just have to wait and see. With a sigh, Naruto settled down and awaited the return of his little spy while shifting uncomfortably. Half an hour later, Naruto had finished filling out his test with what he was almost certain was the correct answers. The 3 questions he knew he could confirm himself. For the rest, he had to settle for cross-checking the answers on various papers. Naruto sighed again, then waited for the 10th question to come. Several teams were thrown out over the next 15 minutes, their luck with some of the less subtle methods of cheating finally running out on them. Then Ibiki finally stepped up to talk again. Naruto leaned forward a bit, eager to finally get this over with. Okay Gaki, your 45 minutes is up. It's time for the 10th question. But before I can give you the question, you'll have to decide whether you want to take the question or withdraw from the exams. What? Naruto turned his head slightly to see a young Inuzuka rising halfway out of his chair. Why would we go through all of this just to back out now? Because, if you don't answer this question correctly, you automatically fail. And you will be barred from ever taking these exams again. Naruto quirked an eyebrow. That was unexpected. Others around the room were less restrained in their reaction to the news. That's bullshit. The Inuzuka was again showing a lack of restraint. There are plenty of people who've taken these exams multiple times. I guess you're just unlucky, kid. This is my first year proctoring these exams. I don't care how it was done in the past. This year I decide how it works. I even have a paper signed by the leaders of all your village leaders to back me up on this. You don't have to take the question. You're free to leave, disqualifying both yourself and your team, but then you can try again later. Make your decision. Over the next several minutes, quite a number of teams left the room. Ibiki was rather pleased with himself. The genin were dropping like flies, and the atmosphere was deliciously tense. Everything was going perfectly. Then he noticed a blonde shinobi from Kumogakure who just looked bored. If he let that go, it could ruin the atmosphere he had so painstakingly built. But if he could break the boy, then he could get rid of a lot more genin. Especially any of the Konohinin that recognized the boy as Minato's son. You there, blondie from Kumo. Naruto directed his gaze towards the front of the room. Are you talking to me or Yujito-chan? I'm talking to you, Gaki. You seem awfully relaxed right now. Don't you realize that your future depends on this? If you take the 10th question, it will decide whether you'll be able to achieve the rank of Chunin or if you'll be stuck as a genin forever. To say that Naruto's response caught Ibiki by surprise would be an understatement. Enough of your mind games, I'm getting bored. Just give us the DMN question already. What did you say? I said to give us the DMN question already. I've been sitting here for the past 45 minutes while you play your mind games, and guess what? You don't scare me. I've taken bigger risks before, and I have no doubt I'll face them again. So just give us the question. Ibiki had to resist the urge to swear out loud. Not only had Naruto not fallen for his trap, but the boy had openly defied him while doing so. He could already see an added eagerness in the eyes of the Konoha shinobi that were left. None of them were going to back down after that little speech by the Yandame's son. None of the remaining foreign shinobi looked like they would leave either. They didn't want to be shown up by the young shinobi from Kumogakure. Well, if none of the rest of you are going to leave, I only have one thing left to say. He paused for a moment, drinking in the rising tension while he still could. You'll pass. What? The Inuzuka boy was apparently unable to keep his emotions in check again. What do you mean we pass? What happened to the 10th question? There was no 10th question. Or I suppose you could say that the decision to stay for the 10th question was the final question. The blonde Gaki pretty much had it right. As a shinobi, especially one who's reached the rank of Chunin, you'll face many difficult choices and dangerous scenarios. You may be given a mission where you need to retrieve a scroll from an enemy fortress. You have no idea what defenses are in place. Do you decline the mission because you don't want to risk your lives? Of course not. As a shinobi, it is your duty to carry out the missions assigned to you, your duty to risk your lives. Anyone who isn't willing to risk their chance at becoming a chunin isn't worthy of the rank. Ibiki was about to continue when he saw a black ball approaching the window. He suppressed a sigh. She was doing it again. Most of the genin present jumped in surprise as a black ball suddenly crashed through the window. There was a brief explosion, embedding 4 kunai into the wall and spreading a banner. It also revealed a newly arrived kunoichi, wearing a fishnet skirt under a trench coat and little else. The banner behind her read Tokubetsu Jounin and proctor of the second exam, Mitarashi Anko. Ibiki walked around the edges of the banner and cleared his throat, catching Anko's attention. You're early again. You also broke the window, again. Pretty soon the Hokage's going to start taking that out of your pay. If Anko even heard him, she didn't show it. Are you going soft on me here, Ibiki? Just look at all the genin still left. Maybe we just have a better crop of examinees this time around. Whatever, that just leaves more for me to play with. I guarantee that when I'm done I'll cut their numbers by at least half. She turned to face the genin, still sitting in their desks. Okay Gaki, get out of your seats and follow me. The second exam is up next. Not wasting any time, she turned and jumped out of the broken window. The remaining genin hastily bolted out of their seats to follow. Anko led them along the rooftops at a fast pace. Many of the genin had trouble keeping up. She returned to Earth a few minutes later, landing in front of a foreboding chain-link fence that cordoned off a swath of forest. She leaned against a tree and waited with uncharacteristic patience for the rest of the genin to arrive. It only took about a minute, then she stood to address the assembled genin. Okay, this is Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. It's where your second exam is going to take place. You're going to be in there for a 5-day survival exercise. 5 days? Naruto turned to see a somewhat pudgy Konohanin talking, and a Kimichi unless he missed his guess. What are we supposed to do for food? Kill something. There's plenty of food in the forest. Course that includes you. Some of the beasts in that place can get pretty big. Anyways, these are your objectives. She reached into her trench coat and pulled out a pair of scrolls. One had the kanji for heaven, and the other the kanji for earth. Before the exam begins, each team will be given one of these 2 scrolls and assigned a gate. The Forest of Death is a perfect circle, with gates evenly spaced at the perimeter and a tower in the center. Once the exam begins, you will have 5 days to acquire both scrolls and make your way to the tower in the center of the forest. You cannot open the scrolls until you have arrived at the tower with both of them in your possession. Once you get into the forest, anything goes. You can use any technique you have at your disposal and use any amount of force you like. Killing is allowed. As she was speaking, she noticed that Naruto was more or less ignoring her. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she decided to make an example of him. It was always fun to incite terror and chaos. Her hand slid to her kunai pouch and discreetly drew one. She flicked it suddenly, aiming to slice Naruto's cheek. As soon as the kunai left her hand, she moved, disappearing from the sight of almost all the genin present. Naruto had noticed her hand moving from the beginning and discerned fairly easily that he was the focus of her attention. She was underestimating him. He burst into movement at the same time as Anko, snapping his hand up and catching the kunai by the ring of its handle. He spun the kunai on his finger, securing a backhanded grip. He then moved it back over his shoulder, letting the point rest lightly in the center of Anko's height and stopping her half an arm's length away. This behavior hardly seems befitting of a proctor Mitarashi-san. Despite the situation, Anko couldn't help but grin. There's more to you than meets the eye, isn't there, Namikaze-kun? She was forced to move quickly, reassuming her former position an instant before Yujito's fist passed through the space that had been occupied by Anko's head. It would be appreciated if the girls from Konoha would stop hitting on my boyfriend. And by the way, it's Araiki, not Namikaze. Kumo sure seems to have sent an interesting team this year. Anyways, she pulled a piece of paper out of her coat. This is a waiver. You're all going to have to sign this to absolve Konoha of all responsibility in case of your deaths. If you don't sign one, you're disqualified. These chunin here will pass out the forms. Once all 3 of you fill one out, turn them in at that tent over there. Then you'll receive your scroll and a chunin will take you to your assigned gate. Team 4 filled out their waivers without second thought and received an earth scroll. One of the chunin walked them a quarter of the way around the forest to get to their gate, and the team settled down to wait for the exams to begin. Maitoku glanced over to his teammates. Shall we discuss our strategy for the second exam? Yujito looked over towards the chunin proctor. No, not yet. Wait until we get into the forest. The chunin smiled as he inserted his key into the lock on the gate. Always cautious, a good trait for a shinobi. He took the lock off and stood in front of the gate, staring at his watch for a few minutes. Okay, you have 5 days starting now. He threw the door open and stepped to the side. 3 blurs flew past him as Team 4 made their way into the forest. Team 4 leapt from tree to tree, heading deeper into the forest of death. So, said Maitoku, I assume that the 2 of you have a plan. Yeah, we're going to go into the forest a bit then spiral inwards. Some of the weaker teams might be a bit tentative and stick to the edges, so with luck we can pick one of them off. Yujito-chan and myself will alternate keeping Ishiki no To-Remu active to give us a better chance of finding people. Maitoku nodded. Seems like a sound plan. Naruto smirked. Of course it does, it was my idea after all. His Ishiki no To-Remu blazed to life as he spoke. Then he moved up to take point as his teammates fell in behind him. Several hours passed by with no sign of any other teams. Then Yujito picked up 3 chakra signatures at the edge of her perception. Team 4 conversed briefly before taking off, heading towards their targets. Shortly afterwards, the Araikis picked up on another set of chakra signatures coming in. There are 6 of them, should we still go in? I don't see why not, said Yujito. That just makes it a 3-way battle instead of a 2-way one. And if there are 2 of them, it's more likely that we'll find a heaven scroll. To top it off, if we get a 3rd scroll, that's 1 less team that can advance to the next round. Maitoku briefly adjusted the way his katana rode on his back before adding his 2 cents. I concur, the situation remains favorable. There is no reason to abort the attack. Looks like we're all in agreement then. Team 4 landed in a clearing in the forest a few minutes later, across from a team of Aimnin. The Aimnin standing at the forefront smirked as he regarded the team from Kumo. Well, looks like the timing of things couldn't have been more perfect. Why, because you wanted to lose your scroll within the day? No, because we have help coming. As he spoke, the second set of chakra signatures arrived in the form of another team of Aimnin that landed alongside the other. Our 2 teams decided to cooperate for this test. You're outnumbered, there's no way you can win. If Naruto was worried at all, he didn't show it. Have you ever heard the phrase quality over quantity? We may be outnumbered, but you're outclassed. I'm in a good mood though, so I'm willing to offer you a deal. If you give us one of your scrolls, preferably a heaven scroll, I'll let you keep the other one and leave you uninjured. Are you an idiot? You're outnumbered 2 to 1. And since you won't surrender, we're going to kill you all. Well, at least you 2, he motioned towards Maitoku and Naruto as he spoke, the girl we can have a bit of fun with. Naruto glanced over to Yujito. Yujito-chan, don't. She was gone before he finished speaking. Do anything rash, he finished quietly. Yujito reappeared in front of the boy who had spoken. She had a hand on either shoulder and Chikara no To-Remu was active. The boy smirked. Interesting look on you. What's the matter? Can't wait until dash. He was cut off as Yujito brought her knee up hard. All of the boys in the clearing winced as the boy's pelvis broke with an audible crunch. The boy's mouth opened in a wordless scream of pain before he collapsed, mercifully unconscious. In her anger, Yujito had left herself open to counterattack, and 2 of the Aimnin moved to take advantage of that. Naruto, however, was faster. He disappeared from view, and despite having 4 times the distance to cover, reached Yujito before the Aimnin. He effortlessly parried the attack of the first Aimnin. His parry sent the attack flying out wide, causing the boy to lose his balance and stumble away. That allowed him to turn and confront the other incoming Aimnin squarely. He sidestepped his opponent's attack with ease, and lashed out twice. His first strike backhanded the Aimnin across the face. As he stumbled backwards, Naruto threw a kick. It caught his foe in the stomach, doubling him over and allowing his claws to dig deep gashes in the Aimnin's abdomen. That was when the remaining Aimnin charged. Naruto shook his head. They just didn't learn. Yugito, who had calmed down somewhat, slid alongside him. The two calmly regarded the four attacking Aimnin, waiting for their opportunity. It was provided by Mitoku, who launched a barrage of electrically charged senbon. The Aimnin blocked them with kunai, and got quite a shock. The electrical charge stunned them and caused their muscles to spasm violently. It was all the opening that the Araikis needed. Approximately 45 seconds later, they stood over the unconscious forms of 5 Aimnin. The sixth was lying at the base of a nearby tree, terror evident in her eyes. "You know," said Naruto as he dug through pouches on the downed shinobi, "I know we're good. But still, there were 6 of them. You'd think they would have put up more of a fight." Yugito flipped open a pouch, drawing forth a heaven scroll from within as Naruto found an earth scroll on a member of the other team. "Maybe we're just better than we thought we were." "Guess so." Naruto turned to face the lone unharmed, mostly Aimnin. "Well, I told you I was in a good mood today, so I'll leave you conscious to stand guard over your comrades. A word of advice though, learn how to gauge your opponents better." With a blur, Team 4 was gone. "Our objective is complete," Mitoku noted as they leapt through the trees. "We should go straight to the tower. There is no reason to risk staying out here any longer than is necessary." "I agree for the most part." Naruto glanced down at his bloody hands and feet. "But let's find a stream or lake to stop at first. Yugito-chan and I would like to clean up a bit." "Very well." It only took a few minutes for them to locate a suitable body of water. It was by a small cliff. A stream ran off the edge of it, dropping off into a deep pool below. Naruto shrugged out of his GI and dove in. He entered the water without so much as a splash, and sunk almost all the way to the bottom before kicking his way to the surface. Then he paddled over to the shallower waters near shore, where he joined Yugito in scrubbing the blood from his hands and feet. A few minutes later they were clean and Naruto was tying his GI back into place. That's when it them. A powerful wave of killing intent swept over the clearing. Naruto and Yugito swayed on their feet, shaken for a few moments before they were able to fight it off. Mitoku wasn't quite as resilient, collapsing to the ground under the weight of the malice in the air. "Ku, you two managed to resist my killing intent." Naruto snapped his head around, catching sight of the figure that emerged on the far side of the pool. He had long black hair and white skin with purple markings on his face. Naruto recognized the clothes he was wearing as those he had seen on a Kusanine earlier in the exam. He decided that he didn't want to know what had happened to her. For he recognized the shinobi in front of him, Orochimaru of the Densetsu no Sannin. "What the hell are you doing here, Orochimaru? You seem to be a little advanced for this test. Did you get demoted down to genin level or something?" Orochimaru didn't respond, opting instead to launch himself at the two Araikis. They scattered, leaping away as they activated Megurushi no To-Remu. Orochimaru appeared in front of Naruto before he even landed and launched a brutal series of mid-air punches and kicks. Naruto managed to block the first few, but then took a punch to the face. The sheer force behind the blow dazed the genin and left him vulnerable for a split second. A split second was all Orochimaru needed to bury his foot in the boy's stomach, sending him crashing into the pool below. Orochimaru touched down lightly on the surface of the water, waiting for the boy's emergence. A splash drew his attention as Naruto shot out of the water. Orochimaru evaded the boy's strikes easily, almost appearing to be bored. "How disappointing, Naruto-kun. I was expecting better from you." He threw a punch, breaking through Naruto's defenses with casual ease and hitting the young genin across the face. He received a mild shock for his efforts, and Naruto disappeared in a crackle of electricity. "Suiton, Sur no Jutsu." Orochimaru grinned as Naruto rose from the water in front of him, carefully maintaining contact with the newly formed sphere of water that imprisoned the snake Sen. "Impressive, Naruto-kun, pulling off a deception like that without me noticing. Apparently I underestimated you, even if you don't seem to know how to use that jutsu properly." "What do you mean?" "It's true that this jutsu will prevent me from attacking you, but it prevents you from attacking me as well. Furthermore, I can tell that you're not using a clone this time." So you can't even run away from me. It's just a waste of chakra. Unless I just needed to immobilize you. Chakra leaked from Naruto's skin, taking on the form of a fox as Mantoru no To-Remu activated. It changed almost immediately, becoming lighter in color and developing countless fine edges. Orochimaru's appreciation for the boy's talent grew, to work a wind recomposition of that scale whilst simultaneously maintaining a water jutsu. Yes, he'd have to make sure to recruit this boy. Like you said, Orochimaru, you underestimated me. Now you'll pay the price for it. Yugito-chan, let him have it. Right, Raitama Enden. Yugito extended an arm as she finished the seals, using her free hand to brace it. Multiple blasts of lightning shot from her palm, each one impacting the pool of water. The blast was immediately conducted by the water, exposing everything touching it to untold volts of electricity. Naruto was protected by the cloak of wind chakra around him, his dominant affinity shorting out Yugito's attack before it could reach him. Orochimaru had no such luck. Unable to work any jutsu in the confines of the water prison, he took the electricity full blast. Naruto's elation, however, was short-lived as Orochimaru dissolved into a pile of mud. DMN, Naruto muttered. He didn't underestimate us as much as I had hoped. His eyes widened as he sensed a sudden surge of chakra. He dove aside, a split second ahead of the giant snake that crashed into the spot where he had just been standing. He wasn't quite fast enough to escape the thrashing tail and got clipped along the side. He was launched into the cliffside, cutting deeply into it with his mantle of wind chakra. The snake paid for the blow as well, earning a bloody gouge on his tail where he had made contact. Naruto pulled himself out of the hole in the cliffside. Yugito-chan, we need to take out that snake. Yeah, lead off. Got it, Futon, de Tapa. Yugito flashed through her own set of hand seals, finishing shortly after Naruto. Katon, Karyu Enden. She spat out an intense stream of flames. It intersected with Naruto's blast of wind and expanded in a concussive blast of heat and flame. Orochimaru leapt clear. His snake, however, was unable to move quickly enough to evade the blast. It was forced to take the attack head-on, and was reduced to ash and bone. When the blast died down, Orochimaru saw that the two were nearing the end of another set of seals. An excited grin grew on his face. This could prove interesting. Futon, Furyuden. Katon, Karyuden. Coils of wind spun around Naruto, taking the form of an enormous dragon made of wind. At the same time, Yugito spat a similarly sized dragon made of fire. Two dragons shot off towards Orochimaru, over Orochimaru. His eyes widened. They had discovered his clone, and now the two attacks were bearing down on the branch that he was concealing his real self on. He was preparing to leap clear of the blow when the two attacks collided. There was a sudden explosion of white-hot flames, shooting outwards through the forest. Several hundred feet of trees were reduced to ash in an instant. The devastation, however, extended far beyond that. Many more trees were badly charred, some falling over as their bases were burned through. The entire area was black with ash. Fires were burning at the edges of zone of devastation. The only reason that they weren't burning throughout the entire area was because all of their fuel had been consumed with the initial blast. Naruto and Yugito were both breathing hard. Those were powerful, chakra-intensive jutsus that the pair hadn't quite mastered yet. They took quite a toll, despite the immense stamina of the Araikis. Think we got him, Yugito-chan? Kami, I hope so. Their hopes, however, were put to rest as they heard the freak's sick laughter ring out from behind them. Coo, to think that you're already capable of attacks of that level. You two are skilled, geniuses, perhaps even more so than Sasuke-kun. Naruto stared at the man with undisguised amazement, and even a hint of fear. How did you avoid that attack? You were there when it hit, I'm sure of it. I could feel your chakra signature there. I can do many things that you couldn't even imagine. Someday you might get to learn them. That last statement earned him a pair of glowers as the Araikis processed the hidden meaning behind it. You're dreaming if you think you can make us abandon Kumogakure. Ah, but you haven't even seen what I have to offer yet. His neck suddenly lengthened, splitting into two as it went. Yugito and Naruto tried to leap aside, But Orochimaru was too fast, too persistent. His fangs sunk into each of them at the slope of the neck. Both genin winced in pain, but much to Orochimaru's surprise were not overwhelmed by it. No one had been able to move while he was marking them with the curse seal. The Araikis, however, could. They both reached up and grabbed Orochimaru at the base of his skull. "You got sloppy, Orochimaru." Pain was evident in Naruto's voice as he spoke, even if he didn't show it. "I thought you of all people would know to keep track of all your opponents." Naruto had the satisfaction of seeing Orochimaru's eyes widen with worry at that. Mitoku had finally fought off Orochimaru's killing intent and climbed to his feet. Normally, this wouldn't have even concerned Orochimaru. With his head immobilized and 50 feet away from his body, however, it had the potential to be a dangerous situation. Mitoku had drawn the katana on his back, and it was crackling with electricity. He ducked under Orochimaru's clumsy swipe and stabbed forward, burying his sword into Orochimaru's body. Electricity exploded through Orochimaru's torso and limbs. But the Sannin didn't flinch, even as his flesh charred due to the energy coursing through him. He swept his arm out in a backhand strike, using the sword he was impaled on as a guide. Mitoku, unable to react in time, was sent flying. Orochimaru grasped the katana's hilt and pulled, pleased to get that out of him, but he wasn't out of the woods yet. For, on some unspoken signal, both Naruto and Yugito struck. Both of them took one hand from Orochimaru's skull, claws splayed wide. Naruto's claws became outline in wind nature chakra, Yugito's erupted in electricity. Naruto cut cleanly through the neck that held him, but was disappointed when it simply withered into a snake. He had gotten the replica, it appeared. The neck holding Yugito jerked wildly, managing to tear free of the grip of the lone hand holding it. He was unable to fully evade Yugito's strike though. She drew 3 deep gashes in the side of his neck, and dosed him with another burst of electricity. Orochimaru's neck snapped back to its normal length, giving him his first good view of the Araiki's wounds. Both were freely bleeding, and emitting a dark chakra into the air. He frowned. The chakra he injected into them should have gotten caught up in their natural chakra flow and been carried to the brain. Once there it would be able to solidify its influence on them. Something, however, seemed to be interfering with that. Things had not gone how he had expected at all, especially when he considered his own wounds. They were nothing he couldn't deal with, of course. But he knew he'd have to deal with Anko before he left that forest, and she had a better idea of his capabilities than he had of hers. Not that he was worried about facing her, but he wanted to make sure he was ready for her. His current burned and bleeding state could hardly be considered as such. To top things off, their combined dragon blasts had been a massive attack. Something that was far beyond what would be expected of any of the genin in the exams. It was sure to draw attention, which meant that someone was probably already on their way. As much as he regretted it, he was going to have to stop playing with the young Araikis, especially since his cursed seal wasn't working on them. If he was lucky, he could still manage to sway them to his view. If not, at least he had managed to mark Sasuke. Either way, his trip into the forest had been fruitful. "The two of you are simply full of surprises, quite delightful. I'm afraid I must cut our playtime short, but my offer to you still stands. I can give you more power than you can imagine, remember that." Then he was gone. Mitoku groaned as he climbed to his feet. "I believe that his last attack may have broken a few of my ribs. How are the two of you faring?" Yugito sat down at the base of a tree. A hand was clamped to her wound, which still had blood and chakra running from it freely. "We've been better. He tried to inject us with some sort of foreign chakra. Our system is fighting it, preventing it from gaining a foothold in our system. Apparently the foreign chakra is also being expelled from our systems. However, that seems to be interfering with our normal accelerated healing. We'll have to bandage these wounds. You've never needed to tend to superficial wounds before. I know it's troubling." Naruto unsealed a roll of bandages with a puff of smoke. "It's definitely because of that chakra he injected us with. I just wish I knew what it was. Next time I see an Otonin, I'm going to beat it out of them." He gestured towards Yugito. "Here, I'll bandage that up for you." "Yeah, sure." She deftly undid the ties of her top, letting it pool around her waist and leaving her torso clad only in her bra. Go ahead. Yuji-chan. What? Well, due to the location of the puncture wound, I'll need to wrap your bandages around your torso and under your other arm. So, you're, going to have to take your bra off. The strap's in the way. What? The strap would get trapped underneath the bandage, it has to be moved. He gave the red-faced, sputtering Yugito an apologetic look. You could cover them with your hands. She glowered for a second before replying. You, she pointed at Maitoku, turn around now. Maitoku didn't waste an instant. A somewhat irate Yugito turned around too, quickly unclasping her bra and covering herself with her hands as best she could. Naruto began applying the bandages. Hey, remember back at the daimyo's palace when you dropped in on me when I was in the onsen? Yeah, what about it? Naruto smirked. Karma's a beach, isn't? Yugito dearly wished she had a free hand to smack her boyfriend with. Anko was a blur moving through the forest of death. Trees flew by beneath her as a mixture of rage and worry churned at her insides. One of the Chunin proctors for the exams had shown her something about half an hour ago, a trio of dead Kusanine. What really caught her attention though was that one of them no longer had a face. It could only be his jutsu, Orochimaru's. She had no idea what he was doing here, but she doubted it was a social call. She had sent the Chunin to fetch the ANBU Black Ops, then headed into the forest of death herself. If she met up with her traitorous sensei, she decided it would be an encounter that neither of them would walk away from. Then she could feel it, his presence. It washed over her like an oily film. She stopped, drawing a kunai from her holster. Show yourself, Orochimaru. Where are your manners, Anko-chan? She gripped her kunai tighter as he stepped out from behind the tree in front of her. You haven't seen your sensei for years and that's how you greet him? I taught you better than that. Manners? Do you have any idea what I've gone through since you betrayed this village, since you gave me this mark? Not to mention the crimes you've committed against Konoha. What you've done can't be forgiven, Orochimaru, and you'll die for it today. Not wasting any more time, she slung the kunai at him, only to growl in frustration as he caught it between his fingers. Now, Anko-chan, he said as he began sinking into the tree, I don't have time to play with you at the moment. There are several prospects I've been testing in this forest. Besides, if I let you keep me here long enough for the NBU to arrive, I just might have to kill you. Like hell you're getting away, BSTRD. Sanaijishu. She extended her arm as snakes shot forth from the sleeve of her trench coat, plunging into the tree and pulling Orochimaru towards her. She caught his hand as he was pulled in, forcing it into the same half-seal as hers. Using that jutsu, Anko-chan, are you really that desperate? Shut up, you BSTRD. Now you pay for your crimes. She felt a sting on her wrist as the snakes in her sleeve bit both of them on the wrist. Just a little longer and they'd both have a lethal dose of poison in them. She might die, but at least she'd be able to take out the one who had wreaked so much havoc on her life. Then she felt a change in the texture of Orochimaru's hand, just before he dissolved into a pile of mud. She cancelled the jutsu, but the battle was lost and she knew it. Anko fell to her knees, her breath already coming hard because of the poison flowing through her system. She could barely move, couldn't even raise her head as she sensed her traitorous ex-sensei walking up to her. You've improved quite a bit, Anko-chan, you must be Jounin level by now. It appears that my tutelage hasn't gone entirely to waste. You're still too soft though, unwilling to utilize all of your resources. The cursed seal I gave you can provide with power should you need it. I've wasted enough time on you now though, just give a message to the Hokage for me. He leaned down, and Anko could feel his warm breath on her ear. Tell him that if he stops these exams I will destroy this village. Then he was gone in a swirl of leaves. Team 4 hadn't traveled far after their fight with Orochimaru. They had only moved far enough to find a decent hiding spot, then rested for the night. They departed the next day, making a beeline for the tower. Naruto was taking point when he came to a sudden halt. Yugito was forced to grab onto an overhead branch to avoid careening into him. She shot him an annoyed glare. What was that for? Cast about a bit, Yugito-chan, see if you can find anything. She closed her eyes and concentrated a bit before responding. I can sense 6 chakra signatures in the distance. Yeah, 3 of them are that Konoha team we ran into along with those Sunanin. The other 3 belong to those Otonin that made the scene at the start of the first exam. Orochimaru was wearing a hideite from Otogakure when he attacked us. I think it's time to get some answers. Yugito hesitated only an instant before responding. Agreed, let's go. They arrived at the battleground a few minutes later. Sakura was the only member of her team who was moving about. Sasuke and Sai were lying unconscious under some sort of cavern made of tree roots. There was something a bit off about Sasuke's chakra too. There was something else to it, a foul taint like the chakra that was still leaking from the wound on the Araiki's necks. The 3 Otonin were spread across the clearing, leaving Sakura with her back to her unconscious teammates. There was one more genin present as well, a Konohanin with a bowl cut and green spandex. He was lying on the ground, bleeding from his ears. Naruto edged over a bit and whispered to his teammates. Maitoku, we need you to disable the right arm of that bandaged Otonin. He did something strange with it back before the first exam, probably something to do with that weird gauntlet he's wearing. I understand. Leave him to me. Yugito, do you want to take the kunoichi or that spiky-haired kid? I'll take the kunoichi, see if she's up to my standards. I find that unlikely. He tapped his chakra for a second, calling upon Megurishi no To-Remu. You ready, Maitoku? Yes. Good, lead us off. And remember, we want these guys alive. Maitoku nodded once, then flung a sunbon coated in a sheen of electricity. The bandaged Otonin must have heard hit. He spun around, raising that gauntlet to deflect the sunbon. It was probably the worst decision in that scenario. The electricity stored in the sunbon discharged into the gauntlet, which conducted it straight through into the Otonin's arm. He fell back, his limp arm twitching at his side. A trio of blurs shot out of the bushes as Team 4 moved to confront their targets. Naruto's target barely managed to leap to the side as Naruto lunged at him. He was in trouble from the outset, retreating steadily with his weight on his heels. He had no effective counter to Naruto's barrage of taijutsu attacks, except one. As off-balance as he was, it was an act of desperation, but it was also his only shot. He raised a hand, lining a hole in his palm up with Naruto. Zankaha! The blast of pressurized air that shot from his hand blew him to the ground, but also obliterated everything in front of him. Heh, that kid wasn't so tough after all. Only took me one shot. He stiffened suddenly as a hand shining with blue-gray chakra placed a kunai at his throat. Hardly, that attack's far too slow to hit me when Shirtai no To-Remu is activated. I'd advise a surrender here. Yugito had a similarly easy time of things. Her opponent rang a bell, and Yugito could feel the brushings of a genjutsu at the edges of her senses. She shook it off with ease, but remained still. That was apparently enough to make the girl think she had succeeded. She walked closer, still ringing the bell. Too easy, so many ninja neglect training to counteract genjutsu. Yugito waited patiently, knowing that her opponent would be within arm's length soon enough. When she was, Yugito lashed out with a single knife hand strike to the side of the neck. The sound kunoichi dropped without a sound. Maitoku was standing in front of the lone remaining Otonin, eyeing the metal gauntlet warily. He uses sound. Maitoku turned his head slightly, bringing the spandex-clad Konohanin into sight. That gauntlet he wears produces sound that he uses to disrupt the balance of his opponents. What is the range of the effect? I'm not certain. I fought him hand to hand. I see, thank you for the information. I'll handle things from here. Maitoku reached behind him and drew his katana. He was analyzing the situation in his head. The range on his opponent's attack was unknown. However, ranged attacks were likely to be blocked by that gauntlet. The metal-on-metal clang that would result would produce a more intense sound than most other scenarios, theoretically increasing the range and potency of his foe's attack. It would be better to finish this up close, taking care to keep the gauntlet clear of other objects. Thankfully, the right arm on which his opponent wore that gauntlet would not be functioning well for some time. Maitoku charged, katana held out in front of him. The Otonin spun his body, his momentum bringing the gauntlet up in front of him. The The placement was good, and would have resulted in a noisy parry of Maitoku's intended attack. Instead he sidestepped to the left, away from the gauntlet. The Otonin spun, attempting to keep his gauntlet interposed between himself and that sword. It was exactly what Maitoku had been expecting. He dug his foot into the ground, reversing direction and throwing himself low. He passed under the gauntlet, feeling a brief moment of disorientation. But he had caught his opponent by surprise and he was unable to capitalize on his opportunity. Maitoku's katana flashed across in a spray of blood, severing the Otonin's hamstrings. He fell face first to the ground. Acting quickly, he planted his hands on the ground to push himself upright, only to stop when he felt the tip of the katana press against the base of his skull. Maitoku looked around, noting that the other two Otonin were also defeated. "It's over." "Yeah." Naruto motioned to some bushes off to the side of the clearing. "You guys can come out now." A nervous-looking Team 10 emerged from the bushes. Naruto flashed them a grin. "Been a while, hasn't it?" Shikamaru eyed him warily. "Are you going to attack us?" "Nope." Naruto took some ninja wire out of his pouch and proceeded to bind his prisoner's hands together, making sure the openings in his palm faced into each other. "We have some other things to worry about right now. These guys here should be a good source of information for us." "Information on what?" Sorry, but a shinobi has to keep some secrets." Naruto finished binding his prisoner and turned to face the green-clad Konohinin on the ground. "I must admit though, I'm curious as to why you're here. I know you're not on their team." "Yash, I am Rock Lee and have promised to protect Sakura-chan with my life. Even were that not the case, Sakura and her team are fellow Konohinin who were in danger. I could not just stand by and watch them get killed." Naruto was a bit taken aback at the enthusiasm and energy in the boy's voice given his condition, but nodded approvingly. "That's a good outlook, Lee, and sound judgment. Too many of the genin here would let the circumstances of the exam overrule the camaraderie they should feel among genin from the same village. It's good to see that." Naruto's sentence was cut off suddenly as spun around. A sudden blast of chakra poured through the clearing. It was dark and malevolent, reminiscent of the chakra that still leaked from his wounded shoulder, only much more potent. Sasuke was standing now, covered in strange black markings and surrounded in a blazing field of purple and black chakra. "This power," he said while staring down at his hands, "it's amazing. I must test it." He raised his head, and his face twisted into a maniacal grin when he spotted Naruto. "Yes, you'll do perfectly." Sasuke rushed Naruto with, to what would seem to most genin, incredible speed. Naruto would barely be able to match it, at least if his bloodline was inactive. But it was, and he was able to avoid the Uchiha easily enough. He was still a bit concerned though. There were a few things he was worried about, too. The first was the power boost that Sasuke seemed to have gotten. He could sense the foul chakra he was emitting, something very similar to what Orochimaru had used to try to mark him. He also wanted to make sure that Sasuke didn't kill their prisoners before they could be questioned. "You know, this is rather ungrateful of you. We just saved your team from some attacking Otonin and you turn around and attack us. That means nothing to me. I have to test myself, test my power. I need to get stronger in order to beat him. You shouldn't seek strength for its own sake, Uchiha, or for vengeance. That leads down a dangerous path." "Shut up." Sasuke came forward again, throwing himself at Naruto with reckless abandon. Naruto's Megurushi no To-Remu was active, giving him an edge in speed. Sasuke seemed too caught up in that strange chakra to activate his own kekkai genkai, for which Naruto was grateful. The Sharingan would have helped even the playing field, though it probably wasn't enough to give Sasuke the edge. Naruto caught Sasuke's fist as it flew in, then twisted and used it as leverage to throw Sasuke off to the side. "Calm down, Uchiha, this isn't really the best time to fight." Sasuke growled, and was about to charge anyways when a pair of arms wrapped around him from behind. "Sasuke-kun." Sakura's voice came out as an anguished cry. Indeed, she was crying into Sasuke's shoulder. "Stop it, Sasuke-kun, what's happened to you?" That seemed to calm Sasuke down. He took several deep breaths, calming down noticeably. The marks on his face and arms changed color to a mixture of red and orange before receding to a mark on his neck. Naruto walked over carefully and looked down at Sasuke's neck where it was revealed by his shirt. He was able to see the last of the markings recede into a 3-tomo mark on his shoulder. Orochimaru did that, didn't he? Sakura looked at him warily. How did you know that? Naruto pulled the shoulder of his GI aside, emphasizing the bandages wrapped around his neck and shoulder. He tried to do the same thing to us, but it didn't mix well with our bloodline. We came here because we sensed the Otonin's chakra. Orochimaru was wearing a sound hideite, so I'm hoping those three can give us some insight as to his motives. There was a sudden flare of killing intent as 2 more chakra signatures arrived on the scene. Naruto turned slowly. Hello Niji, to what do I owe this pleasure? Niji's eyes narrowed as he glared at Naruto. What did you do to Lee? We, Naruto said while motioning to the rest of his team, saved him from these Otonin. He's your teammate, I take it? Yes, Niji's Byakugan activated, but that doesn't change anything. Niji-kun, Lee seemed to have shaken off his disorientation as he appeared suddenly between Naruto and Niji. Attacking Naruto-kun right now would be most unyouthful. He just provided assistance to us against the Otonin. I don't care. You should listen to your teammate Niji. He seems to have a better grasp of gratitude and camaraderie than you do. Besides, it doesn't appear like Lee would help you if you picked a fight right now. You'd be outnumbered. The allusion to the practicality of the circumstance was the only thing that seemed to calm Niji down. You're right, it seems. It's still not the time for me to fight you. Lee, we're leaving. Lee frowned slightly. Of course, Niji-kun. He turned to face Naruto and his team. You'll have to excuse my teammate. He does not have the youthful fires that you and I share. With that, he leapt into the trees to follow his team. Naruto looked at the lone remaining member of their team, a girl with her brown hair done up in buns. What does he mean by youthful fires? She shook her head. You don't want to know. I'm Tenten, by the way. I have a feeling I'll see you again later in the exams, Naruto. She waved brightly, then leapt off after her 2 teammates. Naruto turned to glance at Team 10. How long do you 3 plan to wait before leaving? Ino opened her mouth to reply but was cut off as Naruto spoke again. Consider that more of a suggestion than a question. Shikamaru nodded. Let's go, Ino. But now. Ino hesitated a bit. Shikamaru's uncharacteristic forcefulness took her by surprise. She pouted a bit. Fine. Team 10 backed away and leapt off, Shikamaru keeping a wary eye on Naruto until they were gone. Yugito looked over at Sai. Do you plan on getting up or are you going to lie there all day? You noticed I woke up. Yeah, a few minutes ago, right before I finished off my opponent. She gestured over to Sasuke. What happened to him? Sai's fake smile vanished, replaced by an expression of utmost seriousness. Orochimaru happened. We were in the forest when we were hit by a powerful gust of wind. I suspect it was Futon, de Tapa. I was separated from the rest of my team. By the time I made it back, a Kusanine had cornered Sasuke and Sakura. He was emitting incredible amounts of killing intent. I was barely able to fight through it. I insulted Sasuke as I started fighting. It seemed to snap him out of it. We confronted Orochimaru together, but he was just playing with us. He seemed to be testing Sasuke. Eventually, he apparently decided that he had seen enough. He backhanded me, knocking me back into a tree. Before I lost consciousness, I saw him extend his neck to bite Sasuke, which I assume is when he marked him. Then I blacked out, and came to just in time to see you defeat the Otonin. Naruto paced back over to the bound Otonin as he activated his Mantori no To-Remu in order to appear more menacing. So he did use the same technique on Sasuke as he tried to use on us. He turned and fixed the Otonin with a menacing stare. Now, let's see what these guys can tell us about it. Half an hour later, Naruto was standing over the corpses of 3 Otonin, wiping the blood from his claws. Figures they were just lackeys. Didn't know a thing about Orochimaru's plans beyond their orders. Sakura was standing nearby, a look of horror on her face. You killed them? I'm a shinobi, of course I killed them. But they were helpless. Remind me again of what their objective was? To kill Sasuke-kun. Did they care that he was helpless? Well, no. Exactly, they would have killed him in a heartbeat given the chance. Do you really think that you should show them mercy? Well, you shouldn't. But it's not because they would have murdered your teammate, although that should certainly add to your motivation. The willingness to kill in cold blood is necessary, in all shinobi. If you can't grasp that, you may as well find another line of work. He paused for a second, his lips quirking up in a grim smile as he turned to face Sasuke. You're planning to attack me, aren't you? It's every team for themselves out here, and Orochimaru burnt our scroll. And just after we saved your butt, you really are ungrateful, aren't you? Sasuke tensed at that but held himself in check for now. Arrogant too, seeing as how I was able to handle you easily enough while you were under the effects of that seal and I held back. But today's your lucky day, I guess. Naruto held up an earth scroll that he had taken from the dead Otonin. We have no need for this, and at the moment I want to get to that tower as quickly as possible. So I'm willing to offer you a deal. I give you the scroll and you don't do anything stupid until after I'm gone. Or you decline and I beat you to a bloody pulp, your call. If you're going to the tower, that means you have both scrolls. There's no way I'm going to settle for one. Sasuke sprang forward, only to have his collar pulled tight against his neck. Sai had grabbed him by the back of the shirt, causing Sasuke's lunge to result in him landing flat on his back. Swallow your pride for a change, Dickless. He's offering us a good deal. How likely do you think it is for us to get a scroll without having to fight for it? Besides, he's right. You didn't even give him a hard time earlier. He turned to face Naruto, his fake smile reappearing on his face. Please forgive my teammate's idiocy. Like I said earlier, he lets his pride get the better of him too often, likely to compensate for his tiny d-dashed. Sasuke and Sakura both shot him dark glares for that statement, though he ignored both of them. I would be happy to accept your offer. Naruto tossed him the scroll. Remind me to come to you if I ever have to deal with this team again. He left that as his parting statement, turning and leaping into the trees. His teammates followed him soon afterwards and they sped towards the tower. Yugito waited until they were well out of Team 7's earshot before asking Naruto a question. Naruto-kun, why did you give them that scroll? Sure, we don't know the extent of Sai's prowess, but with what we know of the other two, it's highly unlikely that they could have beaten us. Yeah, we could have taken them. But Niji may still have been nearby and he'll take any chance he can to attack me. He's good too, you can see it in the way he moves. He'd probably give either of us difficulties. There's a distinct possibility that Sai could do the same. So I thought it would just be a fight best avoided. I guess you have a point. Of course I do. As the trees sped by to either side of them, Yugito could be heard muttering something about smartass. Team 4 reached the tower without further incident. Although the last mile or so was rather aggravating. They discovered more traps and ambushes in that small area than they had in the rest of the forest. They probably would have been caught in a few fights if it wasn't for Ishiki no To-Remu. Even so, it was a deeply trying time for the Araiki's patience. Mitoku just bore it with his usual stoicism. It was with great relief that they finally walked up to the tower. They had made good time too, only taking about 25 hours to get there. They had to walk around the building briefly to find their door, then pushed it open and walked inside. Naruto pulled a pair of scrolls from his pouch as he walked into the room, tossing one to Yugito. He slid his thumb under the first roll of paper and glanced over to her. We're at the tower, so we can open these things now. Ready? Yeah. Both genin took a moment to steady themselves before pulling the scrolls open. They had a glimpse of a seal pattern on the inside of the scrolls before everything became obscured by a thick cloud of smoke. There's an increasing amount of chakra being gathered. For perhaps the first time, Naruto noted a trace of worry in Mitoku's voice. As the chakra signature grew more complete, however, Naruto relaxed. Don't worry, looks like our sensei is paying us a visit. Sure enough, the summoning ended with a brief burst that cleared the smoke from the area, revealing Akana standing in the middle of the room. Took you guys a bit longer than I thought it would. Cousin, what are you doing here? Oh, the scrolls are generally used to summon Chunin to meet with teams at the end of the second exam. But it's not uncommon for a foreign team sensei to request to meet with their team instead. Oh, Naruto shifted slightly, causing his GI to ride a bit lower on his shoulder. Akana's eyes narrowed. Naruto, what happened in the forest that required you to wear bandages? Well, we kind of had a run-in with Orochimaru. What? Akana was beside him in an instant, pulling the GI aside to get a look at the bandages underneath. What the hell did that BSRD to you? I swear, if he caused any long-term damage I'll dash. Relax, Kasen, he tried to do something but it didn't work. Naruto's voice seemed to bring Akana back to her senses. She took a deep breath as she stepped back, calming herself down. Tell me what happened. He attacked us shortly after we took out 2 teams of Aimnin. He seemed to be playing with us, testing us. Anyway, after we tried to hit him with a combined Karyuden and Furyuden, he seemed to have seen enough. Then he performed some sort of strange jutsu and bit us on the neck. It injected some sort of foreign chakra into us. I think it's intended to use chakra flow to spread throughout the body, which would explain why it didn't work right on us. But it's being expelled from our bodies slowly. Some of it's still present in the wound, apparently interfering with our own chakra and healing factor. So why did he leave? Well, we attacked him when he bit us. I think he expected the attack to immobilize us. Since it didn't, he was vulnerable. I severed the head biting me, but it turned out to be a fake. Yujito gave him a rather nasty gash on his neck. Maitoku had also adapted to Orochimaru's killing intent by then and stabbed him with a charged katana. Orochimaru looked like hell, but it didn't seem to bother him much. Then he left, but not before offering to take Yujito-chan and me up as apprentices. We refused, of course. Obviously, or you wouldn't be here. Now let me take a look at those wounds. We've already cleaned them, Ka-san, and you're not exactly a medic. No, I'm just a genjutsu mistress who specializes in altering the flow of chakra in others. What exactly did you say was giving you trouble again? That foreign chakra. Exactly, now let me take a look. Naruto shrugged out of his GI, then removed the mesh shirt and bandages to grant Akana access to the wound. She laid her hand on it, and he felt a slight tingle as she examined his chakra system. There's definitely some foreign chakra. In there, nasty stuff too. It seems to be trying to move towards your brain, but it has all it can handle trying to avoid being swept out of your system. Give me a sec and don't resist. What followed was an odd sensation as Akana asserted a bit of control over his chakra flow. The tiny trickle of chakra leaking from his wound increased dramatically, the foul taint pouring forth for a few seconds. Akana removed her hand from the wound. How's it feel now? Great, I can already feel it starting to heal. Bleeding should be gone in no time and the wound won't last much longer. Good to know that genjutsu training is useful for more than creating illusions. Yujito, get over here. I'll get that stuff out of you next. Naruto waited patiently until Akana was done tending to Yujito before asking his next question. So, what comes next? I'm not allowed to tell you too much, but you'll be staying here in this tower until the end of this exam. Rooms are on the 5th story. You have room number 503, seeing as how you're the 3rd team to make it to the tower. 1 team from Suna and 1 from Konoha have made it already. Did the one from Suna have a red-haired kid with a gourd? Yes, how did you know? Just a hunch, that's Sabaku Nogara. He's a Jinchuriki and struck both myself and Yujito-chan as a bit dangerous, if less than sane. He's one to watch out for. There's no arguing that, his team beat the previous record by more than an hour. With luck you won't have to face him. Excuse me, Akana-sensei, she directed her gaze to Maitoku, who had just spoken. I would appreciate it if you could direct me to this tower's medical facility. Orochimaru broke 3 of my ribs, and while I can still function I would be most relieved to get them healed. Of course, the 2nd floor is devoted to medical treatment. It's needed fairly often around here with all the hazards of this forest. Well, I need to go then. I should have a word with the officials about this incident with Orochimaru. See you later. She waved goodbye whilst being enveloped in a crackle of electricity and was gone. I believe I'll report to the infirmary then. It will be nice to finally get my ribs healed. Okay, see you later then. Yujito turned to Naruto. What are you going to do? Get to the room and relax a bit, sit on something soft. I'm still sore from those shots I took from Orochimaru. Yujito sighed. I might as well do the same then, there won't be anything else to do. Quit pouting, we've got 4 days with nothing that needs to be done. I'm sure you'll have plenty of opportunities to amuse yourself. Yeah, but that won't make me any less bored now. Naruto sighed as he started climbing the stairs. Sometimes there's just no pleasing you. You know you love it. Naruto didn't even respond as he climbed up the stairs. He was right, it was nice to sit down on a couch and just relax for a bit. Like he had said, he was still a bit sore from the beating Orochimaru gave him. And considering how he could heal from cuts within hours, that really spoke to how hard the snake Sannin could hit. In another day or so he figured he'd be completely recovered. His musings were cut short as he felt someone settle down on his stomach, which was probably the sorest part of his body. Yugito-chan, you're sitting on me. Do you really think I hadn't noticed? I was hoping it would get you to move. No such luck. She did shift her weight though, reclining to lie down on top of him and resting her head next to his on the armrest. She turned to face him. Why do you think he chose us? Naruto's mind flashed back to their unpleasant encounter with Orochimaru. It was an issue he had already given some thought, so he had an answer ready. He seemed to be looking to recruit us because of the potential we showed, but I bet there's more to it than that. As far as we know, the only other genin he targeted was the Uchiha. So the possibility that he's after bloodlines has to be considered. Figures, if we're not hunted for our bijou, we're hunted for something else. Naruto lapsed into silence for a long moment before replying, Cousin told me something once. It was a long time ago, just after I learned of my kidnapping. She said that there are certain people who destiny clings to like a shroud, who will always seem to be at the center of the most important events of their time. They won't live an easy life, they won't be content with that. But they will live. They'll have days where they'll experience more in an hour than most people will in their lifetime. They'll live a life worthy of legend, a life that people dream of. And when all is said and done, they wouldn't want anything else. And she said that you were one of those people? She stopped short of saying that outright, but I like to think we are. Even if we can't remember it well, we experienced more suffering in our first 2 years of life than anyone should ever have to go through. Now we're being groomed to found a clan and will likely end up with significant influence in Kumogakure. And besides, I know you wouldn't be content as an average person. She tightened her grip on him, snuggling into his warmth. Yeah. Wow, I'm impressed that you still remember that. I must have made an impression. Akana watched in amusement as Yugito leapt several feet into the air in shock. Hey, that was even more impressive than back in the daimyo's infirmary. You're a lot easier to sneak up on when you're preoccupied with my son. Yugito landed in an undignified heap and straightened herself out with a huff. Haven't I told you not to do that? Haven't I told you that that would ruin my fun? Yugito spun on her heel and poked Naruto in the chest. You need to do something about this. Me, what am I supposed to do? And how did I get dragged into this anyway? All I wanted was a little peace and quiet so I could rest. If you'd convince her to leave us alone, you would have had that. You didn't look like you were letting him rest when I walked in. Cousin, you're not helping. Wasn't trying to. Naruto groaned as he flopped back onto the couch. Akana seemed to take great pleasure in embarrassing and annoying both himself and Yugito from time to time. It didn't help matters that Yugito rose to the bait a little too easily. Sighing to himself, he discreetly formed a seal and shined into his room, leaving the two women to argue amongst themselves. The remainder of the time allotted for the second exam passed rather uneventfully. Only 2 more teams came in, another team of rookie genin from Konoha and Niji's team. Team 4 passed most of their time with light sparring in the tower's training area. Naruto noticed 2 people that seemed to be keeping a close eye on him. One was, predictably, Niji. He wasn't shy about it either, standing in plain view while Naruto trained and staring at him with that same baleful glare. It was looking like a fight with him was inevitable. The young Hyuga would be in for a nasty surprise when that happened. The other was Gaara. He was a lot more subtle, usually concealing himself well. Naruto doubted that most genin would have been able to sense his presence. As it was, Naruto was quickly reaching the conclusion that Gaara was a bit unstable. He was bloodthirsty too. It seemed to radiate off the young genin and was what clued Naruto into his presence more often than not. He was beginning to wonder how many more fights he had in store before he departed for Kumo. A Konoha Chunin found them about half an hour before the second exam was set to end. He brought them to a large room on the ground floor of the tower. There was a balcony ringing the room and a sculpture of two hands in a seal protruding from the wall. It was the people within the room, however, that caught Naruto's attention. Most notably was Konoha's Sandaime Hokage, but there were several other notable shinobi as well. Ibiki was present once more, as was the spandex-clad Mato guy, who was one of the few Konohinin to achieve the same level of renown as Kakashi. There was also Sarutobi Asuma, the Sandaime's son. The last jounin of note Naruto observed was Baki, a Suna jounin of some fame. Several other genin teams were present as well. All of those who had reached the tower were arrayed across the floor of the room. 2 additional teams had made it, Konoha's Team 7 as well as a team full of older Konohinin. Judging from the door they entered, they had only just made it in from the Forest of Death. Naruto noticed that 2 more jounin arrived as well. One of them was unfamiliar to Naruto, the other was Kakashi. The copy-nin wasted little time in burying his nose into an orange book, seemingly oblivious to whatever guy started talking to him about. Hokage-sama, Naruto was snapped out of his reverie as he turned to see Anko speaking. The second exam is officially over. Of the 21 teams that entered the forest, these 7 have passed. I was hoping to cut the number of contestants down to single digits, but oh well. Very well, Anko. The Sandaime turned to face the assembled genin. Now, it is time for me to explain to you the true purpose of this exam. The most obvious reason for these exams is to give genin a chance to earn a promotion to the rank of Chunin. Another purpose is to foster friendship between villages. But the true purpose of these exams is to serve as a replacement for war amongst the various nations. Replacement for war. Naruto turned to see Tenten speaking. What do you mean? In the past, the various elemental nations were all at war with each other. Villages that are now allies fought against each other to vie for supremacy. But war is a tragic event, and the villages sought to end it. They reached a peace agreement eventually, but the villages remained competitive, and began sending groups of shinobi to compete against each other. This became the forerunner of the Chunin exams, where shinobi risked their lives for the prestige of their country. Why should we have to risk our lives for that? I thought we were here to become Chunin. The Inuzuka was unable to restrain an outburst again. The Sandaime inhaled deeply from his pipe and blew out a mouthful of smoke before replying. Yes, this exam does decide who is worthy of advancing to the rank of Chunin. But there is more to it than that. The final exam is viewed by many important dignitaries including daimyos and the leaders of your villages. This exam is important for them in deciding which villages to give their missions to. If a village appears strong in the exam, it will experience an increase in missions. If it appears weak, it will lose missions as they go to other villages. But that still doesn't explain why we have to fight to the death. It seemed that the Inuzuka was incapable of keeping his mouth shut. Because the strength of a village is the strength of its shinobi. And the true strength of shinobi is only evident in battles where their life is on the line. You have to remember, this isn't just a fight to determine if you'll become a shinobi. This is a fight to the death, with your dreams and the honor of your village on the line. He paused for a second, surveying the room. None of the assembled genin spoke. It seems that you understand. Very well, I will now explain to you what will be happening in the final exam. He was cut short as a jounin landed in front of him in a bow. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, but I, Gekka Hayate and proctor of the third exam would like to address them. Very well, proceed Hayate. Thank you, Hokage-sama. He turned to face the genin, giving them a view of his pallid complexion and the bags under his eyes. He looked deathly ill, an appearance only enhanced by the occasional cough he gave. My name is Gekka Hayate and I'm the proctor of the third and final stage of the Chunin exams. Before the final exam begins, I must hold preliminary round to see who advances. Preliminary round? Why do we need that? To Naruto's surprise, that outburst came from Shikamaru. Because the first 2 stages might have been too easy this year, too many of you have passed the first 2 exams. As Hokage-sama mentioned earlier, many important dignitaries attend the finals of the Chunin exam. That means the amount of time we have to complete the finals is limited. We also need to ensure that only the very best are left to compete. This isn't my decision. The rules state that if more than 12 shinobi remain after the second exam, a preliminary round must be held. Maitoku, as usual, asked the pertinent question. What does the preliminary round consist of? Hayate coughed a bit before replying. The preliminary round will consist of a series of single elimination fights. You will be randomly assigned an opponent, so you may find yourself fighting against members of your own village or even your own team. Once the fight begins, you are free to use whatever methods and however much force you desire. Killing your opponent is allowed, albeit discouraged. Before the preliminaries begin, I would like to ask if anybody would like to withdraw. The second exam is taxing, and if you are still nursing injuries from it, may be a good idea to withdraw instead of fighting to the death. There was a long silence until, I withdraw. Naruto recognized the speaker, the silver-haired Konohinin who had been attacked by the Otonin shortly before the exams begin. Very well, I have to ask you to leave the room. Kabuto-san, it was Sai speaking now, why are you withdrawing from the exam? You seem to be in good shape during that battle with those Aimnin. Kabuto grinned ruefully, my body hasn't recovered from that fight yet, I'm pretty beat up. Besides, my left ear is still suffering from the attack that Otonin threw at me before the exams. I'm sorry, Sai, but I don't think I should continue. With that, Kabuto left the room. A large monitor descended from the ceiling and came to rest alongside the wall. Various names flashed across the screen, eventually coming to rest with the words Uchiha Sasuke versus Akado Yoroi. The first match will be between Uchiha Sasuke and Akado Yoroi. Will everyone else please clear the floor? The shinobi moved to climb the stairs that lead to the balcony encircling the room. Team 4 stood apart a little ways. It's odd, mused Akana. I've never seen someone pull out early once in all the exams I've been to. That kid must have been hurt pretty bad. No, said Naruto. He was lying. What makes you say that? His response to Sai's question. He said that he was still suffering from that Otonin's attack. But we fought him in the forest. He utilized sound to attack the inner ear. If Kabuto was still being affected by that attack, his balance would have been shot, and he was moving too well for that. Sai must have suspected something, probably why he asked the question. If he's not injured, what reason could he possibly have for withdrawing from the exams early? That is a very good question. Their discussion was cut short as they heard Hayate begin the match. Yoroi rushed Sasuke who, oddly enough, didn't activate his Sharingan. That didn't stop him, however, from bringing his opponent to the ground with a textbook takedown. The follow-up hold was just as perfect, completely immobilizing Yoroi. He didn't seem overly concerned by that fact though, especially when a visible blue glow surrounded his hands. Sasuke leapt to his feet, leaping backwards to place some distance between himself and his foe. My chakra. So you noticed? It's my special attack, I can drain chakra with a touch. You don't stand a chance against me in close combat. Yoroi rushed Sasuke, loosing a barrage of attacks. The young Uchiha was forced to retreat freely, giving him the time he needed to frantically dodge Yoroi's touch. Naruto's eyes narrowed. The Uchiha clan had been famed for their fire jutsus. Sasuke must have known some, so why didn't he use them to start ranged combat with an opponent who was so dangerous in close-quarter combat? Then Sasuke surprised him. He dropped to the ground and kicked upwards with a move that seemed inconsistent with what Naruto had seen of the Uchiha's taijutsu, granted that was rather limited knowledge. The kick came with a sudden burst of speed and Yoroi was unable to avoid it. The blow caught him under the chin, launching him into the air. Sasuke leapt up from the ground, appearing directly underneath Yoroi. It's over. Then Sasuke froze up. Naruto noticed the sudden tenseness in the boy's shoulder. Sasuke was apparently feeling intense pain at that spot, likely a result of the curse seal. He froze up for a second, and it looked like he was going to miss his window of opportunity. But it was only for a second, then the last Uchiha burst into action. He twisted his body around, driving a kick towards Yoroi's side. It was blocked easily, but Sasuke just used it to increase his momentum as he spun the other way. His punch hit Yoroi solidly in the chest, knocking him back towards the ground. Sasuke fell with him, subjecting the boy to a brutal series of midair kicks. It ended with him burying his foot into Yoroi's stomach at the same moment the older genin hit the floor with enough force to crack the tiles. Yoroi coughed up blood, then lay very still. The winner of the first match, Uchiha Sasuke. He won even with the handicap. Akana turned towards her son. What handicap? You know how I told you that Orochimaru tried to mark us with a cursed seal? He did mark Sasuke with it on his shoulder. Coincidentally, his shoulder seemed to provide him with some severe pain at the end of his match. The seal must have been hindering him, which could explain why Sasuke didn't use any jutsu or his Sharingan. He tried to tempt you to join him by branding you with a cursed seal that limits your power? It can provide a power boost as well, a pretty impressive one. He awoke shortly after we found him in the Forest of Death, covered in symbols and purple chakra. His power increased significantly, but he appeared unstable. He showed even less restraint than he had in the past, and attacked me until his teammate managed to calm him down. Yugito's voice projected a bit of worry, something that got both their attention immediately. The participants for the next match have been determined. Naruto turned to the board. It read Hyuga Niji vs. Gifa Maitoku.